Chapter 379. While Chinyu was sizing up Sword Scar also sensed it and tilted his head to look at Chinyu. However, Sword Scar did not see through Chinyu's disguise. After a glance, he withdrew his gaze. Not long after, a figure walked out of the palace. A strange look flashed in Chinyu's eyes. The figure who came out was Yi Xiaoning, who had fought with him before. But to Chinyu's surprise, Yi Xiaoning seemed to be a completely different person compared to the one he had seen at the martial assembly. His expression became cold, and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. He could not hide his sharpness. When Sword Scar saw Yi Xiaoning, he was extremely excited and bowed respectfully. Yi Xiaoning did not say anything and directly led Sword Scar into the palace. Could it be no way? Seeing that scene, a thought flashed through both Chinyu and the Dragon Soul's minds. Sword Scar had obtained the inheritance of Buried Sky Sword Fairy. Yi Xiaoning was a reincarnator, and there was a terrifying sword intent in his body. But now, Sword Scar's attitude toward Yi Xiaoning was so respectful. This made Chinyu and the Dragon Soul think of a possibility. Could it be that Yi Xiaoning was the reincarnation of the buried Heaven Sword Immortal? After this thought appeared, it filled Chinyu's mind and could not be dismissed. If Yi Xiaoning was just an ordinary prince of the Sage Divine Dynasty, how could he be so respectful? That attitude was like facing an elder. It was definitely not as simple as just following Yi Xiaoning. If Yi Xiaoning was really Buried Sky Sword Fairy, then Master Qin, you was a little excited. His master had entered the immortal-seeking ancient road with Buried Sky Sword Fairy, so he must know about his master. Whether he is Buried Sky Sword Fairy or not, I don't think it's the right time to look for him. In contrast, the Dragon Soul was much calmer. No matter how good the relationship between Buried Sky Sword Fairy and Qin Yu's master was. However, there was no friendship between the Burying Heaven Sword Immortal and Chinyu. Chinyu rashly went to look for Heaven Burying Sword Immortal. Then, Chinyu's identity would be exposed. Don't worry. I know what to do. Although Chinyu was quite excited, he did not lose his cool. With Yi Xiaoning's current cultivation in the Martial Emperor realm, even Sky Burier Sword Deity would find it difficult to recover his peak cultivation in a short period of time. In fact, Chinyu might even be able to recover his cultivation faster than him. Chinyu naturally wouldn't act rashly now. Wait, Yi Xiaoning has also reached the Martial Emperor realm? Chinyu was stunned, then his eyes lit up. Yi Xiaoning's temperament had changed greatly. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he had awakened the memories of his previous life. It wasn't a coincidence that he was here. He must be here for the spiritual state battle ranking list. In this way, Chinyu could determine whether his reincarnated identity was the Sky Burier Sword Celestial or not by watching the battle. With the matter of Yi Xiaoning and the abnormality of the creation Immortal Seal, Chinyu temporarily put it aside. 2 days passed quickly. Countless warriors of the spiritual state would gather for the spiritual state battle ranking list. Even the forces of the other 8 states would send people to watch it. The geniuses who could make a name for themselves in the spiritual state battle ranking list would have a great reputation in the 9 states of the Heaven Realm. Rumble. When the 3rd day arrived, in the center of Sky Chi City, more than 10 ancient battle arenas automatically condensed in the void, emitting an ancient aura. The warriors in the city all sensed it and gathered toward the center of Sky Chi City. The first to arrive were naturally the top forces of the spiritual state. The area outside the 10 battle arenas was divided into 2 areas. One was for the warriors to watch, and the other was for the candidates of the participating forces. When the torrent-like warriors in the city gathered in the center of the city, those big forces had already appeared in the participating area. Immediately after, the Emperor Realm referees stepped out. There were 11 of them. One of them was the chief referee, and the other 10 were distributed among the 10 battle arenas. The referees of the spiritual state battle ranking list were not from the participating forces. This was the only way to ensure the fairness of the referees. The spiritual state battle ranking list is held every 3 years. I think everyone is familiar with the rules, but this old man will repeat them. Among the 11 Emperor Realm referees, an old man with white hair and a white beard stepped out. His eyes were full of vigor. This white-haired old man was called the Blue Thunder Emperor, and he was a rogue cultivator. The Blue Thunder Emperor was famous in the extraterritorial battlefield, and he had killed countless emperors from the extraterritorial battlefield. Therefore, his reputation in the spiritual state was comparable to that of the leaders of the top forces. As long as the Blue Thunder Emperor was present, he would be invited to be the referee of the spiritual state battle ranking list. The spiritual state battle ranking list was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the elimination round. All the participating geniuses would be assigned to 10 battle arenas. The top 100 of the spiritual state battle ranking list would be selected in the elimination round. In other words, no matter how many people there were in each battle arena, only 10 people could stay. The conditions for staying were determined by the number of victories. The second part was the ranking battle. In this battle, the ranking was also determined by the number of victories. The higher the ranking of the geniuses, the more victories they would have. No one was allowed to take any spirit pills during the competition. The purpose was to prevent people from taking forbidden pills to suddenly increase their cultivation. In addition, warriors were not allowed to use any spirit treasures except for spirit artifacts. For example, Tao arts, spirit talismans, and lethal ancient treasures made by emperors were forbidden. Once found, the referee had the right to suppress them. If someone's life was in danger during the battle, the referee could help. However, once the referee intervened, it was the same as losing the battle. Now, those who have decided to participate in the battle ranking list come forward to test your bone age and cultivation. After announcing the rules, the Blue Thunder Emperor waved his sleeve. A 3-meter-long crystal tablet appeared and floated in midair. There were numerous ancient divine patterns circling around it, and it was extremely mysterious. Hearing the Blue Thunder Emperor's words, all the participating geniuses leaped out and stood under the crystal spiritual steel. There were more than 2,000 people, which meant that almost all the talents in the spiritual state had gathered here. Huh! The surrounding martial artists all exclaimed in bewilderment. Isn't that Shen Feng from the Heavenly Imperial Palace? He also jumped out. Does that mean he also wants to participate in the battle ranking list? No way. Isn't his cultivation only at the Nirvana second rotation of the martial ancestor realm? Waves of heated discussion spread among the onlooking martial artists. Among them, there were even more martial artists who had seen Qin Yu in the southern region. Even many of those participating in the battle rankings were looking at Qin Yu with astonishment in their eyes. Could Qin Yu's cultivation have reached the martial emperor realm? Their guess was soon confirmed. The crystal tablet quickly grew to a size of 1,000 feet, and a white light scattered around it. All the geniuses turned into phantoms and floated in the crystal steel. In the phantoms, their bone age and cultivation were clearly revealed. Those whose bone age exceeded the bone age, and whose cultivation were not high enough could be seen at a glance. No way. There's actually a purple divine light. Has there ever been such a monster in the history of the spiritual state? However, when the crystal spiritual steel detected the bone age and cultivation of all the geniuses, incredulous exclamations resounded throughout the entire Sky Chi city, whether it was the countless onlookers or the masters of the major forces. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock as they gathered on a figure. That phantoms was Qin Yu's phantoms. Chapter 380. On the crystal stele, Qin Yu's illusory figure was surrounded by a circle of dazzling purple godly light. Aside from Qin Yu's illusory figure, the other young geniuses also had godly lights flickering, but the lights were different. If one looked carefully, they would notice. The godly lights were divided into white, red, cyan, blue, and purple. The white godly light was the dimmest, and the purple godly light was the most intense. However, among the 2,000 young geniuses of the martial emperor realm, only Qin Yu's godly light was dazzling purple. It was like a crane among chickens. In the history of the spiritual state battle ranking, there has never been a purple godly light, right? That's right. This is the strongest godly light in the history of the spiritual state. The blue godly light can surpass 3 levels. The purple godly light can surpass 4 levels. Shun Feng has the battle prowess of a rank 6 martial emperor. What kind of monster did the heavenly imperial palace produce in this generation? Incomparably shocked voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. The 5-colored godly light could detect a cultivator's potential battle prowess. The stronger the 5-colored godly light, the stronger the potential battle prowess of the cultivator. However, the purple godly light had always been a legend. It had never appeared before. Who would have thought that they would see it on a rank 2 martial emperor today? Purple godly light. Even the master of the heavenly imperial palace, Shi Tiangang, was dumbfounded. At this moment, Shi Tiangang finally understood why Qin Yu was so confident to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. However, how could Qin Yu have such terrifying potential battle prowess? He was not just on par with Sun Shiyu. He was far more powerful than Sun Shiyu. Purple godly light. Interesting. The young master of the 10,000 martial sect, the muscular Wan Wuya, looked at Qin Yu with great interest. Even when he participated in the spiritual state battle ranking for the first time, the godly light that appeared was not as terrifying as this. Of course, the stronger the 5-colored godly light, the higher the potential battle prowess. However, this was only relative. When Wan Tianya participated in the spiritual state battle ranking for the first time, he was only a rank 3 martial emperor, but his blue godly light had the battle prowess of a rank 6 martial emperor. But now his divine light was only red in color. This naturally didn't mean that his strength had regressed. This was because in the martial emperor realm, the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone of a higher rank. On the contrary, there were still red divine lights appearing in Wan Tianya. This meant that he still had the battle prowess to fight enemies above his level. His aptitude was terrifying. Killing geniuses is only interesting. Kong Bitao, the crown prince of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, glared at Qin Yu like a venomous snake. No matter how strong Qin Yu's talent was, he was still only a rank 2 martial emperor. When he encountered him on the battle roll, he had plenty of secret techniques that could deal with Qin Yu silently. Even if there was an emperor realm master present, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Since the sacrificial evil god court and the sky emperor palace had fallen out, he did not need to worry about anything. Wen Tian, this man will most probably be your greatest opponent in the future. Xianyuan family's Xianyuan Chixing said to Xianyuan Wen Tian, I will take first place in the next spiritual state battle ranking list. No one can stop me. Xianyuan Wen Tian, one of the 4 great saints, said indifferently. Although he had seen Qin Yu's potential, he was still full of confidence. No wonder he could suppress Yi Xiaoning, who has the battle prowess of a martial emperor during the divine dynasty martial gathering. With his potential, no one in the younger generation of the spiritual state will be able to compete with him in the future. under numerous shocked gazes. The various large forces and countless spectating cultivators all had different expressions on their faces. Such a peerless genius, aside from being envious and amazed, naturally caused countless people to have thoughts about him. After the Bone Age and cultivation were checked, the divine light surrounding the phantom on the crystal tablet dissipated, and then numbers appeared behind the phantom. After the light flashed, all the numbers were neatly arranged into 10 groups corresponding to the 10 arenas. I'm on arena number 10. I'm on arena number 6. Damn. Arena number 7 has won Wuya, Jin Wushuang, Zheng Qingtian, Kong Bitao. Arena number 4 is also the group of death. Xianyuan Chixing of the Xianyuan family, Qi Huanmei of the ancient Cold Island, Wu Wudi of the 10,000 Martial Sect, Zhou Jianian of the Sage Divine Dynasty. They're not waiting for the ranking competition. They're letting the geniuses of the last battle ranking list fight each other. It's only the elimination competition now. Even if they meet each other, they'll probably reserve their strength until the ranking competition. Indeed, after all, with the strength of the older generation, it's easy for them to enter the elimination competition. The groups that appeared on the Water Spirit Stone tablet. The more than 2,000 geniuses immediately rushed to the waiting area of their respective arenas. Sun Xiu was on arena number 3, Qin Yu was on arena number 1, and Shi Jingtian was on arena number 5. The three of them didn't meet each other, and there weren't any older geniuses on their arenas. However, Sun Yuanhu, Shi Huanyuan, and the descendants of the 4 generals weren't so lucky. 2 of them were on arena number 4, and the others were on arena number 7. It was difficult to advance. Arena number 4. Before going to the arenas, Qin Yu paid special attention to Yi Xiaoning's arena. Yi Xiaoning was assigned to arena number 4 of the 2 groups of death. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Even if Yi Xiaoning was a reincarnator, he would have to use his full strength to fight against 4 older geniuses. More than 260 geniuses arrived at the arena number 1's waiting area. Although there weren't any older geniuses who could fight for the top 10 in arena number 1. However, there were more than 10 geniuses who were on the battle ranking list. After all the geniuses stepped into their respective waiting areas, the crystal tablet floated in front of the blue lightning arch, the head judge. The numbers on it disappeared, and 10 arenas appeared. In the next moment, 2 number plates appeared on each of the 10 battle arenas. Those were the contestants' numbers drawn from the crystal tablet. Whether it was the arenas that the warriors were assigned to or the numbers drawn, the crystal tablet was automatically drawn by the crystal tablet. The crystal spirit steel had automatically selected the spirit stones, and there was no artificial arrangement. In this way, luck accounted for a certain proportion. Just like the number 7 and number 4 battle arena, there were already 4 fewer people who could advance to the next round before the battle even started. More importantly, other than the 4 older geniuses, there were several other geniuses on the battle ranking list. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the group of death for the other geniuses. One had to know that the rules of advancement were that the list was determined by the number of victories. However, the rule of elimination was that one would have a chance of being eliminated after accumulating 10 defeats. Therefore, if they wanted to advance in these 2 arenas, after avoiding the older geniuses, they had to give their all in every battle. Begin. On the 10 battle arenas, the geniuses whose numbers were drawn immediately jumped onto their respective battle arenas. An intense battle immediately began. The violent power of the Great Tao raged on the arenas. However, the Great Tao of heaven and earth only affected the arenas. It didn't spread out at all. Chapter 381. The 2 contestants on the first battle stage were both from the Saint Origin sect and the Arhut Palace. Furthermore, the 2 of them were both new heavenly geniuses. Their cultivations were both rank 4 martial emperors. But in the fierce battle, after exchanging over 10 moves, the victor was decided. The St. Origin Sex genius was defeated by the Arhut Palace's genius with a single punch. Although their cultivation was the same, it was clear who was stronger. The second battle, after the first battle, the next battle followed. The two contestants, who had just fought, quickly recovered from their injuries and cultivation, although they would not be selected again before the end of the next round of battle. In order to fight in the second round of battle, they had to recover to their peak condition. Although it was a battle between martial emperors, the difference in strength was too great. The battle started and ended quickly. One after another, the geniuses were defeated and became famous. The seventh battle, Shun Feng versus Zhuge Qing. At this moment, the judge on the first battle stage looked at the crystal tablet and continued to announce the battles. Shun Feng, he is finally going to fight. I wonder if he is worthy of the title of having the greatest potential in history. Although this was another battle between new geniuses, Qin Yu was going to fight. Countless onlookers, including the emperor masters from the top forces, turned to look at them. They all wanted to know if Qin Yu was a rank 2 martial emperor. Was he as strong as the crystal tablet had said? Did he have the potential to surpass one's cultivation? After leaping onto the battle stage, Qin Yu appeared in a vast space. The 10 battle stages were all empty spaces. After all, a battle between martial emperors might not be able to destroy heaven and earth, but it was still possible to overturn rivers and seas. Without enough space, it was impossible to fight. Zhuge family, Zhuge Qing, please enlighten me. Qin Yu's opponent was a handsome young man who looked less than 20 years old. However, his cultivation had already reached rank 4 martial emperor. He was also a talented genius. Heavenly Imperial Palace, Shun Feng. Qin Yu clasped his fist. Boom. After introducing himself, Zhuge Qing suddenly burst out, and a group of people rushed out. A terrifying shockwave was born, and the void was faintly torn apart. Zhuge clan's unique skill, God-shattering fist. Qin Yu was not afraid at all. He rushed forward and pointed a finger. A fingerprint of divine light pierced through the air and bloomed with dazzling divine light. The terrifying shockwave was sealed in the void. Seeing this, Zhuge Qing was about to retreat. 4 godly glyphs appeared in the godly light fingerprint and appeared around him like lightning. Zhuge Qing's expression changed drastically as his body froze in the void. The sealing divine light could seal a person's soul at the very least, and it could seal heaven and earth at the very most. Qin Yu was still unable to seal the heavens and earth. However, sealing a person's soul was not a difficult task. Shun Feng wins. Seeing that Zhuge Qing was unable to break free from the seal, the Emperor Realm Referee immediately declared Qin Yu the winner. Suppressing a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike, this caused countless spectators to be astonished. Qin Yu's ability to fight enemies of a higher realm was within their expectations. However, with a single strike, he defeated a rank 4 martial emperor 2 levels above him. This was shocking. That was one of the 3 divine abilities of the Emperor Palace, the sealing divine ability, right? The Zhuge clan's brat actually had his soul sealed. That divine ability cannot be underestimated. However, if Zhuge Qing's reaction was faster, he should be able to dodge that sealing divine light, right? It's hard to say. Looking at Shun Feng's appearance, he should not have used his full strength. Countless spectators discussed animatedly. They were quite curious about the sealing divine light that Qin Yu used. Didn't they say that the sealing divine light had already disappeared in the Emperor Palace? How did he do it? Could that brat be a descendant of the ancient godly emperor? No wonder he has such heaven-defying talent. Compared to the spectators, the top forces of the spiritual state, especially the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and other forces that were hostile to the Emperor Palace, they had a better understanding of the Emperor Palace. The reason why the Emperor Palace could be ranked as one of the top forces of the spiritual state was because of the divine abilities passed down by the three ancient godly emperors. They originally thought that the divine abilities of the ancient godly emperors had already disappeared. After all, the Emperor Palace had not been used by anyone for countless years. Who would have thought that Qin Yu, who suddenly rose to prominence, would actually inherit it? Although Qin Yu's victory had attracted a lot of attention, however, as the following battles continued, the spectators' attention was soon diverted. Over 2,000 top geniuses of the spiritual state were fighting on the 10 stages. That level of brilliance had opened the eyes of countless spectators and caused them to cry out in surprise. Sun Xiyu is fighting on stage number 3. Her opponent is Jiang Mingyue of the Heavenly Dragon Island, who ranked 32nd in the last battle ranking. Jiang Mingyue is a rank 6 martial emperor. Sun Shiyu's cultivation seems to be concealed, and it's hard to sense. However, there shouldn't be much of a difference. I wonder, no way? Jiang Mingyue only lasted 3 moves before being defeated. On stage number 3, Sun Xiyu directly crushed a rank 6 martial emperor from the Heavenly Dragon Island. Jiang Mingyue's ranking in the last battle ranking was far higher than Sun Shiyu's. However, this time, she was defeated by Sun Xiyu in just 3 moves. As expected of one of the spiritual state's 4 saints, Sun Shiyu's rapid growth was shocking. Stage number 6, Xianyuan Wentian has been selected to fight against Luo Beidu of the Arhut Palace. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle. Indeed, Xianyuan Wentian was ranked 40 last time, and Luo Beidu was ranked 97th. The situation was as expected. Xianyuan Wentian did not even use a spirit artifact and easily won. Although Xianyuan Wentian's cultivation was concealed like Sun Shiyu's, Xianyuan Wentian's cultivation was not inferior to Sun Shiyu's. However, it could be seen that Xianyuan Wentian's strength was not below Sun Shiyu's. As for whether he was stronger, it was hard to say. Stage number 2, Tang Mingxin's Golden Crow Divine Flame is too strong. It can be used both offensively and defensively. Stage number 8, Zhou Wuyuan defeated the top 50 geniuses of the last battle ranking in 5 moves. Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty, Crown Prince Yi Tianyu, Zhuge family, young patriarch Zhuge Chengfeng, Great Spirit Palace, Lingzi Yun Qingxia, Evil God Dynasty's 12th Prince, Kong Minggu, Origin Extreme Sacred Ground, Saintus Yun Qingxia, Immeasurable God Dynasty, Crown Prince Qian Yuming. One by one, the famous geniuses won the battles. These were all the new geniuses of the last battle ranking. They had officially risen in this battle ranking, and when it came to the next battle ranking, it would basically be their world. Yi Xiaoning. While waiting for the numbers to be selected, Qin Yu's expression changed, and his gaze fell on stage number 4. Yi Xiaoning had entered the stage. His opponent was a new genius with the cultivation of a rank 4 martial emperor. Among the 2,000 geniuses, the 2 with the weakest cultivation were Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. One of them was a rank 2 martial emperor, and the other was a rank 1 martial emperor. In terms of cultivation, they were completely at the bottom. However, in terms of potential, Qin Yu's Purple Divine Light was number 1, and Yi Xiaoning could also be ranked in the top 10. His potential was a Blue Divine Light. However, Qin Yu's light was too dazzling. Almost everyone's attention was on Qin Yu. Only Qin Yu and a few people from the Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty noticed Yi Xiaoning. Chapter 382. A rank 1 martial emperor dares to participate in the spiritual state battle ranking. you can be said to be the first person in history to do so. The rank 4 martial emperor looked at Yi Xiaoning with a smile on his face. To be able to encounter a rank 1 martial emperor on the 4th stage of the death group was equivalent to picking up a point for free. Yi Xiaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stood there with a rusty iron sword in his hand. His expression was cold without the slightest fluctuation. Begin. The instant the referee spoke, Yi Xiaoning suddenly moved. He was as fast as a ghost as he teleported several hundred meters and charged toward the rank 4 martial emperor. So fast, the rank 4 martial emperor was shocked. The boundless great Tao of heaven and earth exploded from his body and immediately engulfed Yi Xiaoning. What a powerful sword Tao! Seeing this, the Emperor Realm Referee was surprised. Sure enough, in the next instant, a resplendent sword chi tore through the void. The great Tao of heaven and earth erupted from the rank 4 martial emperor and easily tore it apart like a piece of cloth. Not only that, the rank 4 martial emperor, who originally thought that victory was in his grasp, was unable to react in time, and his protective barrier was shattered by the sword chi, causing him to be seriously injured and eliminated. A rank 1 martial emperor defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike. Damn, where did that brat come from? He actually has such heaven-defying battle strength. Yi Xiaoning, the prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. He used to have some fame in the Southern Territory, but that was all. I didn't expect him to be so powerful after reaching the martial emperor realm. He defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single strike. I'm afraid he has the battle strength of a rank 5 martial emperor. First, there was the crown prince Yi Tianyu. Now, there's the monster Yi Xiaoning. If the heavenly spirit god dynasty continues like this, it's very possible for it to become the 8th peak power. This Yi Xiaoning's potential is likely on par with Qin Feng. No, it might even surpass Qin Feng. Yi Xiaoning was like a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. He became famous in a single battle and shocked countless people. Even the older generation of geniuses were extremely shocked. It wasn't that they hadn't seen people who could defeat people with higher cultivation than them. However, to be able to defeat so many people with higher cultivation as a rank 1 martial emperor was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's not the 3 buried heaven styles. Could it be that he isn't the reincarnation of the buried heaven sword immortal? Qin Yu's eyebrows slightly raised. The power of Yi Xiaoning's sword Tao was indeed extremely terrifying. However, it was not the heaven-burying 3 moves of the heaven-burying immortal sword. It was not even the heaven-burying sword Tao that the heaven-burying sword immortal cultivated. Qin Yu had only seen the sky-burying sword immortal once, when he was a martial king. However, he had a deep impression of the heaven-burying sword principle. After pondering for a while, Qin Yu tilted his head and looked at the area of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Qin Yu's eyes flashed when he saw that the sword mark was full of admiration, and even looked at him with yearning. It seemed that he had to wait and see before making a decision. Yi Xiaoning's appearance caused an uproar once again. A rank 1 martial emperor had surpassed rank 3 martial emperors and defeated a rank 4 martial emperor with a single move. Even in the history of the spiritual state, this was a brilliant battle record. For a moment, Yi Xiaoning's limelight was even above Qin Yu's. The first elimination round of the 10 arenas was over in a flash. More than 20 battles were over in a flash. The second round began, and the geniuses who had won the first round continued to win easily. In this round, there were no more dark horses, but there were no geniuses who failed either. Wan Tianya and the other veteran geniuses didn't even need to go on stage, as their opponents admitted defeat. No one would embarrass themselves in a battle where they had no chance of winning. If they were unlucky and were seriously injured, it would be a huge loss. Then, the third round, the fourth round, the fifth round, after half a day, the 10 rounds of battles ended, and the first batch of eliminated geniuses appeared. At this stage, the battles on the various combat arenas had clearly become more and more intense. For some people, even if they encountered the older generation of Sky Prides, they were not afraid to challenge them. They came to participate in the battle rankings with the mentality of fighting against the top geniuses. Naturally, they wouldn't admit defeat again. No matter how intense the battles were, they ended rather quickly. If it was a life and death battle, they could still escape if they couldn't win. However, in the arenas, it was either victory or defeat. No one would do something as embarrassing as running away when they couldn't win. The scorching sun set in the west, and night fell. However, under the divine ability of an Emperor Realm Master, the area within 10,000 miles of Skychi City was as bright as day. At this moment, the 20th round of battles ended, and more geniuses were eliminated. The 11th match of the 29th round, Shun Feng versus Xiao Zhenlong. After a series of exciting battles, another battle that attracted a lot of attention was about to take place. Qinyu was drawn. His opponent was finally no longer a match for the newcomers. Xiao Zhenlong was the eldest disciple of one of the 10 superpowers, the Saint Origin sect. In the previous battle rankings, Xiao Zhenlong obtained the 45th rank with his cultivation of a rank 5 martial emperor. In the previous battles, Xiao Zhenlong, like Qinyu, swept through all his opponents. He was also one of the most popular candidates for the top 10 spots on the first arena. Xiao Zhenlong's cultivation has indeed reached rank 6 martial emperor. In 3 years, he crossed the dividing line of rank 5 martial emperor and entered rank 6 martial emperor. Xiao Zhenlong's battle power has definitely taken a huge leap. This way, we can see Xin Feng's true battle power. I wonder if the purple divine light's strongest potential can be passed. Countless onlookers watched with great interest. Even the other participating geniuses shifted their gazes to look at the two of them. A rank 6 martial emperor could be considered one of the top geniuses in the spiritual states battle rankings. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Zhenlong's ranking would be in the top 30 this time. What? Do you think you have a chance of winning against me? Xiao Zhenlong crossed his arms and looked at Qinyu arrogantly. Qinyu's title of having the strongest potential in history didn't scare him. On this martial stage, one's talent wasn't important. The reason why Sun Shiyu and the other 3 were named the 4 great saints in the previous battle rankings was because of their talent. Apart from their talent, it was also because they entered the top 50 of the battle rankings. Otherwise, the title of 4 great saints wouldn't belong to them. And judging from Qinyu's 20-odd battles, Xiao Zhenlong could tell that. Qinyu relied on his comprehension of the Tao of extreme speed and the divine ability of sealing. Naturally, Xiao Zhenlong didn't put Qinyu in his eyes. You? Ha! If I can't even defeat you, I wouldn't have come to the spiritual states battle rankings. Qinyu smiled faintly. He didn't take Xiao Zhenlong seriously at all. Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent. In this world, only strength is absolute. Talent is just talent. Xiao Zhenlong's eyes twitched, and a violent aura surged. Boom! Immediately, a golden staff appeared in Xiao Zhenlong's hand. The staff pierced through the air and smashed toward Qinyu with the force of a thunderbolt. Qinyu wasn't afraid at all. He used the Tao of extreme speed and turned into a beam of light to meet the attack head-on. Seeing this, countless cultivators' eyes narrowed. Was Qinyu going to meet the attack head-on? Chapter 383. You're overestimating yourself. Xiao Zhenlong sneered as the golden staff in his hand glowed with a golden light. A sacred and vast golden shadow appeared on the golden staff, and its power increased by several times. Saint Origin Sect's secret technique, Saint Origin Spirit. Xiao Zhenlong is using his Saint Origin Spirit. He's going all out. The spectating martial artists recognized the divine golden shadow that Xiao Zhenlong used. Bang! Qin Yu collided with Xiao Zhenlong. A deafening explosion sounded, and a destructive shockwave spread out. But when the onlookers saw what happened, they were stunned. Xiao Zhenlong had used his Saint Elemental Soul to increase the power of his staff, but it was blocked by Qin Yu with a single punch. Is that the immortal God seal? Like Sun Shiyu, this guy has also mastered 2 divine techniques. No wonder he has the strongest potential in history. He's able to face a rank 6 martial emperor head-on. The onlookers exclaimed. On Qin Yu's right fist that he had shot out, a divine seal that was flickering with divine light was condensing. The immortal God seal covered Qin Yu's entire right fist like a shield. It blocked Xiao Zhenlong's staff and didn't crack at all. This made the onlookers, who thought that Qin Yu was weaker than Yi Xiaoning, change their opinion. Without mentioning anything else, merely the strength that Qin Yu displayed right now was definitely enough for him to be ranked in the top 100 of the battle rankings. No, the Immortal Stone Emperor Seal might have unparalleled defense, but it can't block all the attacks. Only Shi Tiangang from the Heavenly Imperial Palace saw through it. Xiao Zhenlong's attack was blocked by the Immortal Stone Emperor Seal. However, there was still a frightening power that bombarded Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, his body didn't even tremble in the slightest after taking on the remaining power of the attack. The blood and qi in his body were still incomparably powerful. Qin Yu actually also possessed such a level of attainment in body refinement techniques. How is this possible? Of course, Xiao Zhenlong was the one who was most shocked. After using his Saint Origin Spirit, his attack became several times stronger. Unexpectedly, it was easily blocked by Qin Yu. This caused him to feel an indescribable shiver in his heart. You're going to lose. Xiao Zhenlong reacted quickly and was about to attack again. Seal. Qin Yu's right hand changed. The fist cover turned into a divine claw. It suddenly grabbed onto that divine stick. The divine light of the seal shone and sealed the Saint Origin Spirit. Xiao Zhenlong's dragon god tyrannical body made him unable to pull the staff away. You're right. Strength is absolute in this world. Xiao Zhenlong's face. Qin Yu's boom. Boom. Suddenly, Qin Yu's left hand shot out several tens of punches as fast as lightning. Every punch contained an incomparably terrifying slaughter Dao. Xiao Zhenlong's expression changed. He changed his hand seals, and a green shield of the Great Path appeared around him. Although he had been blasted several hundred meters away, his injuries were not very serious. His physical strength has reached several million kilograms. Is he a body cultivator? Xiao Zhenlong was bewildered. His eyes were filled with unconcealable graveness and disdain. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have been defeated. As expected, a rank 2 martial emperor can't defeat a rank 6 martial emperor without using the 9 esoteric battle dragon. Since that's the case, Qin Yu threw away the staff in his hand. Azure dragon marks could be seen in his body. Rank 3 martial emperor. Xiao Zhenlong, who had just summoned the staff back to his side, was shocked. He instantly sensed that Qin Yu's cultivation had increased by a rank. His face turned grave. When he was a rank 2 martial emperor, he was almost defeated by Qin Yu. Now that Qin Yu was a rank 3 martial emperor, an indescribable pressure enveloped Xiao Zhenlong. Could it be that he, the eldest disciple of the Saint Origin sect, was going to be defeated by a newcomer? Boom! The space suddenly exploded. Qin Yu's figure flashed and disappeared. Saint Origin protection. Xiao Zhenlong's face changed. His hair stood on end. He immediately shouted, and his body emitted a golden light. A several-meter-large Saint Chi soul appeared and merged with him. Bang! However, almost at this moment, Qin Yu appeared like a ghost and shot out a punch. Divine light exploded. Xiao Zhenlong felt like he was hit by an ancient beast. The Saint Origin spirit exploded, and he was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Before Xiao Zhenlong could react, the Saint Origin spirit fist bombarded his body like a meteor shower. Under the Saint Origin spirit fist, Xiao Zhenlong's great Tao energy trembled and exploded. He was seriously injured and vomited blood. Shenfeng wins. The Emperor Realm Judge waved his hand and dispersed Qin Yu's attack. He announced the end of the battle. His great Tao energy was destroyed. A Heaven's Pride on the previous battle ranking raised his eyebrows. A rank 3 martial emperor had destroyed the great Tao energy of a rank 6 martial emperor. There was only one possibility for such a situation. Xiao Zhenlong had broken through to rank 6 martial emperor with the help of external forces. His foundation was unstable. After this battle, Qin Yu's reputation became even more resounding. Even though Xiao Zhenlong had broken through by force, his foundation was unstable. However, he was not faking his cultivation of rank 6 martial emperor. Merely, it was an exaggeration. In other words, Qin Yu had the strength to defeat a rank 6 martial emperor. After this battle, the older generation of Heaven's Prides on the previous battle ranking took Qin Yu seriously. They no longer treated Qin Yu as a newcomer with potential. It should be known that Qin Yu did not even use his holy weapon in the battle just now. With Qin Yu's talent, they would not believe that the Heavenly Emperor Palace did not prepare a divine artifact or even an emperor artifact for him. From this, they could tell that Qin Yu did not use his full strength in the previous battle. After returning to the waiting area, the gazes of the surrounding Heaven's Prides changed as they looked at Qin Yu. There was fear, hostility, and respect. Since he had defeated Xiao Zhenlong, Qin Yu would most likely be in the top 10 of battle stage number 1. The battles continued. One after another, Heaven's Prides rose. Like Qin Yu, their reputations grew more and more resounding. However, there were also cases where Heaven's Prides were defeated. When Qin Yu was not fighting, he was observing the battles on the other battle stages. His focus was naturally on Yi Xiaoning. Yi Xiaoning had become a popular Heaven's Pride for the top 10 of battle stage number 4. He had been undefeated throughout his journey. Rank 4 martial emperors would be defeated in 2 strikes at most. Rank 5 martial emperors could not withstand 10 strikes from him. Among this batch of new disciples, Yi Xiaoning's reputation was second only to Qin Yu's. 33rd round, Yi Xiaoning versus Wu Wuti. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Yi Xiaoning's opponent this time was Wu Wuti. Wu Wuti was a Heaven's Pride of the 10,000 martial sect. He was the descendant of the ancient martial god. He was one of the popular candidates for this battle ranking. If Yi Xiaoning wanted to win against Wu Wuti, his current strength would not be enough. He would definitely have to use his trump card. I forfeit. However, in the next moment, Qin Yu's gaze froze. Yi Xiaoning had actually forfeited. Chapter 384. This once again caused Qin Yu to doubt whether or not his guess was wrong. Otherwise, why would the mighty Burier Sword deity, who had once ruled the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain, admit defeat to a junior of the Martial Emperor realm? Qin Yu did not think that the real Burier Sword deity did not have the means to fight opponents of a higher level. However, whether Qin Yu thought it through or not, Yi Xiaoning's defeat was a fact. Moreover, Yi Xiaoning did not make a move against Xianyuan Qixing, Qi Huanmei, and the other older generation geniuses. He directly surrendered. Even so, Yi Xiaoning's battle results were among the best, second only to those older generation geniuses. It was a foregone conclusion that he would be in the top 10. Although Yi Xiaoning did not know what his purpose was, he should be participating in the ranking battle. For Qinyu, there was still a chance to test him. Up until now, the battles on the 10 great fighting arenas had already gone through 50 rounds. At this time, the top 10 of each fighting stage was basically obvious. It was basically clear who had the strength to enter the combat role and who had just come to broaden their horizons. Qin Yu and Sun Shiyu of the Sky Imperial Palace were confirmed to be in the top 10. Shi Jingtian's battle results were also good. As long as he did not make a fuss, he should be in the top 10. However, Sun Yuanhu, Shi Huanyuan, and the 4 descendants of the generals, 3 of them had already been eliminated. The other 3 basically had no chance of advancing. Their elimination should be a foregone conclusion. Although this result did not reach the 5 spots that Shi Tiangang had set. However, Qin Yu's rise had completely made up for the gap of Sun Yuanhu and the others. At this time, Shi Tiangang was quite glad that he had agreed to let Qin Yu participate in the combat role. With Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu's extraordinary performance, the reputation of the Sky Imperial Palace would greatly increase. The elimination battle went on for a total of 12 days before it ended. The top 10 of each fighting stage had settled down. The onlookers were counting the number of geniuses of each force. The number of people who had advanced from the top 7 forces. 10,000 Martial Sect. 6. Ancient Cold Island. 4. Xianyuan Family. 5. Heavenly Sun Holy Land. 5. Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. 4. Sky Imperial Palace. 3. The Sage Divine Dynasty had 4 people. Judging from the number of people who had advanced and the strength of those who had advanced, the Sky Imperial Palace was at the bottom again. The 10,000 Martial Sect, regardless of whether it was a top genius or a genius on the combat role, had won. Geniuses from the other 10 superforces, as well as the smaller forces, had also advanced to the next round. Almost every force had at most 6 people from the 10,000 Martial Sect. After all, it was not easy to nurture a powerful young martial progenitor. After the end of the elimination round, the leaderboard ranking battle followed. 8 of the 10 arenas disappeared, and the 10 Emperor realm referees left with them. Next, the Blue Lightning Emperor acted as the judge. The rules of the ranking competition were similar to the elimination competition. The ranking was determined by the number of victories. In the battles, those who lost more than 10 battles would lose the qualification to compete for the top 50. In other words, the top 50 and bottom 50 rankings would be divided into 2 rounds. The top 20 who were qualified to participate in the 9 prefectures' heaven ranking would be chosen from the top 50. Shenfeng, how much of your strength did you use in the battle just now? Sun Shiyu, Qin Yu, and Shi Jingtian gathered. Sun Shiyu asked Qin Yu. Shi Jingtian also looked at Qin Yu. Obviously, he was also very curious. Half, Qin Yu said. In fact, he did not use half of his strength. The Azure Dragon battling the heavens was only amplified to the 3rd grade Martial Emperor realm. That means you should be able to enter the top 20. Sun Shiyu was surprised, although she could see that Qin Yu did not use his full strength. She did not expect that Qin Yu had only used half of his strength in the battle against the 6th grade Martial Emperor Xiao Zhenlong. Shi Jingtian was stunned, defeating a 6th grade Martial Emperor with less than half of his strength. In that case, how powerful was Qin Yu's true battle power? That's why I came. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He was determined to enter the top 20. You're still planning to participate in the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking? Sun Shiyu is startled. She comes to her senses. Qin Yu's ambition is actually so great. Don't you want to fight against the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures? Qinyu said, Of course I do. I will use my full strength in the battle later. Don't go easy on me. Sun Qiyu clenched her fist, and a proud look appeared on her face. She had the strongest bloodline of the 3 sovereigns in the history of the Sky Emperor Palace. Since young, she had been taught to become a top expert. The heavenly ranking that gathered the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures was naturally her goal. Don't cry if you lose too badly. Qinyu smiled. Sun Qiyu was indeed very talented. If she ignited the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns, she would be able to soar into the sky. I don't think that I will lose to you. Sun Shiyu's battle intent surged. Sure, Jing Tian let out a bitter smile. Being beside these 2 monsters, he truly felt immense pressure. Not only the Sky Emperor Palace, but the geniuses of the other forces were also talking to each other. In the following battle, there would definitely be infighting between disciples of the same sect. Many forces had been using the victory or defeat of the heavenly ranking to determine the status of their disciples. Therefore, even disciples of the same sect would fight with their full strength. The spiritual state ranking battle of the top 100 will now begin. Without any rest, the Blue Lightning Sovereign immediately began the ranking battle. On the crystal tablet, the numbers of the top 100 flickered and finally stopped at 2 numbers. Shun Feng versus Du Qiao. The first battle was already a battle that attracted everyone's attention. Qinyu, the strongest newcomer in this year's heavenly ranking battle. No one could predict how strong he was. Du Qiao, the saintess of the everlasting sacred ground. Her cultivation was concealed by a secret technique. However, she had reached the 5th grade martial emperor realm in the last heavenly ranking battle and was ranked in the top 50. The battle between the 2 of them made many onlookers excited. Qinyu leaped onto the battle stage and entered the Sumeru realm. Du Qiao, dressed in a white dress and with a graceful figure, stepped in the air. Her temperament was elegant, and her fragrance was intoxicating. Hallucination fragrance. As Du Qiao stood in the air, a faint layer of divine light appeared on Qinyu's body. Qinyu had read Du Qiao's information. She majored in martial arts and minored in illusions. The fragrance emitted from her body could make people unknowingly fall into an illusion. Therefore, Qinyu sealed all the pores on his body. Du Qiao saw the divine light on Qinyu's body and knew that the Sky Emperor Palace had investigated her. However, she did not restrain her fragrance and looked as usual. This kind of situation happened to all the heavenly talents, just like how she also knew about Sun Qiyu. However, the sacred ground did not know much about Qinyu, who had suddenly risen. They only knew that Qinyu had mastered the 3 great secret techniques of the Sky Emperor Palace. Begin. As the Blue Lightning Sovereign's voice sounded, Du Qiao instantly formed a seal with her hands, and a layer of white light flickered on her body. Chapter 385. The next moment, white flowers exuded a strange phenomenon. They were born out of thin air, vivid and lifelike, as if they grew in the void. Du Qiao's figure became a little blurry. She looked like a bright moon in the water, and even ripples appeared. Is that the everlasting sacred shrine's ancient secret technique, the everlasting illusory world? Rumor has it that when this secret technique is cultivated to the peak, one can make thousands of creatures fall into the everlasting illusory world with a thought. I didn't expect Du Qiao to succeed. The Tao of illusion and the martial Tao state of mind are the most important. I'm afraid Shun Feng is in trouble this time. Indeed, although Shun Feng can improve his cultivation with the secret technique, he can't improve his martial Tao state of mind. Exclamations sounded one after another. The everlasting illusory world embodied the everlasting illusory world of heaven and earth. In the illusory world, illusions and reality were real. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to break free. This was the ancient secret technique created by the first sacred master of the everlasting sacred shrine, even among the onlookers, except for those at the emperor realm. Countless martial emperors could not see through Du Qiao's everlasting illusory world. Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the others could not help but feel a little nervous. The prowess list had just begun. Was Qin Yu going to be defeated? Everlasting illusory world. Qin Yu looked at the flowers in the sky and smiled. In the Tao of illusion, the stronger one's martial Tao state was, the harder it was to be confused. This ancient secret skill was indeed shockingly powerful. However, it was a pity that Du Qiao had made a huge mistake by using it on him. With Qin Yu's firm state of mind that had experienced 1,000 years of samsara, how could he possibly be bewitched by illusions? More importantly, Qin Yu's emperor soul had now recovered. So, boom! Without any warning, Qin Yu's fist shot toward a certain region of the void filled with white flowers. A murderous fist force swept out and erupted. In the murderous fist force, there was an extremely terrifying chaotic force that disturbed the void. Boom! Several destructive forces exploded, and Qin Yu's body shook as he was sent flying dozens of feet away. Among the silhouettes that Qin Yu had bombarded, a silhouette with a stunned expression also retreated several tens of steps. This kid is actually not affected at all. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't hesitate to launch an attack, the blue lightning sovereign's eyes flickered. The emperor realm masters of the great forces were also quite surprised. As venerable sovereigns who had condensed their martial wills, their mental states were as solid as stone, so they were not affected by the limitless illusion technique. But how did Qin Yu ignore the power of the limitless illusory world? This aura, rank 7 martial emperor. In 3 years' time, Du Qiao's cultivation actually increased by 2 levels and reached rank 7 martial emperor. Judging from the fluctuation of her aura, it's obvious that she broke through steadily. Rank 7 martial emperor. It is certain that he will be able to reach the top 30. Perhaps he might even be able to reach the top 20. Xinfeng, what should we do? As for Du Qiao, who had originally planned to launch a sneak attack on Qin Yu, but was attacked by Qin Yu first, the cultivation that she had concealed completely erupted. He was a rank 7 martial emperor. In the previous spiritual state war ranking, all rank 7 martial emperors had entered the top 30 without exception. Even Wan Wuya from the previous war ranking had entered the top 10. Even in those peak powers, it was extremely rare for a rank 7 martial emperor to appear among the younger generation. Basically, they would only nurture a single rank 7 martial emperor. If 2 were to appear, it would be a great fortune. Among the martial emperors, you are the first one who is not affected by the limitless illusory world. Can you tell me how you managed to do it? Du Qiao's body emitted the boundless might of a rank 7 martial emperor without any concealment. She waved her hand and dispersed the limitless illusory world. Intense doubt filled her eyes. The might of the limitless illusory world depended on the strength of the opponent's cultivation. Its effect also varied. However, even Wan Wuya, who was ranked 9th in the previous war ranking, was unable to break through the limitless illusory world. Even though he had broken through the limitless illusory world, he was still greatly affected by it. Du Qiao was unable to understand how Qin Yu had managed to do it. When one's mental state is so strong that it cannot be shaken, no illusion technique will be able to confuse one's heart. Qin Yu said indifferently, "It is impossible for a martial emperor's mental state to be so strong." Du Qiao shook her head slightly. In the words of the emperor realm, the mental state of the martial Tao was martial will. The Emperor realm used the power of the Tao to temper their martial will and pursue a stronger martial Tao. It was rumored that martial will was impervious to all evil. That was why the Emperor realm was not affected by her limitless, illusory world. However, in the martial Emperor realm, no matter how strong their mental state was, as long as they did not condense their martial will, they would more or less be affected. Not to mention that her cultivation had already reached rank 7 martial emperor. In the ancient times, there were cultivators who went through thousands of tribulations to temper their mental state. Even if you don't know about them, it doesn't mean they don't exist. Qin Yu said. Du Qiao's eyes flickered. When she heard that, she had read about the mental cultivators that Qin Yu spoke of in ancient books. She had always thought that mental cultivators could restrain all illusions and bewitching techniques. However, since the Azure Lightning Emperor did not make a move, it meant that Qin Yu did not rely on external help. It would appear that Qin Yu had trained in the heart cultivation secret technique. Since you know my cultivation, why do you still want to make a move? Du Qiao did not linger on the matter of the mental state of the martial Tao. She had seen the battle between Qin Yu and Xiao Zhenlong, so she knew that Qin Yu had not used his full strength yet. However, the difference in strength between a rank 7 martial emperor and a rank 6 martial emperor was more than 10 times. Even if Qin Yu's cultivation was comparable to a rank 6 martial emperor, he would not be affected by the limitless, illusory world. However, in front of absolute strength, everything was futile. Rank 7 martial emperor, still a bit lacking. Qin Yu smiled faintly. I really want to see just how strong your potential is. Du Qiao's eyelids moved slightly. With an intoxicating fragrance, she charged toward Qin Yu. At this moment, 9 flower dragons formed by 100 flowers appeared in the sky. They were flying toward Qin Yu to attack him. Break! The azure dragon mark on his body appeared. Divine light filled his palm as Qin Yu attacked. With a thrust of his spear, a boundless killing intent burst forth and engulfed heaven and earth. Rank 5 martial emperor. A cry of alarm sounded. Among the spectating cultivators, there were people who sensed Qin Yu's current cultivation. What kind of secret technique is this? Du Qiao turned pale, with fright. She found it hard to believe. This was the first time she had seen a secret technique that could increase one's cultivation by 3 levels. Rumble! An explosion sounded. The destructive power of slaughter swept through the sky. The 9 flower dragons were directly suppressed. They turned into flowers that filled the sky and scattered in the sky. Limitless heavenly cage. Seeing Qin Yu charging toward her, Du Qiao immediately came back to her senses. She quickly formed hand seals with her hands, and a strange power spread out. The scattered flowers in the void silently melted into the void. Immediately, Qin Yu felt as if this region of heaven and earth had turned into a cage that had imprisoned him. This was another ancient divine technique of the everlasting sacred ground. It sealed the space around Qin Yu. Chapter 386, Indestructible Stone Emperor's Seal. Qin Yu's mind flashed, and a divine light flashed. An ancient seal made of divine light descended. Within the ancient seal, there was a phantom that was a few hundred feet tall. Vast and unparalleled divine power swept through the Sumeru realm. Du Qiao's heavenly cage was suppressed by the Stone Emperor's phantom. The seal around Qin Yu's body immediately disappeared. That's the Stone Emperor's phantom. Shi Tiangong's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. As the Stone Emperor's descendant, he naturally knew, after completely comprehending the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, one could summon the Stone Emperor's phantom. However, in the current Sky Emperor Palace, no one could reach that level. Qin Yu actually did it. This made Shi Tiangang stunned. He was the true descendant of the Stone Emperor. Whoosh! The instant the limitless heavenly cage was suppressed, the great Tao of extreme speed erupted. Qin Yu turned into a ray of light, and with a monstrous killing power, he shot toward Du Qiao with his spear. Du Qiao formed a seal with both hands, and an yin-yang flower formation condensed in front of her. The yin-yang flower formation spun rapidly, turning into a yin-yang vortex that swept toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu formed a seal with his left hand, and divine light gathered. The sky-devouring cauldron evolved and became dozens of feet large, directly swallowing the yin-yang vortex. Whoosh! The sky-splitter spear was like Shinran rising out of the sea, carrying an unparalleled power as it pierced through the air. A pitch-black crack appeared in the void. From this, it could be seen how powerful Qin Yu's attack was. Du Qiao clearly didn't expect Qin Yu to be able to swallow the yin-yang limitless array. In her shock, she immediately summoned an ancient bronze shield. Bang! An incomparably terrifying force bombarded the ancient bronze shield. With a crack, a fine crack immediately appeared on the ancient bronze shield. Immediately, this defensive divine artifact shattered, turning into countless bronze fragments that scattered in all directions. A dazzling divine light burst out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Every ray of divine light emitted an extremely destructive aura. Du Qiao's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But with this momentary gap in defense, Du Qiao immediately pulled away from Qin Yu. The exchange of blows just now had allowed her to clearly confirm this. Although Qin Yu's cultivation of rank 5 Martial Emperor was increased by a secret technique, his true battle power was already sufficient to threaten her. In other words, the current Qin Yu's battle prowess was completely on par with a rank 7 Martial Emperor. Not good. However, Du Qiao had only retreated a few dozen meters when a chaotic force appeared, immediately distorting the space around her. Du Qiao's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, she gathered all her great Tao energy behind her. Boom! Almost at this moment, a world-destroying killing intent erupted like a flood. Du Qiao was immediately sent flying back while vomiting blood. Du Qiao, who was sent flying, quickly stabilized her body and forcefully suppressed the chaotic true essence in her body. She focused her gaze and realized that a Qin Yu had appeared in 5 different locations around her. Those were clearly his avatars. Shinfeng wins. When Du Qiao was about to take action, the majestic voice of the Blue Thunder Emperor sounded. "Elder, why is this so?" Du Qiao was stunned. She looked at the Blue Thunder Emperor in confusion. She clearly hadn't lost, so why would the Blue Thunder Emperor declare Qin Yu the winner? "Look up." The Blue Thunder Emperor pointed to the sky. This Du Qiao raised her head and narrowed her eyes. A 5-elemental ancient formation appeared above her head. The 5 elements ancient formation was only a few dozen meters away from her, but she didn't notice it at all. More importantly, she had no idea when Qin Yu had set up this ancient formation. This is the 5 elements God-slaughtering formation. It seems like you don't recognize it. The Blue Thunder Emperor glanced at Qin Yu's body as he spoke. Qin Yu immediately understood what was going on. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of killing intent from the 5 elements God-slaughtering formation locked onto Du Qiao. Du Qiao's body trembled violently as a bone-chilling sensation of death enveloped her. "Do you still have any doubts?" the Blue Thunder Emperor asked. "I've lost." Du Qiao respectfully bowed to the Blue Thunder Emperor. If it had been a life-and-death battle, with the terrifying killing intent of the 5 elements God-slaughtering formation, she would have died a long time ago. The 4 incarnations turned into divine light and returned to Qin Yu's body, and the 5 elements God-slaughtering formation also dissipated. This battle made Qin Yu's reputation as a genius even more amazing. Du Qiao left the battle arena with a heart full of unwillingness. It wasn't until she asked the other heaven's prides that she understood the whole story. When Qinyu shattered her defensive divine artifact, the moment the dazzling divine light burst out, he condensed 4 incarnations. He set up the 5 elements god-slaughtering formation, and then blasted her into it. After figuring it out, Du Qiao became more and more unwilling. If she could have avoided it, that girl from the everlasting sacred shrine lost completely because of her lack of combat experience. Indeed, if she had seen through Xinfeng's intentions before, she wouldn't have fallen into the 5 elements god-slaughtering formation and lost to Xinfeng. That's not necessarily the case with Xinfeng's combat experience. Even if he lost this opportunity, I'm afraid he would still set up another trap and let that girl step into it. It seems that Heavenly Emperor Palace has put in a lot of effort to cultivate Xinfeng. Those Emperor Realm Masters commented on the battle just now. The other young Heaven's prides looked up and down at Qinyu. Many Heaven's prides were more and more afraid of Qinyu, who had endless means. This little brat can't be underestimated. The sacrificial evil god dynasty's divine Sun Zheng Qingtian looked at Qinyu rather solemnly. Playing such boring means that his combat strength is only at that level. Crown Prince Kong Bitao heard this and sneered even more coldly. In the situation just now, if our cultivations were the same, how confident are you of winning? Zheng Qingtian asked. Kong Bitao's sneer stiffened, and he was about to speak when Zheng Qingtian said, "At most, I only have a 50% chance of winning." Humph, you think too highly of him. Kong Bitao snorted coldly and was not convinced. He, the dignified grandson of the evil god emperor and the crown prince of the divine dynasty, only had a 50% chance of winning against Qinyu? What a joke! Zheng Qingtian knew Kong Bitao's arrogance and did not say anything. However, when he looked at Qinyu, his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. The 50% chance of victory that he had mentioned earlier was actually an overstatement. Qinyu gave him a great sense of threat. If he was allowed to grow, he might become an existence like Shi Tiangang in the future. Woody, what do you think? Wan Tianya, the young sect master of the 10,000 martial sect, asked Wu Wudi through voice transmission. The younger generation of our martial sect might not be able to suppress him in the future. Wu Wudi pondered for a moment and said slowly, "What's there to be afraid of? We definitely won't be able to suppress him." Wan Tianya said directly, "Fortunately, we can still participate in the next battle. Heavenly Emperor Palace won't take the lead so quickly." Wu Wudi laughed. They existed in the 10,000 martial sect. In the past 2 spiritual state rankings, they had become the strongest of the 7 major powers. The second battle, Xianyuan Chixing versus Qing Tao. As the crowd discussed, the second battle began. Xianyuan Chixing's cultivation was that of a late-stage rank 7 martial emperor. Qing Tao, who came from a mid-tier power, was only a rank 6 martial emperor. The battle ended without any suspense. Xianyuan Chixing won with a crushing advantage. Chapter 387. The third round, Yi Tianyu versus Lu Hao. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty, was fighting. Strictly speaking, Yi Tianyu was from the same generation as Sun Shiyu and the others. They were all rising stars from the previous tournament. Although he wasn't as famous as the 4 saints, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Lu Hao came from the Tianyang sacred land and was a true newcomer. This battle also ended without any suspense. That was because Yi Tianyu was also a rank 7 martial emperor. Although he was only an early rank 7 martial emperor, it wasn't surprising that he could crush Lu Hao, who was a rank 6 martial emperor. Lu Hao's aptitude was not bad. However, he did not have the power to surpass his level and fight enemies like Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. The fourth round, Wu Wudi versus Luo Sifong. Wu Wudi, one of the twin dragons of the 10,000 martial sect, was chosen. His opponent, Luo Sifong, was from the Arhut Palace. Luo Sifong didn't fight and directly forfeited. The fifth round, Jin Wuxuan versus Zhuge Ming. This was another battle without any suspense. The Zhuge family had 3 people on the battle ranking. However, when facing Jin Wuxuan, a prodigy of the older generation, he was defeated in a few moves. The sixth round, Sun Xiu versus the Azure Lightning Emperor's majestic voice sounded from time to time. One battle after another came to an end very quickly, and then came to an end just as quickly. The first round of 50 battles passed quickly, except for the battle between Qin Yu and Du Qiao, which was exciting. The others were ordinary. The other battles appeared very ordinary. There was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. It was within everyone's expectations. No one had any outstanding performance against a strong opponent. The seventh round of the second round, Gu Hanmo versus Wan Tianya. Not long after the start of the second round, 2 older geniuses finally clashed. What made the spectators excited was that Gu Hanmo didn't forfeit against Wan Tianya. Gu Hanmo was the young master of the ancient Frost Island. He was ranked 26th in the previous tournament. Although he didn't qualify for the 9 states heaven ranking, he was highly favored by everyone this time. He was a candidate for the top 10. Wan Tianya was needless to say. He was the young master of the 10,000 martial sect and the descendant of the ancient divine king. He was ranked 8th in the previous tournament and was on the 9 states heaven ranking. Either title would make Wan Tianya the undisputed number 1 in this year's spiritual state war ranking list, and his fame was unparalleled. I thought you would conserve your strength and fight for the top 10. Wan Tianya leaped onto the combat arena and stood in midair with his arms crossed before his chest, and he revealed a wisp of a smile on his face. His relaxed expression was revealed without a doubt. The ancient frost demon was close to 20 feet tall. His body was covered in muscles that were clearly defined. He was like an iron pagoda as he stood there, giving off a powerful pressure. I will fight for the top 10. As for you, I also want to challenge you. A hint of battle intent appeared in Ancient Frost Mo's cold eyes. In the previous battle roll, he challenged the top 10 freaks of the older generation and was defeated by Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi. As a result, he was severely injured and his ranking dropped to 26th, failing to qualify for the heaven ranking of the 9 continents. Therefore, challenging Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi was Gu Hanmo's goal this time. After all, in the top 100 battle of the leaderboard, they would not be matched against each other again. It seems that your strength has improved greatly in the past 3 years. Sensing Ancient Frost Mo's battle intent, Wan Tianya only smiled, faintly. Ancient Frost Mo did not waste any words. He formed hand seals with his hands, and an ancient black mark condensed between his eyebrows. Pitch-black ancient runes spread throughout his body, seeping into his flesh and bones. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from Ancient Frost Mo, shattering the clouds. Rank 7 Martial Emperor. Late stage. Ancient Frost Mo's powerful cultivation was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Everyone was shocked. Although Ancient Frost Mo was already a rank 7 Martial Emperor 3 years ago, he was still a rank 7 Martial Emperor. But now, the Ancient Frost Devil's aura was so powerful compared to 3 years ago. It was as if he had been reborn. It was not hard to imagine how Ancient Frostmo's strength had changed. In the Martial Emperor realm, one's strength could undergo a transformation without breaking through their cultivation. It could be seen that ancient Frost MO still had shocking potential that had yet to be unearthed. This was also the reason why everyone was shocked. Not bad. Juan Tienya put down his arms and revealed an interested expression. Layers of air revolved around his body and rose up. Unseal. Ancient Frost MO shouted, and an explosion resounded. The ancient runes that covered his body all exploded, turning into monstrous demonic chi that swept across the sky and shook the universe. In the monstrous demonic chi, a demonic figure that was more than 30 meters tall appeared. That's the soul of the ancient demon god. The rumor is true. Ancient Frost MO really obtained the soul of the ancient demon god sealed in ancient Frost Island. No wonder his strength has undergone such a huge transformation. With such strength, it's enough to fight for the top 3. Exclamations sounded. It had always been a legend that ancient Frost Island had sealed the soul of the ancient demon god. Now it was finally confirmed. Juan Tienya, if you don't undo the seal, you will lose to me. Ancient Frostmo's eyes that were filled with demonic chi looked at Juan Tienya, who was sizing up the soul of the ancient demon god with interest. Ancient Frost MO could see that Juan Tienya was the same as him. He had sealed his cultivation and was consolidating his strength. Their goal was not simply to enter the Emperor realm, but to become a top-notch Emperor realm master. Therefore, when they were in the martial Emperor realm, they would constantly consolidate and suppress their cultivation to hone their foundation. Come on, let me see just how powerful the legendary primordial demon god's soul is. Juan Tienya heard this and smiled lightly, waving at ancient Frost MO. The aura around him grew stronger, but he still did not undo the seal. Ancient Frost Mo's eyes narrowed. Juan Tienya's relaxed expression was definitely not an act. Could it be that Juan Tienya was really confident that he could deal with him without undoing the seal? Xiao. Although he thought about it, ancient Frost MO did not hesitate at all and suddenly charged out. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw a flash of demonic chi, and ancient Frost MO had rushed in front of Juan Tienya. Ancient Demon Slash. An ancient saber that was surrounded by demonic chi slashed across the sky, and a clear pitch-black crack appeared in the void. The moment ancient Frost MO slashed, the soul of the ancient demon god that accompanied the figure merged with the ancient saber with a vast demonic aura. Against Juan Tienya, ancient Frost MO did not test his strength at all. He went all out and destroyed his killing move. Just in time, Juan Tienya did not dodge at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the air around him condensed on his right fist. 9 divine lights floated around his right fist, and an incomparably terrifying aura was emitted. Thousand Martial Sect's supreme secret technique, God King's 9 fists. The surrounding cultivators were familiar with the 9 divine lights floating around Juan Tienya's right fist. Juan Tienya, the descendant of the ancient God King, had the bloodline of the ancient God King. The God King's 9 fists was the secret technique left behind by the ancient God King. When this secret technique was comprehended to the peak, it could even shatter the sky. Juan Tienya was the descendant of the ancient God King, and had the bloodline of the ancient God King. Naturally, he had grasped the God King's 9 fists. Chapter 388. Boom. Juan Tienya punched out, his divine might exploding. Waves of air rose in the air, and violent ripples appeared. Crack! The divine fist and the demonic fist collided in the blink of an eye. It was like a bolt of lightning striking through the air. Where the two of them clashed in the air, a spatial crack that was dozens of feet long appeared. The destructive shock wave that erupted was directly swallowed by the spatial crack. Juan Tienya and Gu Hanmo instantly sensed it and retreated. Boom, boom, boom. But in the next instant, the two of them clashed again. Earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously. Every time they clashed, spatial cracks would appear in the air. It was enough to see how terrifying their attacks were. Gu Hanmo's combat strength is actually comparable to Wan Tianya's, as expected of the ancient demon god's soul. The increase in power is really terrifying. It seems that if Wan Tianya doesn't break the seal, it will be difficult for him to defeat Gu Hanmo. Seeing the intense battle between the two of them, the spectators were in heated discussions. Countless older martial emperors couldn't help but sigh at the changes in the times when they came to the spiritual state battle ranking. The growth of the new generation was too shocking. So you haven't completely controlled the ancient demon god's soul. After another attack, Wan Tianya and Gu Hanmo faced each other from dozens of feet away. A smile appeared on Wan Tianya's face. As expected, I'd been seen through. Gu Hanmo's eyelids twitched, but the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Even if he hadn't completely controlled the ancient demon god's soul, Wan Tianya wouldn't be able to fight against him if he didn't break the seal. Although the battle just now seemed to be evenly matched, in reality, he had completely gained the upper hand. If this continued, Wan Tianya would definitely lose. Fine, I'll let you see the true 9 fists of the God King. Ancient and mysterious divine runes appeared on Wan Tianya's right fist. The 9 divine lights that were originally floating around his right fist suddenly rose into the air and became dozens of feet large, emitting dazzling divine light. What a powerful aura! Gu Hanmo raised his head and looked over, his face filled with shock. Countless spectators were also shocked. They had seen Wan Tianya use the 9 fists of the God King many times, but it was the first time they saw such a powerful 9 fists of the God King. 9 fists, demon and god obliteration. Wan Tianya's figure flashed and turned into a ray of divine light as he punched towards Gu Hanmo. As he punched out, the 9 beams of divine light that were dozens of meters long instantly merged into his right fist like 9 blazing suns. A monstrous destructive aura erupted. Demon god exterminating slash. Ancient frost demon's eyes were extremely solemn. He held the ancient sword tightly with both hands. The vast sea of Tao and true essence all merged into the ancient sword. Ancient frost demon was not afraid to fight. With a loud shout, he leaped high into the air and slashed down. Rumble! Their attacks met in the blink of an eye. The entire Sumeru realm trembled violently, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The next moment, it was accompanied by a violent and destructive impact. A figure spat out blood and flew backwards. His aura was weak and chaotic. It was Ancient Frost Demon. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was shocked. The Ancient Frost Demon would lose. This was what everyone expected. However, Wan Tianya had managed to defeat the Ancient Frost Demon, a rank 7 martial emperor that had fused with the ancient demon god's soul, without breaking the seal. If Wan Tianya went all out, how terrifying would his strength be? In this battle, no one could stop Wan Tianya's momentum of obtaining first place in the spiritual state war ranking. Even Zheng Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Xianyuan Chixing, and the other older generation geniuses had solemn expressions. Wan Tianya gave them immense pressure. However, among those geniuses, there were 2 who had rather calm expressions. One was Qinyu, and the other was Yi Xiaoning. They did not show any emotions when facing Wan Tianya's battle prowess, as if they did not care at all. This brat is rather interesting. Wan Tianya did not pay attention to Yi Xiaoning, but he subconsciously glanced at Qinyu. When he saw Qinyu's calm expression, Wan Tianya revealed a smile. Wan Tianya was rather interested in Qinyu, who was known as the person with the strongest potential in history. Of course, It was just interest. If Qin Yu wanted to be his opponent, he would have to at least reach the next war ranking. After the battle between Wan Tianya and the ancient frost demon, the following battles were clearly not enough to deal with. Although some of the battles were rather exciting, they were naturally overshadowed by the other geniuses. Second round, 34th battle, Yi Xiaoning versus Zhou Jianian. Finally, after the seemingly ordinary battles, another battle that everyone was looking forward to came. Yi Xiaoning, one of the superpowers, the seventh prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Previously, he was unknown among the younger generation of martial emperors. However, ever since he started fighting, other than the older generation geniuses, he had been undefeated, entering the top 100 of the war ranking with the cultivation of a rank 1 martial emperor was unprecedented in the history of the spiritual state war ranking. If it wasn't for Qin Yu's aptitude being too shocking, Yi Xiaoning would definitely be this year's #1 newcomer. Zhou Jianian, the second princess of the Saint Divine dynasty. In the previous war ranking, she was ranked 31st with the cultivation of a rank 5 martial emperor. In the previous elimination rounds, other than the older generation geniuses in the top 30, she did not fight. As for the other geniuses in the top 30, they were all defeated by her. Zhou Jianian's cultivation was at least rank 6 martial emperor. Her battle power was astonishing. Now, Yi Xiaoning did not forfeit his battle against Zhou Jianian. This naturally caused countless people to look forward to it. Even Qin Yu turned to look at him. Now, it could be confirmed that Yi Xiaoning's forfeit in the elimination rounds was only to preserve his strength. Now that it was the ranking battle, Yi Xiaoning would most likely go all out. Seventh Prince, long time no see. Zhou Jianian looked at Yi Xiaoning. She did not expect that Yi Xiaoning, who she thought had the most potential among the younger generation of the 3 great dynasties, would become so strong. After reaching the martial emperor realm, he soared to the sky and reached the stage where he could fight against her. Late stage rank 7 martial emperor, you are no match for me. Yi Xiaoning's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he saw through Zhou Jianian's strength. This brat! Zhou Jianian's heart suddenly jolted. Even in the Saint Divine dynasty, only a few people knew about her true cultivation. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about it. Yi Xiaoning was actually able to tell the strength of her cultivation in one go. Late stage rank 7 martial emperor. That can't be, right? Zhou Jianian's cultivation is that powerful. If that's truly the case, then Yi Xiaoning said that Zhou Jianian is no match for him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Xiaoning's true battle power is also comparable to a rank 7 martial emperor? Regarding that, let's wait and see. Hearing Yi Xiaoning's words, the countless spectators began to discuss heatedly. Begin. After the Cyan Lightning Emperor's voice left his mouth, Zhou Jianian immediately attacked. Streams of great Tao energy turned into invisible chains and swept toward Yi Xiaoning. It was as Yi Xiaoning had said, she was a late-stage rank 7 martial emperor. However, it was precisely because of that Zhou Jianian would not concede when facing the rank 1 martial emperor, Yi Xiaoning. The one who should concede should be Yi Xiaoning. Chapter 389. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoning's gaze became sharper as he stepped out in the air with a mighty sword aura around him. The rusty iron sword in his hand slashed out casually, shattering the invisible chains that were attacking him. This sword aura. The blue lightning emperor raised his eyebrows as he stared at Yi Xiaoning. Among all the sky prides present, Yi Xiaoning's strength was the one that surprised him the most. Qin Yu's battle prowess was also above his level, and he was undefeated. However, Qin Yu had used a secret technique to increase his cultivation. Yi Xiaoning, on the other hand, had relied on his cultivation of rank 1 martial emperor to fight until now. The Blue Lightning Emperor could not help but think of the monstrous geniuses from the Central Continent who came from the supreme orthodoxy. So far, he had only seen those monstrous geniuses from the Central Continent who had such talent, sage ancient power. Zhou Jianyan's eyes narrowed as her 10 fingers quickly formed seals. Mysterious ancient talismans appeared out of thin air. It was the Sage Divine Dynasty's ancient sage, ancient power. After using the sage ancient power, Zhou Jianyan's aura immediately skyrocketed, nearing the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. Suppress! Zhou Jianyan shouted. Those ancient sage, ancient talismans seemed to be sentient as they carried an incomparably vast, ancient aura, trying to suppress Yi Xiaoning. Yi Xiaoning did not stop as he slashed out with his right hand. A sword, aura, slashed across the void. Those ancient sage, ancient talismans that were trying to suppress Yi Xiaoning were all cut in half. How is this possible? Zhou Jianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The people from the Sage Divine Dynasty were also shocked. They knew very well how powerful the Sage Ancient Power was. With the amplification of the Sage's ancient power, Zhou Jianyan had fought against rank 8 martial emperors without falling behind. But now it was cut in half by Yi Xiaoning's sword. Is the iron sword in Yi Xiaoning's hand a Dao Technique Emperor artifact? A prince from the Sage Divine Dynasty questioned. The Blue Lightning Emperor is supervising the battle, not to mention a Dao Technique Emperor artifact. Even an ordinary Emperor artifact would be detected by him. An Emperor Realm Master from the Sage Divine Dynasty said with a solemn expression. Could it be that Zhou Jianyan will lose to Yi Xiaoning? This was a situation that they had never anticipated before. They had high hopes for Zhou Jianyan, who wanted to rush into the top 10. That sword might is very strange. In the 10,000 martial sect, Wu Wudi looked at the rusty iron sword in Yi Xiaoning's hand. The sword qi from the iron sword contained an extremely terrifying destructive sword might, as if it could cut through everything. This kid is a little strange. Wan Tianya also raised his eyebrows. Qinyu watched the battle quietly. Although Yi Xiaoning's battle strength had increased, he still did not use the heaven-burying sword principle. In the Sumeru realm, Yi Xiaoning stepped in the air, swinging his sword repeatedly to break through Zhou Jianyan's attacks. When Yi Xiaoning reached a certain distance from Zhou Jianyan, his footsteps paused. A deep sword light flashed in his eyes. Not good. At this moment, Zhou Jianyan's expression changed drastically. A sense of impending death emerged in her heart. Without a second thought, Zhou Jianyan immediately retreated. At the same time, his sage ancient power burst out like a tidal wave. Qi La. However, it was too late. After Yi Xiaoning's footsteps paused, he suddenly turned into a sword light and flashed through the air. With a shattering sound, Zhou Jianyan's sage ancient power was completely destroyed. In Zhou Jianyan's narrowed eyes, a destructive sword light slashed down like lightning, as if it wanted to kill her. However, when the destructive sword light was only a few inches away from Zhou Jianyan's forehead, a palm surrounded by azure lightning shot out without any warning and grabbed the iron sword, preventing it from moving any closer. It was the Azure Lightning Emperor. Yi Xiaoning wins. Azure lightning flickered and shattered the sword light. Under the shock of the crowd, the Azure Lightning Emperor announced Yi Xiaoning's victory. This battle had pushed Yi Xiaoning's reputation to a new height. A rank 1 martial emperor defeating a rank 7 martial emperor. What kind of heaven-defying battle strength was this? In the history of the spiritual state, had there ever been such a monstrous genius? At this moment, countless shocked gazes gathered on Yi Xiaoning. This was definitely a monstrous genius that had shocked both ancient and modern times. How can a rank 1 martial emperor be so powerful? The young master of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Wentian, had an expression of disbelief on his face. He was the strongest of the 4 great saints, so his target was the next spiritual state battle ranking. However, he naturally wanted to fight for the top 10 in this battle ranking. But now, Qin Yu, who had the greatest potential in history, had appeared. Now, there was a rank 1 martial emperor defeating the rank 7 martial emperor, Yi Xiaoning. This made him feel inexplicably pressured. Xianyuan Wentian was not the only one who felt pressured. Zhou Wuyuan, Sun Shiyu, Tang Mingxin, and even the older generation of geniuses felt a huge impact. This year's newcomers were simply unbelievably strong. With Yi Xiaoning's strength, it won't be a problem for him to enter the top 20. He might even be able to enter the top 10. It might be a little difficult for him to enter the top 10. That's not necessarily true. From the current battle results and information, Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi of the 10,000 Martial Sect, Ancient Frost Demon, and Qi Huanmei of the Ancient Frost Island, Xianyuan Chixing of the Xianyuan family, and Jin Wushuang of the Heavenly Sun's Sacred Ground, Kong Bi Tao and Zheng Qingtian of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. The 8 of them should be able to enter the top 10. If that's the case, there are only 2 spots for the top 10. Saintess Du Qiao of the Everlasting Sacred Ground, Zhuge Yingfeng of the Zhuge family, Yun Qingxiao of the Great Spirit Palace, Pang Han of the 5 Ghost Sect. These are all popular candidates for the top 10. Didn't Du Qiao lose to Shinfeng? She should be eliminated. Although Du Qiao lost to Shinfeng due to carelessness, her strength is still top-notch among the older generation of geniuses. Didn't Du Qiao easily defeat Zhou Jianian in the last battle ranking? In short, there are too many geniuses in this battle ranking. In my opinion, other than Wan Tianya, who is undoubtedly the first, the rankings of the others could be surpassed at any time. Heated discussions broke out among the countless spectators. This battle was another heated battle after the battle between Wan Tianya and the Ancient Frost Demon, causing the spectators to be in an uproar. Those busybodies were already drawing up the rankings of the top 10 and top 20 geniuses. Amidst the heated discussions, the second round of the battle ranking ended quickly, and the third round began. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning. The fighting spirit of this battle ranking was extremely high. Unfortunately, there were still too few monsters who could surpass several ranks and challenge the older generation of geniuses. Those older generation geniuses used victory after victory to show that their era had not passed, and the newcomers were still too inexperienced. 4th round, 7th match, Sun Shiyu versus Kong Mingwu. After a few matches in the 4th round, Sun Shiyu entered the arena. Her opponent was Kong Mingwu, the 12th prince of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. Like Sun Shiyu, Kong Mingwu also participated in the spiritual state battle ranking in the last battle ranking. However, the result was a crushing defeat at the hands of Sun Shiyu, becoming a stepping stone for Sun Shiyu to become one of the 4 great geniuses. Chapter 390. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sun Shiyu and Kong Mingwu both leaped onto the battle stage. The conflict between the heavenly imperial palace and the evil sacrificial godly dynasty had heated up recently. The smell of gunpowder between them was very strong. They did not conceal their cold-killing intent and wantonly emitted it. You were lucky enough to win the last battle rankings. This time, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Kong Mingwu's eyes were very sinister as he emitted a mighty aura. Rank 7 Martial Emperor. The rules of the evil sacrificial godly dynasty were very strict. After losing to Sun Shiyu in the last battle rankings, he was severely punished. This caused Kong Mingwu to hate Sun Shiyu to the bone. This time, he vowed to wipe away his previous humiliation. I remember that you also said that you would trample me under your feet in the last battle rankings. Sun Shiyu said indifferently as halos of divine light revolved around her body. This time it's different. Kong Mingwu's eyes twitched as he shouted loudly. The sinister and sinister power turned into surging pitch-black fog that covered the sky and covered the earth as it pounced toward Sun Shiyu. The surrounding several hundred miles were completely covered by the black fog, not giving Sun Shiyu any space to dodge. It's indeed different. Sun Shiyu's eyes turned cold. Her figure flashed as she directly charged into the sinister and sinister black fog. Bang! In the next instant, an incomparably terrifying shockwave rushed out from the black fog. A figure was sent flying while vomiting blood. It was Kong Mingwu. Kong Mingwu was defeated in a single strike. When the black fog dispersed, Sun Shiyu, who was surrounded by divine light, appeared. The countless onlookers had yet to react, their gazes stupefied. The rank 7 martial Emperor Kong Mingwu was no match for Sun Shiyu in a single strike. In a short 3 years, Sun Shiyu's strength had increased to such an extent. The result of this battle was completely out of their expectations. Because of the previous battle, the black fog had blocked their vision and interfered with their perception. Thus, the spectators did not know how Sun Shiyu had done it. However, there was no need to doubt Sun Shiyu's terrifying battle power. To be able to defeat a rank 7 martial emperor in a single strike, her battle power was already comparable to the older generation's geniuses. She might even be able to fight for the top 10. After winning, Sun Shiyu looked at Zheng Qingtian and Kong Bitao. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was obvious. This year, it was Kong Mingwu. Next year, it would be Zheng Qingtian and Kong Bitao. Useless trash. Zheng Qingtian's expression was normal, but Kong Bitao's face was extremely gloomy. Not long after Sun Shiyu's victory, Shi Jingtian entered the arena. His opponent was one of the 4 great saints, Tang Mingxin. Tang Mingxin's cultivation was also that of a rank 7 martial emperor. Shi Jingtian was defeated by a single strike. After that, Xian Yuan Wentian and Zhou Wuyuan both won. The 4 great demons of the previous tournament had all become famous for their victories. 4th round, 46th match, Yi Tianyu versus Qi Huanmei. When the 4th round was about to end, another exciting and intense battle occurred. The crown prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty, Yi Tianyu, against Qi Huanmei, an elder genius of the ancient Cold Island. Originally, everyone thought that the battle would end very quickly, but in the end, against Qi Huanmei, a heaven's favorite from the older generation, Yi Tianyu was not at a disadvantage at all. Bang! Qi Huanmei, who had ordinary facial features, had a serious expression on her face after she slapped out and extinguished the dozen or so fireballs that were whizzing towards her. Yi Tianyu's strength was extremely strong. He was not weaker than her. She had to give it her all to fight him. In a demonic way, Qi Huanmei shouted in a low voice. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from Qi Huanmei's body and covered the sky. Qi Huanmei cultivated an ancient demonic art and had comprehended the innate demonic way. Now that she was using the ancient demonic art, her aura immediately changed. 9 spirits divine fire. Seeing this, Yi Tianyu formed a seal with his hands. The spiritual fire burning on his body became even more ferocious. Vaguely, 9 different colors appeared. This was Yi Tianyu's natal divine fire that he had refined countless spiritual fires. It had the power to burn the sea. Boom! Qi Huanmei threw a punch at Yi Tianyu. The vast, innate demonic power swept out like a river and was about to drown Yi Tianyu. 9 flames divine killing array. Yi Tianyu pointed all 10 of his fingers. 9 beams of fire shot into the sky and scattered in 9 different directions. They then formed a huge 9-colored ancient flame array that was thousands of feet long. The power of the fire that could burn the sky and destroy the earth was released. The innate demonic power that swept across the sky was burned to nothing. That's the killing array left behind by the fire god. A surprised voice was heard. It was Tang Mingxin. He was born with the fire god constitution. Naturally, he had investigated the 2 fire gods in detail. He did not expect that such a rare killing array would be obtained by Yi Tianyu. What a terrifying aura! Qi Huanmei's expression changed. She felt a great threat from the 9 flames divine killing array. Bang! 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 Sure enough, in the next moment, a flaming giant formed in the 9-colored ancient flame array. The flaming giant slammed its palm down. A large area of the void was burned into a vacuum. Qi Huanmei, who was in the middle of the fire array, had nowhere to hide. She could only face the attack head-on. In the end, under the flaming giant's palm, Qi Huanmei vomited blood and flew backward. The power of the flaming giant was far beyond Qi Huanmei's expectations. Yi Tianyu wins. In this battle, it could be said that the junior had defeated the senior. This meant that Yi Tianyu had officially reached the level of the older generation's geniuses. He was qualified to be ranked in the top 10. After all, Qi Huanmei was previously considered to be a seed in the top 10. 4th round, 50th battle. Qian Yuming versus Jin Wushuang. After Yi Tianyu, Qian Yuming also encountered an older generation's genius, Jin Wushuang of the Heavenly Sun Holy Land. Snow Phoenix. After Qian Yuming stepped onto the stage, he immediately went all out. A loud phoenix cry sounded from his body. In the next moment, a bone-chilling coldness appeared. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Along with the appearance of the snowflakes, there was also a snow-white snow phoenix that was several hundred feet in size. That snow phoenix was not a physical body. It was only a soul. Qian Yuming was born with 2 souls. The second soul was the profound snow phoenix. The profound snow phoenix's cultivation was the same as Qian Yuming's, rank 7 martial emperor. In other words, Jin Wushuang was going to fight 2 rank 7 martial emperors by himself. Countless spectators discussed among themselves. However, no one questioned Qian Yuming. After all, the profound snow phoenix was his second soul. It was one with him. Naturally, it could be considered as his battle power. It was not an external force like his contracted battle beast. Battle body. Jin Wushuang's aura sank as a torrential battle intent appeared. Jin Wushuang's body was the ancient battle body. It was a spirit body that was comparable to an imperial body. Jin Wushuang had comprehended the inextinguishable battle intent. His battle power was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Jin Wushuang and Qian Yuming began an intense battle. However, even with the help of the profound snow phoenix's soul, Qian Yuming was still no match for Jin Wushuang. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. Jin Wushuang's inextinguishable battle intent continued to stack on top of one another. It was as if an ancient battle god had appeared. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Qian Yuming was defeated by a single punch. Even the profound snow phoenix was severely injured and returned to Qian Yuming's body. Chapter 391. Qian Yuming did not defeat the older generation, like Yi Tianyu. Although Jin Wushuang was ranked 25th in the previous battle ranking, she was only 3 ranks higher than Qi Huanmei. However, within the top 30, every difference in rank would result in a significant difference in strength. The fifth round, a new round of battle ensued. As time passed, the veteran Sky Prides gradually met up with one another. The sixth match of the fifth round was between Zhou Wuyuan and Zheng Qingtian. Zhou Wuyuan was thoroughly defeated in this battle. Even though Zhou Wuyuan had the black demonic tiger's spirit in his body, he was still unable to do anything to Zheng Qingtian, who was ranked 18th in the previous battle ranking. The 12th match of the fifth round was between Xianyuan Chixing and Wu Wudi. Xianyuan Chixing was ranked 21st in the previous battle ranking. He was the strongest genius of his generation in the Xianyuan family. He had the leaf fire divine body, and his body contained the power of leaf fire. Wu Wudi was the descendant of the ancient martial god. Not only did he have the bloodline of the ancient martial god, he also had the wind lightning divine body. The battle between the two of them was extremely intense. The two of them continuously used their killing moves and secret techniques, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. The foundations of the two top factions were fully displayed on their bodies. However, in the end, Xianyuan Chixing was unable to defeat Wu Wudi. After this battle, the 10,000 martial sect took the top 2 spots of the spiritual state battle ranking. The 19th match of the fifth round was between Qin Yu and Wu Wudi. His opponent this time was Zhou Jianian, who had been defeated by Yi Xiaoning. This battle could be said to be a battle of life and death for Zhou Jianian. If she won, she could make a comeback. If she lost, she would have no chance of being in the top 10. Seal. Right after he stepped onto the stage, Zhou Jianian immediately used his sage's ancient energy to suppress Qin Yu. Qin Yu used the Azure Dragon to increase his cultivation to rank 5 Martial Emperor, and the indestructible stone Emperor seal appeared. Zhou Jianian's sage ancient power was blocked, and she could not approach Qin Yu. Whoosh! Seeing this, Zhou Jianian rushed out. Relying on her rank 7 Martial Emperor cultivation and the amplification of her sage's ancient energy, she planned to directly defeat Qin Yu with her valiant cultivation. She had seen the battle between Qin Yu and Du Qiao, and would not give Qin Yu a chance to use his array formation. Heavenly stellar godlight, Qin Yu rushed forward and clashed with Zhou Jianian, entangling him. Then the star dragon seal flashed. A beam of starry divine light that was dozens of feet long pierced through the sky like a shooting star. It disappeared in a flash, and many people didn't even see it clearly. Puchi, Zhou Jianian could not dodge in time. The power of the great path around him shattered, and he was severely injured. His aura was extremely weak. If the blue thunder larch hadn't intervened at the critical moment, she would have been pierced through by the divine starlight. The heavenly stellar divine light absorbed the power of the stars and was powerful enough to pierce through the myriad worlds. With Qin Yu's rank 5 Martial Emperor cultivation, he unleashed the heavenly stellar divine light. Even though Zhou Jianian was a rank 7 Martial Emperor, it was impossible to block the attack at such a distance. Shenfeng wins. The battle ended, and as expected, there was a heated discussion. Du Qiao, who was not willing to admit defeat at the hands of Qin Yu, had a shocked look on her face. Only now did she realize that Qin Yu did not use his true strength when fighting with her. This battle also made Qin Yu a popular candidate for the top 10. After all, Qin Yu had already defeated Du Qiao and Zhou Jianian, 2 Old Heaven's prides. What Shen Feng used just now doesn't seem to be the divine ability or secret technique of the heavenly imperial palace, right? It should be a secret technique of the dragon race. The heavenly imperial palace is indeed a top force with an inheritance from the ancient era. While the spectating cultivators were discussing whether Qin Yu would be able to enter the top 10 if he won Many Emperor realm masters were paying attention to the heavenly stellar divine light that Qin used. The secret techniques of the dragon race were extremely rare, even in those super forces. No, that's not a secret technique, but a divine ability of the dragon race. However, at this moment, Yi Xiaoning, whose face had been cold the entire time, looked at Qin with a rather astonished expression. He could tell that the heavenly stellar divine light was a divine ability of the dragon race. Although divine powers and secret techniques were often mentioned together, there was a huge difference between them if one were to really look into it. The divine abilities of the dragon race were all innate divine abilities awakened from the dragon blood source. Qin, you actually knew a divine ability of the dragon race. Could it be that Qin had the dragon race's bloodline in his body? Star of Destiny. Qin, who had just jumped down from the battle arena, suddenly stopped in his tracks, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. After more than 100 elimination matches, he had defeated 2 older heavens prides in a row. A star appeared in Qin fortune, immortal seal in his soul. That star was about an inch in size, and its light was weak, but Qin could clearly sense that the star was condensed from the power of destiny. The fortune immortal seal contained the power of destiny, and only the star of destiny could be used to consume it. The battles continued. In the 5th round, the 36th battle, Yi Xiaoning versus Yi Tianyu. This was the first time an internal battle had occurred since the ranking battle. While everyone was looking forward to it, Yi Tianyu directly forfeited the battle, and Yi Xiaoning won. This made many people feel surprised. Based on Yi Tianyu's previous victory over Qi Huanmei, his battle strength was comparable to the older heavens prides. He was also the crown prince of the Heavenly Spirit dynasty. But now, he actually forfeited the battle against Yi Xiaoning. Didn't this mean that he thought he was inferior to Yi Xiaoning? Outsiders didn't know the details, but the descendants of the Heavenly Spirit dynasty's imperial family knew what was going on. When Yi Xiaoning entered the martial emperor realm, he fought with Yi Tianyu. In the end, Yi Tianyu was completely defeated. Yi Xiaoning's cultivation was far beyond everyone's expectations. Therefore, Yi Tianyu directly forfeited the battle. In the 5th round, the 42nd battle, Tang Mingxin versus Kong Bitao. This battle aroused the crowd's anticipation. Tang Mingxin, born with the fire divine body, grasped the golden crow divine fire. His fire control was superb, not inferior to Yi Tianyu's. Kong Bitao, who killed the evil emperor's grandson, had the bloodline of the ancient guardian spirit, the evil god. Although his strength wasn't as strong as one, Tianya, Wu Wudi, and the others, he was still among the older generation experts. He had always been a popular candidate for the top 10, so he shouldn't be defeated like Qi Huanmei. What? You're not forfeiting this time? I advise you to think carefully. Otherwise, you'll end up like the previous ranking battle. Kong Bitao crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Tang Mingxin with a hint of contempt. In the previous ranking battle, Tang Mingxin overestimated himself and challenged him, and ended up seriously injured. You should think about yourself. Tang Mingxin formed a seal with his hands, and the fiery runes on his face lit up, and the purple golden crow divine fire appeared. The powerful aura of a middle-stage 7th rank martial artist wreaked havoc. Ha! You think you can defeat me just because you're a rank 7 martial emperor? Kong Bitao sneered and opened his hands. His 10 fingers were like claws, and there was a substantial force revolving around them. Fire god technique, burning the heavens. Tang Mingxin, whose face was covered in flames, immediately attacked. The purple gold flames on his body seemed to be sentient. They turned into dozens of fire beasts and pounced at Kong Bitao. Tang Mingxin was born with the fire divine body, and after he activated it, the power of the golden crow divine fire increased by several times. Even the void was faintly burning. Chapter 392. Break. Kong Bitao took a step forward, traversing a distance of 1,000 feet and appearing in front of Tang Mingxin. The purple-gold flame beasts that had locked onto him were torn to shreds by his claws. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Golden Fire Spirit Crow. Tang Mingxin's eyes narrowed. Kong Bitao's strength was several times stronger than 3 years ago. He formed a seal with his hands and changed his attack. The purple-gold divine fire gathered above Tang Mingxin's head and turned into a purple-gold fire crow that was about 10 feet tall. Go! Tang Mingxin pointed his finger, and the purple-gold fire crow flapped its wings and pounced on Kong Bitao. Child's play. Kong Bitao sneered. The dark gray energy on his claws was as cold as a blade. Whoosh! Kong Bitao crossed his claws. In the void, 10 streaks of claw chi drifted out. The purple-gold fire crow was torn apart. Furthermore, the 10 claw auras continued to elongate. Like a fishing net, they enveloped Tang Mingxin. Fire God body, awaken! Tang Mingxin's body turned cold, and he immediately formed a seal with his hands. The fire god body was completely awakened. Dazzling dark purple flames erupted like a volcano and soared into the sky. The claw chi that had transformed into a net of chi was burning so much that it started to distort. Kong Bitao's sneer froze. Tang Mingxin had completely awakened the fire god body, and the power that erupted from it shocked him. Evil slaying destruction. Kong Bitao's attack changed. The dark gray energy condensed and emitted an evil and gloomy wave. Whoosh! The dark purple flames that erupted like a volcano were cut by the dark gray energy like a blade. It was immediately torn into dozens of pieces like a piece of cloth. The void around Tang Mingxin was torn apart. He was severely injured and flew backward. His aura was weak. Kong Bitao won. The Evil Slaying 19 Styles, the secret skill of the Evil Slaying Emperor. Many onlookers were shocked as they recognized the secret skill Kong Bitao had used. The Evil Slaying Emperor was a secret skill created by the top emperors of the Evil God dynasty and had killed 19 emperors in a row. Therefore, this fierce and famous secret skill was called the Evil Slaying 19 Styles. Kong Bitao looked disdainfully at the pale Tang Mingxin and left proudly. Although the battle was exciting, it did not cause a huge commotion. After all, Kong Bitao was a veteran prodigy who could rank in the top 10. 5th round, 47th battle, Ancient Frost Demon against Du Qiao. There was no suspense in this battle. The 50th match of the 5th round was between Wan Tianya and Zhou Jianian. Zhou Jianian surrendered. 6th round, 2nd match, Jin Wushuang versus Xianyuan Wentian. Jin Wushuang had the ancient war body, while Xianyuan Wentian had the innate 5 elements emperor body. The two great battles were quite intense and exciting. In the end, Jin Wushuang won, but it was not an easy victory. On the contrary, Xianyuan Wentian's reputation had become even more resounding. The leader of the 4 great ghosts, he lived up to his name. 6th round, 15th match, Sun Shiyu versus Xianyuan Chixing. Sun Shiyu did not use the power she had used to defeat Kong Minggu, so she was defeated. However, everyone could tell that Sun Shiyu was holding back her strength. Her goal was to rush into the top 20. In the 24th match of the 7th round, Yi Xiaoning defeated Pang Han with a single strike. Ever since he defeated Zhou Jianian, Yi Xiaoning's strength seemed to have broken some kind of seal and became stronger and stronger. That incomparably sharp sword might made even the top 10 geniuses feel their hearts palpitate faintly. In the 49th match of the 8th round, Qin Yu versus Yi Tianyu. Although Yi Tianyu surrendered when he encountered Yi Xiaoning, Yi Tianyu did not surrender to Qin Yu and even seemed a little excited. On the arena, in the Sumeru realm, the two of them faced each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. I remember that you are also proficient in the Way of Fire. Why don't we have a battle of the Way of Fire? After announcing the start of the battle, Yi Tianyu did not make a move. Instead, he smiled at Qinyu. As you wish. Qinyu's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. He could roughly guess Yi Tianyu's intention. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing dragon mark appeared on Qinyu's palm. The golden flame heaven incinerating fire, which was shockingly powerful, burst out with a whistling sound, as if it could burn the sky and the earth. Is that the real dragon fire? The appearance of the golden heaven incinerating fire surprised many onlookers. The golden heaven incinerating fire exuded a vast aura. It was the power of the dragon clan. 9 spirits fire. Yi Tianyu's eyes lit up. 9 colored flames immediately appeared and covered his body like a 9-colored flame armor. The power it exuded was not any weaker than the dragon fire. After all, the heavenly spirit god court had spent a lot of effort to combine many heaven and earth spirit fires to create this divine fire. 9 flames god killing array. The moment the 9 spirits fire appeared, Yi Tianyu immediately set up the 9 flames god killing array. This was his most powerful killing array, which could be used for both offense and defense. Previously, he had used this array to suppress Qi Huanmei and become one of the top prodigies of the older generation. Now, Yi Tianyu was obviously going to use the same trick again. But what surprised everyone was that Yi Tianyu's fire array was not enough. Qin Yu stood where he was and did not move at all, allowing Yi Tianyu to surround him with the 9 flames god killing array. Secret technique, fire devour. Yi Tianyu's smile widened as he formed a seal with his hands. 9 colored flame chains appeared in the 9 flames god killing array and bound Qin Yu tightly. Then they saw the lifelike sky-incinerating golden flame dragon around Qin Yu. It was immediately sealed by the flame chains and kept being pulled out and merged with the 9 spirits' fire. He's really here for the golden flame dragon. Qin Yu's expression was normal, and he did not do anything to Yi Tianyu's actions. In a few breaths' time, the vast golden flame dragon was completely devoured by the 9 flames god-killing array. It's about time. Just as Yi Tianyu was excited and ready to control the 9 flames god-killing array to completely eliminate Qin Yu, devour, Qin Yu's hands suddenly formed a seal. Roar. A dragon's roar could be vaguely heard from Yi Tianyu's 9 flames god-killing array. In the next moment, countless wisps of golden flames that contained a vast dragon's might shot out from the 9 spirits' divine fire. In an instant, they covered all of the 9 spirits' divine fire. The 2 flames were like 2 ferocious beasts as they fought fiercely in the void. What's going on? Yi Tianyu's excited expression suddenly changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and activated the 9 spirits' fire to suppress the golden flame dragon. Unfortunately, the golden flame dragon had reached the martial emperor realm. The power of the golden flame dragon had also undergone a transformation. If it was during the martial gathering, Yi Tianyu could still suppress it, but now he could only watch as the 9 spirits' fire was gradually devoured by the golden flame dragon. It can't be. In the Tianyang sacred land, Tang Mingxin's face was still pale when he saw the scene in the arena. His eyes narrowed as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Tang Mingxin was born with a fire divine body, so he could naturally see it. Yi Tianyu had used a secret technique left behind by the fire god, which could suppress all flames in the world. It was a supreme secret technique of the fire Tao that even he was tempted. But in front of Qin Yu's golden flame dragon, it was suppressed. Chapter 393. Damn it, I was tricked. Withdraw. He sensed that the 9 spirits' divine fire was in a bad situation. Yi Tianyu immediately dispersed the 9 spirits' divine fire array and tried to withdraw the 9 spirits' divine fire. Devour! But at this moment, Qin Yu changed his hand seal. The golden flame, heaven-burning dragon turned into a 1,000-meter-long golden flame dragon and whizzed past like a flood. The 9 spirits' divine fire in the arena was completely devoured. Immediately, the might of the golden flame heaven incinerating fire increased by more than a few times. The might of the fire was vast and mighty. Puchi! Yi Tianyu's body shook, and his face turned pale as he spat out blood. Although the origin flame of the 9 spirits' divine fire, it was still in his body. But 90% of the 9 spirits' divine fire's power had been devoured. This caused Yi Tianyu to suffer a huge backlash, and his battle strength was greatly weakened. Boom! After devouring the 9 spirits' divine fire, the golden flame dragon rushed out like a 1,000-meter-long wave of fire. With an undefeatable pressure, he rushed towards Yi Tianyu, who was suffering from a severe backlash. Crack! Blue lightning flashed, and the golden flame dragon was sealed in the void. The Blue Lightning Emperor had made his move. Shinfeng wins. The conclusion of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. It was truly something that no one had expected. Countless people discussed it spiritedly. Originally, with Yi Tianyu's strength, if he didn't think about refining Qin Yu's dragon fire. Even if he couldn't defeat Qin Yu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that 90% of the 9 spirits' divine fire had been devoured, its power wouldn't be a threat to the martial emperor realm. Yi Tianyu's battle strength would drop like a cliff. Originally, he had been predicted to be a popular genius who could make it into the top 10. But in his current state, it would be difficult for him to even make it into the top 20. This made the people of the Heavenly Spirit God dynasty extremely embarrassed. They had wanted to rely on Yi Tianyu and Yi Xiaoning to shine in this year's spiritual state battle ranking. But they didn't expect that Yi Tianyu would be defeated by Qin Yu, and he couldn't get up at all. After this battle, Qin Yu's reputation had also increased even more. Now, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning's battle results had surpassed many of the older geniuses, and they were the most popular candidates for the top 10. The 7th round, Sun Shiyu against Jin Wushuang. Sun Shiyu also forfeited this round. In the 8th round, Yi Xiaoning fought against Zhou Wuyuan and won easily. 9th round, Xianyuan Wentian versus Zheng Qingtian. In this match, Xianyuan Wentian had once again performed brilliantly. Of course, in front of the 18-year-old Zheng Qingtian from the previous tournament, Xianyuan Wentian naturally ended up in defeat. In the 10th round, Kong Bitao fought against Jin Wushuang. This was a battle of the strongest. Last time, Kong Bitao ranked 24th, and Jin Wushuang ranked 25th. The two of them had already had an exciting battle in the last competition. This time, it would definitely be even more amazing. Evil Killing Seal. Compared to fighting Tang Mingxin with ease, when facing Jin Wushuang, Kong Bitao was much more serious. In the previous battle ranking, Jin Wushuang had nearly turned the tables around. So this time, after Kong Bitao went up on stage, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. Above his head, an ancient divine seal condensed, emitting an incomparably frightening evil aura. Inextinguishable fighting will. Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed. The ancient war monarch body was unsealed. A monstrous fighting will descended, wreaking havoc in the void. Within the monstrous fighting will an inextinguishable fighting will could be faintly seen. Fight! Jin Wushuang roared. With a vast fighting will, he immediately charged towards Kong Bitao. Kill! Kong Bitao was not afraid at all. He met the attack head-on, waving his claws repeatedly. unleashing the evil-killing 19th style. Countless dark gray claw auras twisted and danced in the void like a spider web. This time, with the amplification of the evil-killing seal, the power of the evil-killing 19th style was several times stronger than when he was fighting Tang Mingxin. Bang! 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 Jin Wushuang's fighting will shattered the evil-killing aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, using all their means and exploding with terrifying fighting power. Among the countless spectators, even the rank 8 martial emperors who had stepped into the ranks of the peak martial emperors had extremely grave expressions. Even they were a little fearful when facing Kong Bitao and Jin Wushuang. A sense of danger emerged in their hearts. The two of them fought for almost an hour. It was the longest battle in the history of the battle ranking. At this time, the gap between the two of them was gradually revealed. Although Kong Bitao's fighting strength was not weakened, Jin Wushuang's fighting was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Kong Bitao was suppressed by Jin Wushuang. Slaughter the heavens and sacrifice the evil. After being sent flying by Jin Wushuang with another punch, Kong Bitao's hands emitted a sinister black aura. If he continued to be suppressed like this, he would definitely lose. Therefore, he had to use his killing move. The evil killing seal above Kong Bitao's head shot a ray of light into the sinister black aura on his hands. Whoosh! Kong Bitao's hands suddenly tore at the incoming Jin Wushuang, who was surging with fighting will. 10 steel-like dark gray claw auras flashed in the void and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang's inextinguishable fighting was torn to shreds. There were 10 bloody wounds on his body. His flesh and blood were tumbling, and his bones were broken. It looked as if Jin Wushuang's entire body had been cut in half at the waist. Kong Bitao wins. The Azure Lightning Emperor made a move and dispersed the evil-killing aura in Jin Wushuang's body. This battle caused a lot of heated discussion. The power of the 19 evil-killing moves made even many venerable sovereigns look serious. It was an extremely pure killing power. The power it emitted made even their hearts palpitate. Kong Bitao relied on this battle to secure his position in the top 10, after Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, who were first and second respectively. He was once again in the top 10. In the 11th round, Tang Mingxin fought Xianyuan Chixing and lost. In the 12th round, Zhou Wuyuan fought Xianyuan Wentian in the Battle of the Four Ghosts. However, the outcome was decided in a few moves. Although Xianyuan Wentian had defeated the older generation prodigies consecutively, he won against Zhou Wuyuan, who was of the same generation. In the 13th round, Su Shiyu fought Tang Mingxin and lost. In the 14th round, Xianyuan Wentian fought Ancient Frost Demon and lost. In the 15th round, Qinyu fought Tang Mingxin and won with the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon suppressing the Golden Crow Divine Fire. In the 16th round, Wan Tianya fought Xianyuan Chixing and won with Wan Tianya. In the 17th round, Wu Wudi fought Jin Wushuang, and his inextinguishable fighting was destroyed by the martial god's ultimate skill. Just like that, after one battle after another, the geniuses ranked in the bottom 50 of the battle roll had been eliminated. The prodigies who made it into the top 15 had changed a lot. Among the 7 top forces, Sun Shiyu and Qin Yu from the Heavenly Imperial Palace made it into the top 50. Zhou Wuyuan and Zhou Jianian from the Sage Divine Dynasty and Zheng Qingtian, and Kong Bitao from the Blood Sacrifice Divine Dynasty. Tang Mingxin and Jin Wushuang from the Heavenly Sun Sacred Ground, and Xianyuan Wentian and Xianyuan Chixing from the Xianyuan family. Ancient Frost Demon and Qi Huanmei from the Ancient Frost Island, and Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi from the 10,000 Martial Sect. Among the top 10 forces, Yi Qianyu and Yi Xiaoning from the Heavenly Spirit Divine Dynasty, and Qian Yuming from the Immeasurable Divine Dynasty. Zhuge Yingfeng and other prodigies from the Zhuge family also made it into the top 10. Chapter 394. After eliminating all the top 50 prodigies, almost 70 rounds of the ranking battle had passed. The next 30 rounds would determine the top 30. This was also the most interesting battle in the history of the leaderboard. So far, there were only 7 people who had maintained a perfect record: Wan Tianya Wu Wudi, Zhang Qingtian, Kong Bitao, Qinyu, Yi Xiaoning, and Zhuge Yingfeng. Among these 7 people, the top 4 were predicted to be the top 4 of the leaderboard. As for Qinyu, Yi Xiaoning, and Zhuge Yingfeng, they were only popular prodigies in the top 10. Originally, it was very simple. Their perfect record had a lot to do with luck. For example, Jin Wushuang, Ancient Frost Demon, Xianyuan Chixing, and the others had never fought. Therefore, they were only popular prodigies in the top 10. Whether or not they could make it to the top 10 depended on their true strength. However, judging from their current combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem for them to make it to the top 20, unless they were seriously injured like Yi Tianyu, whose combat strength dropped like a cliff. Of course, Qinyu and Yi Xiaoning were the only ones. No matter what their final ranking was, they were the most dazzling existences in this spiritual state leaderboard. In the history of the spiritual state, there had never been such a monstrous newcomer. TSK, he actually won with a perfect record. Kong Bitao's eyes were gloomy. The fact that Qinyu had the same battle record as him made him very unhappy, extremely unhappy. However, now that Qinyu had made it to the top 50, he would definitely fight him. Thinking of this, Kong Bitao's gloomy eyes became even colder and more terrifying. When the bottom 50 prodigies went to the arena next to them, the ranking battle of the top 50 prodigies immediately began. Among the top 50 prodigies, the ones that everyone paid the most attention to were naturally Qinyu and Yi Xiaoning. Everyone wanted to see how far these two most dazzling stars of the year could go. 70th round. 7th round. Yi Xiaoning against Xianyuan Wentian. Not long after the new round of battles, after a few battles without any suspense, one of the 2 rising stars, Yi Xiaoning, fought against the head of the 4 great ghosts, Xianyuan Wentian, who was hailed as the next myriad horizon. The battle between the 2 had attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Looking at the battle prowess displayed so far, Xianyuan Wentian should have an absolute advantage. After all, judging from Xianyuan Wentian's battle prowess against Jin Wushuang, Zhang Qingtian, and the Ancient Frost Devil, it was clear that Xianyuan Wentian's battle prowess was very strong. Among the prodigies who had made a name for themselves in the last tournament's tournament, only those prodigies of the older generation could still barely suppress Xianyuan Wentian. However, Yi Xiaoning's combat strength had always been a mystery. Up until now, no one had been able to force him to go all out. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win this battle. Let me see how strong you really are. Xianyuan Wentian ascended the stage, his body emitting a dense 5-colored glow. He had the innate 5-elemental monarch body and cultivated the innate 5-elemental power. The connate 5-elemental qi could not only restrain the Tao of the 5-elemental Tao, but it could also enhance each other's battle prowess. It was precisely because of this that Xianyuan Wentian had the strength to fight against opponents of a higher level. However, facing Yi Xiaoning, who was a rank 1 martial emperor, Xianyuan Wentian did not have much confidence. The strength of the Way of the Sword that Yi Xiaoning had displayed earlier had made him feel even more pressured. Whoosh! Yi Xiaoning did not speak any nonsense. Mysterious sword patterns lit up on his iron sword, and a torrential sword might burst forth. His body leaped quickly approached and slashed with his sword. A resplendent sword aura pierced through the air, and a pitch-black crack faintly appeared in the void. Slashing through the void, Yi Xiaoning's sword might became even stronger. 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist. Xian Yuan Wentian did not dodge at all and faced it head-on. He clenched his hands into fists, and the 5 elemental innate energy condensed. Carrying 5-colored divine light, he suddenly punched through the air. The 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist was a supreme divine art created by the 5 Elemental God Emperor during the primordial era. When Xian Yuan Wentian awakened the innate 5 Elemental monarch body, the Xian Yuan family obtained this great treasure. He would pay a huge price to obtain this divine art and allow Xian Yuan Wentian's emperor physique to unleash its greatest potential. The resplendent sword aura collided with the 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist. After the sword aura trembled slightly, it easily cut through the 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist. Its might was not reduced in the slightest. Countless spectators were shocked. The might of Yi Xiaoning's way of the sword was simply too terrifying. The corners of Xian Yuan Wentian's eyes twitched slightly. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. The instant the 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist was cut through, his hands moved, and the 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist moved to the left. Even the sword aura was affected and changed its trajectory, causing it to miss. Whoosh! The instant the 5 Elemental God Emperor Fist was affected, Xian Yuan Wentian rushed towards Yi Xiaoning in a flash. Although Yi Xiaoning's battle strength was extremely terrifying, his cultivation was only that of a rank 1 martial emperor. His defensive ability was definitely far inferior to Xian Yuan Wentian's. The outcome of a battle was not as simple as whose attack was stronger. 5 Elemental Heaven Annihilating Fist. When the two of them were only several dozen meters apart, dazzling 5-colored divine light blossomed from Xian Yuan Wentian's body. The innate 5 elemental energy condensed like a flood and transformed into a 5 elemental god emperor fist several dozen meters in size. It possessed the might to suppress the heavens and earth. Sword explosion. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoning's attack changed for the first time. The rusty iron sword that was covered in mysterious sword patterns was raised high. With the iron sword as the center, tens of millions of sharp swords of light soared into the sky. In an instant, a sword aura storm several thousand meters in size condensed. The moment the 5 elemental god Emperor Fist came into contact with the sword aura storm, it was immediately shattered into pieces. Boom! Yi Xiaoning slashed through the air before countless shocked gazes. That 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm was like a 3,000-meter wide mountain as it pressed down on Xian Yuan Wentian. The suppression of that world-destroying sword might cause the several hundred meters of air around Xian Yuan Wentian to explode. Xian Yuan Wentian was unable to dodge it. 5 elemental reincarnation fist. Xian Yuan Wentian's expression was extremely grave. However, he did not admit defeat. He let out a roar, and the innate 5 elemental monarch body burst forth with boundless 5-colored mantras. The 5 elemental god emperor body condensed and once again transformed into a 5 elemental god emperor fist. However, this 5 elemental energy crazily circulated around this 5 elemental god emperor fist. At a glance, it looked like a 5 elemental whirlpool. This was Xian Yuan Wentian's strongest move. Previously, when he was fighting against Jin Wushuang and the others, he did not use it because he knew that he would lose without a doubt. However, against Yi Xiaoning, he could not tolerate losing. Boom boom! The 5 elemental reincarnation fist that Xian Yuan Wentian used was indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, in front of that 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm, it was immediately shattered after a short confrontation. It turned into a sky full of five-colored divine light that wreaked havoc. It was completely unable to stop that 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm. Yi Xiaoning wins. The blue lightning god emperor waved his sleeve, and green lightning filled the sky. That 3,000-meter wide sword aura storm was immediately broken, and Yi Xiaoning was declared the winner. This battle caused an earth-shattering, heated discussion. Xianyuan Wentian's combat strength was not weak, even Jin Wushuang, and the others had serious expressions when they saw that five-elemental reincarnation fist. If Xianyuan Wentian had used it against them earlier, they would have had to use all their trump cards to block it. However, Xianyuan Wentian, who had such monstrous combat strength, was completely defeated by Yi Xiaoning with just 2 strikes. Chapter 395. How strong is his true combat strength? Among the top 50 prodigies, many of those who were qualified to fight for the top 20 had serious looks in their eyes. In that battle earlier, from start to end, Yi Xiaoning only executed 2 swords. 1 sword aura and 1 sword explosion. With 2 moves, Xianyuan Wentian was immediately defeated. If the blue lightning god sovereign had not intervened, Xianyuan Wentian would have been crippled if not dead. This made Jin Wushuang and the other prodigies of the older generation feel even more pressured. Even Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi's faces turned serious. Although Yi Xiaoning was not their match now, he was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to grow for 3 years when they met again in the next combat ranking tournament, what would be their chances of victory? After this battle, Yi Xiaoning directly removed his title as a top 10 candidate and became the true top 10 of the combat ranking. With such strength, no matter how one looked at it, he could be ranked in the top 10. 73rd round, 9th battle, Shenfeng versus Kong Bitao. However, after the battle between Yi Xiaoning and Xianyuan Wentian, Qin Yu's battle arrived. The heated discussion immediately disappeared by more than half. Countless gazes returned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu carried the title of having the strongest potential since the beginning of the combat ranking tournament. His reputation was even higher than Yi Xiaoning's, and he was called the strongest newcomer. Along the way, Qin Yu did not fail to live up to the reputation he carried. He won with a perfect victory. Therefore, who was stronger between Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning had always been the core of everyone's comparison. Now, that Qin Yu met Kong Bitao, as long as he did not give up. They should be able to see Qin use true strength. Swoosh! Just as the blue lightning god sovereign announced, a figure impatiently leaped onto the stage. It was Kong Bitao. Shenfeng, don't tell me you don't dare to come up. Kong Bitao looks down at Qin Yu with disdain in his eyes. He was really afraid that Qin Yu would be like Sun Shiyu, avoiding them and only seeking to enter the top 20. Kong Bitao's strength is unfathomable. There's no need to. Among the geniuses, Sun Shiyu immediately sent a message to Qin Yu, asking him not to accept the challenge. Just like her, Qin Yu had unlimited potential. The future was their stage. Now, there was no need for him to compete with Kong Bitao and the other older generation geniuses. Whoosh! However, before Sun Shiyu could finish her voice transmission, Qin Yu had already leaped onto the arena. This guy, Sun Shiyu gritted her teeth. She was both angry and worried. The sacrificial evil god court was the archenemy of the Heaven Emperor Palace. It was inevitable that Kong Bitao would be ruthless in the dark. This time, the Blue Lightning Emperor was the referee. However, in the previous battle rankings, even if there were Emperor-level masters gambling, there were many cases of serious injuries or even deaths. He actually accepted the challenge. Is it because he's confident, or is he angered? Wan Tianya Wu Wudi and the others all revealed looks of interest. Compared to Yi Xiaoning and Xianyuan Wentian, this was a battle between the new generation. They were looking forward to this battle between the new generation and the old. Shi Tiangang and the other emperors of the Heaven Emperor Palace and the sacrificial evil god court couldn't help but watch with rapt attention. However, Shi Tiangang and the others looked a little serious. The eyes of the sacrificial evil god court's emperor flashed with cold, murderous intent. Qinyu's talent was too terrifying. He couldn't be allowed to grow. Looks like you have some guts after all. Kong Bitao smiled when he saw this. The malevolence in his smile sent chills down one's spine. You don't have the right to make me cower. Qinyu's calm voice made Kong Bitao's expression even more ferocious. Begin. The blue lightning emperor glanced at Kong Bitao and Qinyu. A layer of blue lightning vaguely appeared on his body. There was no doubt that Kong Bitao and Qin, you wouldn't show mercy to each other. Even the blue lightning emperor had to take this battle seriously. As the referee, he didn't just announce the outcome of the battle. The timing of his attack had to be perfect. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock. Whoosh! Almost at this moment, Kong Bitao snorted coldly, turned into a series of afterimages, and rushed out. As he charged out, he waved his hands, and sharp claw winds tore through the void. Kong Bitao didn't waste any time on Qinyu. He immediately used the 19 forms of the evil slayer. Whoosh! Qinyu's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 martial emperor after he used the Azure Dragon battle technique. Qinyu didn't retreat at all. His figure flashed as the sky splitter spear condensed in his hand. His spear suddenly pierced through the void. Boom! That spear strike of Qinyu's contained a frightening, slaughtering power. The 10 gray claw winds that were aimed at Qinyu were immediately shattered and turned into violent shockwaves that wreaked havoc. The sky splitter spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Its might didn't decrease as it pierced through the void toward Kong Bitao. When the spear struck out, the void trembled and the clouds shattered. You do have some skills, but that's all. Evil Slayer. Kong Bitao sneered as black mist appeared on his hands. The might of the 19 forms of the Evil Slayer immediately increased by several times. His hands changed, and 10 pitch-black claw winds intersected. The Sky Splitter Spear was directly torn apart. As the archenemy of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the sacrificial evil deity dynasty naturally knew about the War Emperor transformation. A true divine weapon was indestructible. The divine weapon created by the Heavenly Emperor Palace couldn't even be considered a fake. Of course, in terms of power, it was far above a divine weapon. Unfortunately, it was only effective against people of the same cultivation level. The instant the Sky Splitter Spear was destroyed, Kong Bitao's expression became extremely sinister as he pounced toward Qinyu. As he pounced, black mist surrounded his hands. A pitch-black, evil aura surged, and a pitch-black ancient rune faintly appeared. However, the pitch-black ancient rune was hidden in his pitch-black palms and didn't emit any fluctuations. Evil Spirit Rune. Below the battle stage, Zhang Qingtian's expression changed slightly as he sensed the pitch-black ancient rune. It was one of the sacrificial evil deity dynasty's evil techniques. Even in the sacrificial evil deity dynasty, not many people knew about it. The evil spirit rune was formed by the evil aura of the sacrificial spirit. It attacked silently and only revealed itself when it attacked. However, when the evil spirit rune attacked, one soul would be destroyed. Even someone as strong as the Blue Lightning Emperor couldn't save Qinyu in that instant. This fluctuation, murderous intent flashed in Qinyu's eyes. Outsiders might not know about the evil spirit rune, but Qin Yu had fought the sacrificial evil god emperor before. How could he not know about it? Crack! However, Qin Yu didn't dodge. Purple lightning runes quietly appeared in his right hand. At this moment, the blue lightning emperor's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on Qin Yu's right hand. Die! At this moment, Kong Bitao had already charged toward Qin Yu. He tore through the air, with his claws shattering Qin Yu's true Yuan barrier. Then, he struck out with his palm. Hundreds of pitch-black streaks of energy shot toward Qin Yu from all directions. Boom! Qin Yu waved his right hand, and a deafening clap of thunder sounded. The purple lightning that was as vast as the sea exploded, and the hundreds of pitch-black chi that were attacking were instantly destroyed. Kong Bitao, who had a sinister smile on his face, was covered by the destructive purple lightning and sent flying several thousand feet away. Uffed! After being sent flying, Kong Bitao's face paled, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura also became a bit weak. Chapter 396. It can't be. Kong Bitao is not only suppressed, but also injured. Shunfeng's strength has reached such a level. Countless onlookers were shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. How much strength has this kid been hiding? Even Shi Tiangang and the others from the Imperial Palace were dumbfounded and shocked. From the martial competition of the Divine Dynasty to the virtual space to the spiritual state battle, ranking Qin Yu's strength had exceeded their expectations and shocked them again and again. Is that the heavenly thunder of purple cloud? A trace of shock flashed in the blue lightning Thearka's eyes. He recognized that the purple thunder Qin Yu had just used was the ancient heavenly thunder of purple cloud. This kind of domineering thunder had been a legend since the end of the ancient times. Now, Qin Yu could use it, which made the blue lightning Dwarch admire the strength of the Imperial Palace. However, he didn't know that Qin Yu's many tricks had nothing to do with the Imperial Palace. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely evil and gloomy aura soared into the sky. Kong Bitao, who has been sent flying in vomited blood, walks towards Qin Yu step by step like a demonic beast that has gone berserk and is filled with killing intent. I'll kill you! Kong Bitao stares at Qin Yu with extremely vicious and gloomy eyes, as if he wants to chop Qin Yu into 10,000 pieces. Immediately, Kong Bitao turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Qin Yu. 3 evil-slaying seals appeared around him. He used the most powerful of the 19 evil-slaying styles, Kill the Heavens, and Sacrifice the Evil. Dozens of steel-like dark gray claw energies flew toward Qin Yu like demons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Break! A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The sky-splitter spear formed in his right hand, and a layer of divine light covered the spear. Then, a black dragon seal appeared in his right palm, enhanced by the power of the 9, Hell's Purgatory. Boom! With a stab of the spear, a vacuum tunnel that was dozens of meters wide and thousands of meters long appeared in the void. It was the void that was penetrated by the spear. Kong Bitao's Kill the Heavens and Sacrifice the Evil was immediately shattered. How is this possible? At the critical moment, Kong Bitao, who had hurriedly dodged the long spear, had a face full of shock and fear. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been seriously injured even if he wasn't crippled. Rumble! Seeing this, the lightning seal on Qin Yu's left palm flickered. In the void, a light purple divine thunder struck down as fast as lightning, locking onto Kong Bitao. God Blood Awakening, Sacrificial Spirit God Power. Kong Bitao's body turned cold, and his face changed dramatically. His hands rapidly formed a seal. A boundless, ancient, evil aura suddenly emanated from Kong Bitao's body. Vaguely, a shadow of evil aura rose from Kong Bitao's body, an aura that seemed to come from the primordial times swept across the land. Even the guardian spirit's bloodline was unsealed. Zheng Qingtian's expression was grave. Kong Bitao had the bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's first-generation guardian spirit ancestor. Now that he had even used his guardian spirit bloodline, it was obvious that he had been forced into a desperate situation. How could Qin Yu possess such terrifying battle prowess? Seeing this, Qin Yu's lips curled up in a cold smile. Within the thunder seal in his left palm, a purple dragon shadow flashed for a moment before disappearing. Oh no! At this moment, the azure lightning Dharch instantly sensed that a blue lightning bolt had appeared above Kong Bitao's head. Almost at the same time, the light purple lightning bolt immediately turned dark purple. Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions resounded across the land. The area within 1,000 miles of the arena had turned into a sea of purple lightning. Countless onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were incomparably shocked. This was the purple lightning divine dragon's innate theurgy, divine firmament lightning. But in the next moment, an incomparably huge azure lightning beast appeared and swallowed all the divine firmament lightning. Qin Yu, the azure lightning Dharch, and Kong Bitao's figures appeared. Qin Yu's body was surrounded by a layer of purple lightning, and he was safe and sound. Azure lightning surrounded the azure lightning Dharch like a tiger, suppressing the surroundings. But Kong Bitao's face was pale. His clothes were tattered, and his breathing was chaotic. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qin Yu's last divine firmament lightning had been detected by the azure lightning Dharch in time. However, some of them still managed to land on Kong Bitao, causing severe injuries to him. Kong Bitao cultivated the evil spirit force, which was the evil Dao. Qin Yu's divine firmament world-exterminating lightning was extremely strong and ferocious, completely suppressing him. If the azure lightning Dharch had not intervened, Kong Bitao would have died. Shinfeng wins. The azure lightning Dharch dispersed the blue lightning around him and announced Qin Yu's victory. Qin Yu glanced at Kong Bitao. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He stepped out of the arena. Although the move just now did not kill Kong Bitao, it had caused great damage to his bloodline source. Kong Bitao would not be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years would pass in the blink of an eye for a martial emperor. But for the younger generation, even if they wasted a year, it would cause great damage to their breakthrough to the emperor realm, let alone 3 to 5 years. They might even be unable to break through to the emperor realm because of this. He actually won. What kind of monster is this Shinfeng? This dark horse is really amazing. Hearing the azure lightning Thearcha's words, the onlookers, who had been silent, immediately burst into an uproar. They originally thought that they would be able to see Qin Yu's strength through this battle, but they did not expect that Kong Bitao, who was ranked 24th in the last competition, would be defeated by Qin Yu. He could not even withstand a single blow. In just a few moves, he was seriously injured. How is this half among the top 50 geniuses? Sun Shiyu stared at Qin Yu, dumbfounded. She remembered that Qin Yu had said before that he had used half of his strength. Judging from the combat strength Qin Yu had just shown, Qin Yu had not even used half of his strength in the elimination battle. This made Sun Shiyu, who originally wanted to compete with Qin Yu, give up the idea. If she wanted to compete with him, wouldn't she just be looking for a beating? How can a grade 2 martial emperor display such combat strength? Not only Sun Shiyu, but Zheng Qingtian, Jin Wushuang, Xianyuan Qixing, and Gu Hanemo were also shocked. Qin Yu's combat strength had completely exceeded their expectations. If they were the ones who fought just now, would they be able to injure Kong Bitao so easily? Everyone could not help but have this thought in their hearts. We have completely underestimated him. Even Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi's eyes turned slightly serious. Although they could also defeat Kong Bitao, it would still be difficult for them to reach Qin Yu's level. That was also the Dragon Clan's divine ability just now. Yi Xiaoning's eyes flashed slightly. First, it was the Fire Dragon Clan's divine ability. Now, it was the Lightning Dragon Clan's divine ability. A human actually mastered two divine abilities of the Dragon Clan. Even in the Dragon Clan, this was difficult to achieve, right? 73rd round. 12th battle. Sun Xiyu versus Yi Tianyu. Amidst the heated discussion, the top 50 battles continued. After 2 rounds, Sun Xiyu was up against Yi Tianyu. This battle, which could have been evenly matched, was easily won by Sun Xiyu because Yi Tianyu's spiritual fire was greatly weakened. Sun Xiyu was one step closer to the top 20, Chapter 397, from the current results. As long as Sun Xiyu fought steadily, it should not be a problem for her to enter the top 20. Among the 4 great prodigies, other than Sun Xiyu, Xianyuan Wentian's results were enough to enter the top 20. However, Tang Mingxin and Zhou Wuyuan's situation was a little dangerous. Tang Mingxin had been severely injured by Kong Bitao and had been invaded by the evil spirit energy. His injuries were not light, and his combat strength had been weakened by a lot. As for Zhou Wuyuan, although his second soul was the mystic snow phoenix, his combat strength was still too weak. In this spiritual state battle, ranking where prodigies were everywhere, it would be difficult for him to enter the top 20. After all, he did not have the terrifying combat strength of Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning, who could fight opponents of a higher level. The battles continued, but other than Qin Yu, who defeated Kong Bitao, and the other 2 in a heaven-defying manner, the rest of the prodigies were the other prodigies. The battles of the other prodigies were well-behaved, which meant that the results were expected. Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi were still 2 giants. The opponents they met either gave up or were easily defeated. Among the 7 people, other than Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, only Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning had won. Kong Bitao was defeated by Qin Yu. Zheng Qingtian fought Wan Tianya. Zhuge Yingfeng was also defeated by Wu Wudi. When the ranking competition reached the 80th round, the top 10 of this year's spiritual state battle ranking had been ranked. Wan Tianya, Wu Wudi, Qin Yu, Yi Xiaoning, Zheng Qingtian, Xianyuan Chixing, Jin Wushuang, Gu Hanmo, Kong Bitao, and Zhuge Yingfeng. This ranking was based on their current battle results and the opponents they were going to encounter in the future. Unless someone lost 20 rounds in a row, their positions would not be shaken. In the end, the only thing to compete was the ranking of the top 10, or rather, it was the competition for the 3rd to 10th place. Because of Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi, it seemed that no one could shake their 1st and 2nd places. Round 81, 4th match, Yi Xiaoning against Zhuge Yingfeng. Yi Xiaoning's new round of battle had arrived. His opponent was the young patriarch of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yingfeng. Zhuge Yingfeng was a veteran genius, but his ranking in the last battle ranking was not outstanding, being in the 30th place. But this time, Zhuge Yingfeng rose to prominence, defeating Du Qiao, Zhou Jianian, and Qi Huanmei, rushing into the top 10. Please enlighten me. After Zhuge Yingfeng bowed before the battle, he immediately formed a seal with his hands. A 1,000-foot-long gale appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the world. That was no ordinary gale, but the 9 heavens astral wind. What Zhuge Yingfeng comprehended was the way of the astral wind. The venerable sovereigns of the Zhuge clan sent him into the sky to be tempered by the 9 heavens hurricane. This tempering lasted for 3 years. Zhuge Yingfeng had also undergone a complete transformation. Qi La, Yi Xiaoning took a large step forward in the face of the gale that could destroy anything in its path, and slashed out with his iron sword. Streaks of destructive sword chi crisscrossed in the void. That 10,000 feet gale had yet to approach Yi Xiaoning when it was directly torn apart by the sword chi. Zhuge Yingfeng was startled. A spiritual fan appeared in his hand, emitting a vast emperor's aura. The blue lightning sovereign glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. That spiritual fan was about to become a divine artifact, but now it was really a divine artifact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuge Yingfeng held the spiritual fan in his hand and poured all his true essence into it. He kept fanning it toward Yi Xiaoning. Immediately, violent and destructive gale erupted in the distance. In an instant, the area within a 1,000-mile radius had become a zone of destructive gale. The layers of 9 heavens' astral winds were terrifying. If one were to casually step in, even a martial emperor would not be able to survive. Yi Xiaoning stopped in his tracks. The iron sword in his hand trembled violently, and a clear and deafening sword chime resounded. At this moment, in the hundreds of millions of spectating cultivators outside the arena, the swords of many sword cultivators trembled uncontrollably. The scene was extremely terrifying. Slash! Yi Xiaoning suddenly attacked. The iron sword in his hand slashed vertically and horizontally in front of him, turning into a cross-shaped sword light. The cross-shaped sword light flashed in the void and disappeared. The layers of destructive gale were immediately cut open, creating a cross-shaped space that was hundreds of feet wide. Zhuge Yingfeng, who was holding the spiritual fan, had just sensed it when he was hit by the cross-shaped sword light that seemed to have traveled through the void. However, he was not injured. The reason was very simple. The blue lightning sovereign had attacked and sealed the cross-shaped sword light. The result was naturally Yi Xiaoning's strong victory. This battle was fierce. However, Zhuge Yingfeng did not leave a deep impression and did not cause a scene as shocking as when Qin Yu defeated Kong Bitao. The 19th battle of the 82nd round, Qin Yu versus Xianyuan Chixing. This was another battle of the top 10. The two sides of the battle were still newcomers and the older generation of Heaven's Prides who could not participate in the next round. This once again made countless onlookers watch the battle intently. Xianyuan Chixing was ranked 21st in the last round, 3 ranks higher than Kong Bitao. Would Qin Yu be able to defeat another Heaven's Pride of the last round? This kind of suspenseful battle was the most exciting to the onlookers. Leaf Fire Divine Body, Leaf Fire Divine Path. Xianyuan Chixing had the Leaf Fire Divine Body and cultivated the Leaf Fire Divine Power. As soon as the battle began, Xianyuan Chixing activated the Leaf Fire Divine Power with all his might, and his vast true essence turned into a sea of fire. The Leaf Fire Divine Power seemed like a flame that could burn the heavens and destroy the earth, but it would be a big mistake to treat it as a spiritual fire. Therefore, Qin Yu did not fight with the golden flame heaven incinerating fire like he did with Yi Qianyu. This time, Qin Yu charged head-on. The 9 underworld's dragon seal in his palm activated, and the sky splitter spear materialized and blasted out with vast divine power. The divine spear not only contained the slaughter great Tao and the chaos great Tao, but also the power of the sealing divine light. Under the enhancement of the 4 powers, Xianyuan Chixing was completely suppressed and could only defend. This scene caused many of the spectators who were looking forward to this battle to be stunned on the spot. Xianyuan Chixing was not even as good as Kong Bitao under Qin Yu. Qin Yu's battle strength was strong enough to easily crush the top 10. Didn't that mean that Qin Yu was strong enough to fight with Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi? After this possibility spread, all the surrounding martial artists started a heated discussion. Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi were too strong. Therefore, when the ranking competition started, everyone thought that they would take first and second place. But now, Qin Yu, this anomaly jumped out. Wan Tianya and Wu Wudi's first and second place were probably not so stable anymore. Rumble! The long spear pierced violently like a dragon, and the void exploded like waves. The battle ended very quickly. Without surprise, Qin Yu won in a domineering manner. Now, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning were already ranked third and fourth. As for whether or not they could charge into first and second place, that would depend on luck. Round 85, Yi Xiaoning versus Jin Wushuang. After another 3 rounds, the top 10 battle appeared again. Everyone's anticipation for this battle far exceeded all of Yi Xiaoning's previous battles. After all, Jin Wushuang was a genuine veteran prodigy powerhouse, not someone who just rose up this year like Zhuge Chengfeng. Chapter 398, Ancient War Monarch Body. Jin Wushuang stepped onto the stage with a serious expression. A vast fighting spirit erupted from his body and swept through the clouds, as if an ancient war god had reappeared in the world. Although Yi Xiaoning was not like Qin Yu, who had defeated the older generation experts of the top 10, Yi Xiaoning was still a genius. However, the sword aura that Yi Xiaoning exuded made Jin Wushuang extremely fearful. He had to go all out. Yi Xiaoning's expression was as cold as ever. He took a step forward and crossed hundreds of meters, rushing toward Jin Wushuang like a ghost. The rusty iron sword was filled with sword patterns, and the sword chime shook the sky. The bright and cold sword aura tore through the sky like a storm. Heaven fighting fist. Jin Wushuang roared, and the ancient patterns on his fists were filled with inextinguishable fighting spirit. Bang! Bang! Lin Fan punched out with both fists. Streaks of terrifying fist radiance tore through the air like meteors. Bang! The bright sword aura collided with the terrifying fist aura, and the fist aura was torn apart by the sword aura. The power of the two was not on the same level at all. So powerful! Jin Wushuang's pupils shrank, and he could not hide his shock. He had known that Yi Xiaoning's sword aura was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. His inextinguishable sword intent was like a piece of cloth in front of the sword aura, and was easily torn apart. Swoosh! A figure pierced through the sky, and the bright sword aura shone like stars. As soon as Jin Wushuang sensed it, his body shook violently, and he flew back hundreds of meters. There was a bloody wound on his body. Yi Xiaoning wins. The Blue Lightning Sovereign said. Jin Wushuang did not react to Yi Xiaoning's attack at all. If Yi Xiaoning had attacked a fatal spot, Jin Wushuang would have died without a doubt. After the battle, the audience was in a heated discussion. They thought that Jin Wushuang could test Yi Xiaoning's strength. However, Jin Wushuang was defeated in 2 moves. This situation was much easier than when Xianyuan Wentian fought him. Many people could see that Yi Xiaoning seemed to be getting stronger quickly. That kind of strength was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a control of the way of the sword. Previously, Yi Xiaoning had crushed Xianyuan Wentian with a sword explosion that covered an area of 3,000 meters. Just now, he used a sword light to pierce through Jin Wushuang. This was not because Jin Wushuang was weaker than Xianyuan Wentian. Instead, it was because Yi Xiaoning's control over the way of the sword was becoming increasingly terrifying. The sword power contained in that sword ray was not any weaker than the 1,000-feet sword explosion from before. Round 86, Qin Yu versus Zheng Qintian. After a few more rounds of challenges, Qin Yu once again encountered the heavenly imperial palace's archenemy, the sacrificial evil celestial dynasty. Although Zheng Qintian was not a descendant of the royal family of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, he was not a descendant of the royal family. However, in the sacrificial evil god dynasty, His status was on par with Kong Bitao's, and he was conferred the title of Divine Son. Previously, Crown Prince Kong Bitao had been easily defeated by Qin Yu and had even been severely injured. Now, the Divine Son Zheng Qingtian was facing off against Qin Yu. Everyone was looking forward to it. Divine Evil Spirit Seal. After Zheng Qingtian entered the battle, he was not in a hurry to attack. His hands quickly formed seals at a speed so fast that it was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, an ancient seal filled with an extremely fast evil aura was formed between Zheng Qingtian's hands. Crack! Qin Yu arrived in the air. The purple thunder dragon seal appeared in his palm. It was faintly discernible. Judging from the fluctuations, Zheng Qingtian's Tao of cultivation was of the same origin as Kong Bitao's. Since they were both sacrificial evil Tao, Qin Yu naturally had to counter it with the Tao of lightning. After forming the divine seal, Zheng Qingtian held the seal in his right hand and rushed toward Qin Yu. The moment he rushed out, an ancient seal vaguely appeared between Zheng Qingtian's eyebrows. That is, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes as if he had discovered something. Evil spirit sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Qingtian had already rushed in front of Qin Yu. The evil ancient seal turned into a ray of light and shot toward Qin Yu. Wherever the ancient seal passed, countless ripples appeared in the void. It was as if even the void would collapse because of it. Kakik. Just as the evil ancient seal was about to attack Qin Yu, the faintly discernible ancient seal between Zheng Qingtian's eyebrows suddenly charged out and merged with the evil ancient seal. Immediately after, a series of bone-chilling, strange laughter rang out. The evil ancient seal exploded with a loud bang. An evil shadow suddenly pounced out from within, bringing with it a vast and mighty evil spirit aura. It bombarded toward Qin Yu from all directions. The evil spirit aura covered a radius of 100 miles, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Great! Among the top 50 geniuses, an excited cheer suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Kong Bitao, whose aura was still faintly weak. He was extremely excited. Outsiders didn't know what kind of secret technique Zheng Qingtian used, but Kong Bitao knew it clearly. Zheng Qingtian didn't have the imperial bloodline of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, but he was titled as the Divine Son because he had merged with the soul of an ancient evil spirit. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had been trying to awaken the ancient evil spirit. In addition to making the evil spirit's bloodline return to its ancestral roots, there was another way, which was to awaken the evil spirit's soul. Therefore, Zheng Qingtian, who had merged with the soul of an ancient evil spirit, was not below Kong Bitao's status. Now that Zheng Qingtian had sacrificed the soul of an ancient evil spirit, even if Qin Yu had the berserk divine lightning, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop it. This was because the soul of an ancient evil spirit was a soul astral body. Kiki. But in the next moment, the strange laughter that made people's hair stand on end suddenly turned into a scream of horror. The crowd still didn't understand what had happened. Zheng Qingtian's expression was cold, and his hands were constantly changing seals as he used a secret technique. His eyes suddenly popped out, and his gaze was dull. Then, he fell down like a piece of wood. His originally powerful aura immediately weakened like a candle that was about to go out, and he could die at any time. Following Zheng Qingtian's collapse, the evil spirit Qi that covered the sky and earth immediately disappeared. Qin Yu's figure was revealed. He was safe and sound. For some unknown reason, the evil figure that had originally appeared also disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Kong Bitao, who was originally extremely excited, had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. With a flash of lightning, the Blue Thunder Emperor appeared beside Zheng Qingtian. After sensing it slightly, A strange look appeared on the Blue Thunder Emperor's face. Zheng Qingtian's emperor's soul had been shattered for some unknown reason. This surprised the Blue Thunder Emperor a little. Qin Yu shouldn't have used a soul douse secret technique on Zheng Qingtian. Could it be because of the evil spirit's soul that Qin Yu had just erased? Although he was surprised, the Blue Thunder Emperor didn't stop and directly sent Zheng Qingtian to the area where the emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were gathered. The emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty immediately checked carefully. Immediately, all of their faces became extremely gloomy and ferocious, and monstrous evil qi soared to the sky. The soul of the ancient evil spirit that Zheng Qingtian had merged with had disappeared. This blow was not small, and it could even be said that it was enough to affect their foundation. Chapter 399. What's going on? Zheng Qingtian can't fight anymore? No way. What happened just now? Both the spectators and the participating prodigies were discussing among themselves, not knowing what had happened. Soon, the Blue Lightning Emperor announced that Zheng Qingtian couldn't fight anymore, and that he would lose all his battles from now on. This announcement made countless gazes turn to Qin Yu. They couldn't hide their shock and fear. He had the means to make the top 10 prodigies lose their ability to fight. Qin Yu's strength was a bit too frightening. Qin Yu ignored those gazes and left the arena. Zheng Qingtian's soul had merged with the ancient evil spirit's soul. When Qin Yu used the soul-devouring curse to kill the ancient evil spirit's soul, Zheng Qingtian's soul was naturally injured. In fact, his injuries were far worse than Kong Bitao's. It was unknown whether he could wake up. Consecutively defeating the top 10 veteran prodigies with ease, everyone's anticipation of Qin Yu challenging Wan Tianya's Wu Wudi also increased. Judging from Qin Yu's current attacks, the rest of the top 10 prodigies were Wu Wudi. Only Wu Wudi and Wu Wudi were qualified to be Qin Yu's opponents. The 92nd round, Yi Xiaoning versus Wu Wudi. After several rounds of battles, Yi Xiaoning met the two heroes of the 10,000 martial sect, first, then Qin Yu. This time, Yi Xiaoning didn't give up like he did during the elimination round. In fact, Yi Xiaoning had been showing off since the start of the ranking battles. He was invincible. Many people guessed that Yi Xiaoning's goal was to be number 1. Begin. As soon as the Blue Lightning Emperor's voice fell, Yi Xiaoning crossed the void and slashed with his sword. His attacks were the same as before. It was as if Wu Wudi was no different from Xian Yuan, Wen Tian, and Jin Wushuang in his eyes. "Ha! It looks like you've underestimated me." Wu Wudi chuckled when he saw this. Waves of soul-crushing wind and thunder sounded from his body. Immediately after, violent and destructive winds and thunderbolts suddenly exploded. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles had turned into a world of wind and thunder. The destructive wind and thunder were wreaking havoc in this world. The power of wind and thunder vibrated and amplified each other, creating a vast might. Qi La, amidst the mighty wind and lightning, resplendent sword light flickered as Yi Xiaoning stepped out in the air. But at this moment, Wu Wudi had already disappeared. Of course, he didn't really disappear. However, Wu Wudi's entire body transformed into a bolt of wind and thunder, blending into the wind and thunder of the world. That was why it looked like it had disappeared. Not only does the Tao of wind and thunder possess a destructive power, but it also possesses a speed that can be counted with one's fingers. Even though Yi Xiaoning has comprehended a supreme sword might, if a rank 9 martial emperor commented. However, before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly. Hundreds of millions of light swords exploded from Yi Xiaoning's body, shooting out in all directions. Wherever the light sword passed, the raging storm and thunderstorm were immediately shattered, and the world became empty. Wu Wudi's advantage immediately vanished. Puchi, a figure emerged from the vanishing storm. It was Wu Wudi. A sword wound appeared on Wu Wudi's right arm, and blood flowed out. Yi Xiaoning's sudden explosion of hundreds of millions of light swords had injured him. Fortunately, his injury wasn't serious. However, Wu Wudi's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Even Wan Tianya's expression gradually turned solemn. It seemed that Yi Xiaoning's true strength had only begun to be displayed at this moment. Martial God's bloodline, divine blood berserk. Wu Wudi shouted, and waves of berserk blood energy erupted from his body. His aura immediately skyrocketed. Wu Wudi's cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 7 Martial Emperor, and now his Martial God's bloodline had erupted. His aura was so strong that even many of the older rank 8 Martial Emperors on the battle stage felt their hearts palpitate. The current Wu Wudi definitely possessed the strength to fight against them. Martial shattering the firmament. There was a deafening explosion as Wu Wudi used an ancient mystic technique and punched out. The destructive shockwave shook heaven and earth, and countless cracks appeared in the Sumeru world. Imperial sword. Kill. Yi Xiaoning's gaze became sharper as he formed hand seals. The rusty iron sword floated above his head, and a crisp and ear-splitting sword hum sounded. It was as if an ancient sword emperor had returned. Swoosh! In the next instant, the iron sword shook and turned into a ray of light flashing through the void. The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Wu Wudi's fist was ferocious, and his aura was incomparably fierce. The rusty iron sword pierced through both his fist and his body, and his divine fist exploded. As for Wu Wudi, a bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. However, neither the divine fist nor the hole in Wu Wudi's body were caused by the iron sword. The rusty iron sword was suppressed by an azure lightning beast when it was still several feet away from Yi Xiaoning. Even so, the sword energy on the iron sword still pierced through the void. Not only did it shatter Wu Wudi's attack, but it also pierced through his body. With a single strike, Wu Wudi was seriously injured. Wu Wudi was actually defeated. This, looking at the bloodied Wu Wudi, whose aura was incomparably weak, the crowd was shocked. Even the original discussion gradually disappeared at this moment. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Wu Wudi, who had always been ranked second, had been defeated by Yi Xiaoning with a single strike, sword-wielding art. Amidst the crowd's shock, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The sword-wielding art was a secret technique of the Divine Sword Sect, one of the top 10 ancient divine sections. However, ever since the primordial era was destroyed, this secret technique had been completely lost. Looking at all the ancient books, there were only records of it from the primordial era. Who would have thought that this divine sword technique would fall into Yi Xiaoning's hands? This made Qin Yu even more certain that this guy was the reincarnation of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Although he didn't know why Yi Xiaoning hadn't used the Sky Burier Sword technique, he still didn't know. I'm afraid his combat strength is no weaker than yours. Be careful. Wu Wudi, who had used a secret technique to suppress his injuries, left the arena and transmitted a message to Wan Tianya. Don't worry, he will be defeated by me. Wan Tianya's gaze was steady, but his aura was incomparably fierce, shattering the winds and clouds of myriad worlds. Even if Yi Xiaoning had the strength to easily defeat Wu Wudi, he was still full of confidence. No one in this batch of youths would be his match. 93 RD round, Qin Yu versus Wan Tianya. In this round, the heat of the battle between Yi Xiaoning and Wu Wudi had yet to pass. Another battle of the pinnacle was ushered in. The atmosphere immediately exploded. The strongest newcomer versus the strongest senior. This battle was even more exciting than the battle between Yi Xiaoning and Wu Wudi. Countless gazes looked at Qin Yu, wondering if Qin Yu would accept the battle. Everyone present could see that the current Wan Tianya was definitely not to be trifled with. Ever since Wu Wudi was defeated, Wan Tianya's aura had clearly become more and more ferocious. Previously, the prodigies who had challenged him had all forfeited. If Qin Yu accepted the battle, he would definitely be attacked by Wan Tianya's violent attacks. Chapter 400. Whoosh! However, Qin Yu, without the slightest hesitation, leapt onto the stage. Qin Yu did not have much interest in the spiritual state's war rankings number 1. However, Yi Xiaoning's goal was obviously to obtain number 1. This made Qin Yu slightly concerned. This celestial Qilin city was able to cause the good fortune immortal seal to tremble. Yi Xiaoning was a reincarnator. Regardless of who he was, since he was so interested in the number 1 spot on the war ranking, Qin Yu naturally had to fight with him. Qin Yu naturally wants to fight for it too. This is a good opportunity to test Yi Xiaoning's ability. Wan Tianya's figure flashed as he crossed the sky and appeared on the stage. The ferocious aura emitted from his body was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. Looking at your previous battles, you should still be holding back. However, you are no match for me. Come and challenge me in the next war ranking. Wan Tianya formed a fist with his right hand. The great Tao of heaven and earth and boundless true energy condensed within his right fist. The ripples that were emitted caused even the air to feel a little sticky. Many martial emperors' eyes twitched when they saw this. Wan Tianya's control of the great Tao's energy was actually not overflowing in the slightest. This was something that only a peak rank 8 or rank 9 martial emperor could do. Could it be that Wan Tianya had surpassed rank 7 and entered rank 8 martial emperor in 3 years? If rank 5 martial emperor and rank 6 martial emperor were to be said to be a dividing line, then rank 6 martial emperor and rank 6 martial emperor were to be considered as a dividing line. Then from rank 7 to rank 8 was an abyss. Otherwise, rank 8 and rank 9 martial emperors would not be called peak martial emperors. Next war ranking? Ho! Qin Yu laughed. 3 years later, he would no longer be in this kind of money pit. 9 divine king fists. Wan Tianya did not mind Qin Yu's expression. Since Qin Yu had already stepped onto the stage, he would naturally not shrink back from the battle. When his aura reached its peak, Wan Tianya shouted. Like a bolt from the blue, a deafening explosion sounded in the sky. Immediately, Wan Tianya was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as he punched towards Qin Yu with a boundless fist aura. The void shattered as 9 dazzling fists of divine light that were as bright as the sun blasted out like stars chasing after the sun. Azure dragon battling the heavens. Indestructible stone emperor seal. The instant Wan Tianya blasted out, Qin Yu already made his move. His cultivation immediately skyrocketed, and an intense light filled his eyes. An ancient seal that was 10 feet in size condensed around him. However, around the ancient seal, a figure of 1,000 feet appeared. It looked as if the ancient stone emperor had reappeared, holding the indestructible stone emperor seal in his hand. Rumble! 9 rays of divine light suddenly bombarded Qin Yu, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Violent fluctuations that could destroy heaven and earth raged between heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. He actually blocked it. After the countless onlookers were shocked by Wan Tianya's frightening fighting strength, they discovered something. The indestructible stone emperor seal around Qin Yu only trembled violently before it blocked the 9 fists of destruction. This caused the bystanders to be even more astonished. One should know that the ancient frost demon, who had merged with the soul of the ancient demon god, was defeated by Wan Tianya's punch. Qin Yu, who was only a rank 2 martial emperor, was actually able to block it without suffering any injuries. How could the defense of the indestructible Stone Emperor's seal be so powerful? Compared to the previous battle, it seemed to be on a completely different level. Rank 6 martial emperor. However, soon, someone came back to their senses. They immediately discovered that Qin Yu's cultivation was no longer that of a rank 5 martial emperor. Instead, it had reached rank 6 martial emperor. Since that's the case, his defense is simply too frightening. Indeed, Sun Shiyu has also used the indestructible divine seal. However, compared to Shenfeng, the power of the two is on a completely different level. In that case, Shenfeng's status in the Heavenly Imperial Palace is above Sun Shiyu's. If that's the case, Wan Tianya will have no choice but to undo the seal. Amen with the defense of the divine seal. If Wan Tianya were to suppress his cultivation and not go all out, Shenfeng would be in an undefeatable position. A series of discussions took place among the crowd. It seems that I've still underestimated you. This year's newcomers are indeed very powerful. However, this is still not your world. Wan Tianya was shocked to see Qin Yu blocking the 9 divine kings' fists head-on. However, this also aroused Wan Tianya's battle intent. Mysterious and ancient spirit runes covered Wan Tianya's body. It was like a divine rune battle armor. Especially on his forehead, there was an ancient spirit rune battle armor condensed into a silhouette. A might from the great desolate era engulfed the entire region. Rank 8 martial emperor. He actually really became a rank 8 martial emperor. His talent is simply too frightening. No one in the younger generation is a match for him. A true prodigy. After a moment of silence, bursts of shocked cries sounded nonstop. Although they had guessed that Wan Tianya had become a rank 8 martial emperor, they were still incomparably shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After all, Wan Tianya was someone who could participate in the next spiritual state war ranking. With such talent, there was likely no one in the martial emperor generation in the spiritual state that could compare to him. Even Yi Xiaoning's expression changed a little. It was true that he was an emperor expert when he was alive. However, after reincarnation, no matter how strong he was, there was still a limit. Wan Tianya made him feel a bit of pressure. Of course, it was only a bit. Thinking of that, Yi Xiaoning couldn't help but look at Qin Yu. In the end, his gaze became serious. Facing Wan Tianya, who was a rank 8 martial emperor, Qin Yu's expression didn't change in the slightest. It wasn't only Yi Xiaoning who noticed Qin Yu's expression. Wu Wudi knew Wan Tianya's strength very well. Thus, he was paying attention to Qin Yu's reaction. When he saw Qin Yu's calm expression, for some unknown reason, his heart sank. A trace of a bad premonition emerged. Could it be that Qin Yu was still hiding his strength? It seems that I will have to go all out. Seeing Wan Tianya, whose aura was as dazzling as the sun, Qin Yu smiled. Go all out. Wan Tianya's brows slightly twitched. However, his gaze suddenly became serious. He saw that Qin Yu's cultivation had actually increased again. It directly broke through rank 6 martial emperor and entered rank 7 martial emperor. When Qin Yu was a rank 1 martial emperor, the Azure Dragon battling the heavens was able to increase his cultivation to rank 6 martial emperor. Now that his cultivation had entered rank 2 martial emperor, the might of the Azure Dragon battling the heavens was naturally stronger. The countless spectators who were originally shocked by Wan Tianya's display of rank 8 martial emperor's cultivation were now deathly silent. Even those emperor realm experts revealed shocked expressions. There were countless secret techniques and divine abilities that could increase one's cultivation in the heaven domain. However, Qin Yu's increase from rank 2 martial emperor to rank 7 martial emperor was extremely rare even in the entire heaven domain. Every single one of them was a famous divine technique in the history of the heaven domain. However, the divine technique that Qin used and the aura rippling from his body didn't match any of the known divine techniques. Could it be that it was newly researched by the Heaven Emperor Palace? Chapter 401. Of course, those Emperor Realm experts were only surprised. The greater the amplification of a secret technique, the greater the price one had to pay. Many people even felt that it was unwise for Qin to use that kind of secret technique in a moment of danger. Such a secret technique could only be used at a crucial moment. Even though the heavenly imperial palace's Shi Tiangang and the others did not know where Qin secret technique came from, they all had the same thought. Unfortunately, they did not know that Qin only consumed dragon aura when he used the Azure Dragon heaven battling. As for dragon aura, to Qin, who had already subdued 2 dragons, no matter how much it consumed, he could still afford it. Exactly what is the origin of this brat? Yi Xiaoning, who originally felt some pressure from Wan Tianya, could not help but reveal astonishment in his eyes. Before he had awakened his memories, he had fought against Qin. Thus, he had some impression of Qin secret technique. But now, the amplification of this secret technique had completely exceeded his expectations. When he was a martial ancestor, his cultivation could be amplified by several levels. When he was a martial emperor, his cultivation could also be amplified by several levels. Then, what about after he became a martial emperor? Thinking of this, a trace of light flashed through Yi Xiaoning's eyes. Did you think that you would be able to handle me after increasing your cultivation to rank 7 martial emperor? Although Wan Tianya was astonished by Qin secret technique, he did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. In his unsealed state, not to mention a rank 7 martial emperor that had only increased his cultivation to rank 7 martial emperor through the use of a secret technique. Even if a rank 8 martial emperor were to appear, he would not fear him in the slightest. We will only know whether or not I can handle you after we fight. Qin smiled. The divine light on his body grew even denser. His aura was as vast as the ocean and unfathomable. I'm really curious as to where your confidence comes from. Wan Tianya laughed loudly. His figure flashed, and like a blazing sun, he instantly appeared before Qin. His fists, which contained the power of the great Tao of destruction, were like 2 mountains as they smashed forward. They emitted a might capable of crushing heaven and earth. As his cultivation base was unsealed, Wan Tianya executed the God King's 9 fists again. It was as though he was reborn. The 9 underworld's dragon seal appeared in Qin palm. Numerous pitch-black dragon patterns spread out and covered the Sky Splitter Spear. The Sky Splitter Spear, which flickered with divine light, seemed to have materialized as if it was a real ancient divine weapon. Boom, boom. The fist and the spear collided with each other, causing a series of deafening explosions. Along with the berserk and destructive quintessential essence and great Tao, they wreaked havoc in the world. Qin and Wan Tianya's speeds were extremely swift, and they were like 2 bolts of lightning that collided in the sky. Killing moves were executed successively as they unfolded an intense battle. The Emperor Realm Masters of the 10,000 Martial Sect and the Heavenly Imperial Palace were all quite nervous when they saw this kind of killing technique. It looked like they were even more nervous than the 2 people fighting on the stage. Boom. When Wan Tianya sent out another divine fist, it was shattered by Qin Mountain River Seal and the sky-splitting divine spear. Wan Tianya quickly retreated and pulled apart the distance between him and Qin. He looked at Qin with a grave expression. Originally, he thought that even if Qin increased his cultivation to rank 7 martial emperor, he would still be able to suppress him. But when they truly fought, he discovered that Qin Yu's increase in cultivation wasn't just a simple one. His combat techniques and divine abilities had all been raised by several levels, especially the War Emperor transformation. The transformation of various ancient divine weapons made him feel suppressed. He felt as if he had a body full of power, but had nowhere to use it. I never thought that I would be forced to this point by you. In the next moment, Wan Tianya, who was looking at Qin Yu with a grave expression, emitted a terrifying aura. The boundless aura was like an ancient beast that was quietly awakening. Countless people felt their hearts palpitate. Divine King bloodline. A strange light flashed in the blue lightning emperor's eyes. Compared to 3 years ago, Wan Tianya's divine king aura was even more powerful. If this continued, Wan Tianya might revert back to his ancestral state and become an ancient divine king. Unrivaled divine king. Wan Tianya shouted as his divine king bloodline awakened. Without any superfluous movements, he directly shot a punch at Qin Yu from the sky. A divine seal filled with boundless divine might broke through the sky. Following that, the void exploded inch by inch, creating a long, chaotic, and shattered region. Whoosh! Qin Yu wasn't afraid. He became one with the spear and broke through the sky with unrivaled might. The instant he rushed out, a layer of purple lightning revolved around the sky-splitting divine spear. Under the purple lightning, there were also pitch-black dragon marks spreading. Kacha! In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu, who was one with the spear, collided with the boundless divine seal. After the two of them were in a deadlock, for a moment, a crisp kacha sound was heard. Then, under Wan Tianya's shocked and disbelieving gaze, the sky-splitting divine spear was pierced. The sky-splitting divine spear pierced through the divine seal and turned into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The instant the sky-splitting divine spear shattered the divine seal, the sky-splitting divine spear pierced towards Wan Tianya with world-destroying might. Wan Tianya, who had just used the unrivaled divine king's ultimate move, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. His aura was clearly much weaker, and even his reaction was slower by half a beat. Bang! Just as the sky-splitting divine spear was about to kill Wan Tianya, lightning flashed. The Azure Lightning Emperor made his move. An azure lightning beast bit the sky-splitting divine spear, preventing it from advancing any further. With Kong Bitao as a precedent, the Azure Lightning Emperor took extra care of Qin Yu. He directly used his Dao power to suppress Qin Yu. Shenfeng wins. Naturally, the Azure Lightning Emperor's move also meant that Wan Tianya was defeated. Even after the Azure Lightning Emperor's announcement, Wan Tianya's eyes were still filled with unconcealable shock. Not to mention Wan Tianya, even the countless spectators in the surroundings were incomparably silent. This was probably the only battle that didn't have the slightest bit of discussion after it ended. This was also very normal. After all, Wan Tianya had awakened his divine king bloodline and used his ultimate move at the end. Even those martial emperors of the older generation, who had been rank 8 martial emperors for hundreds of years, felt a chill run down their spines. They had thought that Wan Tianya would undoubtedly win. But in the end, Qin Yu had easily shattered Wan Tianya's attack. Such a huge contrast made them feel disbelief. At this moment, in a remote corner of the spectators, there were 3 silhouettes calmly watching the outcome of the battle on the battle stage. The 3 people's gazes were incomparably indifferent. There were no fluctuations in their emotions. They were also not affected by Qin Yu defeating Wan Tianya. Such a monstrous existence actually appeared in this generation of the heavenly imperial palace. The more monstrous one's aptitude is, the more important it is to the heavenly imperial palace. If he dies, the heavenly imperial palace will definitely go crazy. Ever since the appearance of these peak forces, the four regions' forces have been restrained. Because of this, the spiritual state has become peaceful. It's also time to give them a reign of terror. How are the preparations in the middle state? They've already taken advantage of this heavenly ranking election to complete the plan. The doomsday of the heaven region. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. As the spectators gradually regained their senses, a huge commotion soared into the sky. The three silhouettes quietly left the crowd of onlooking martial artists. Chapter 402. Qin Yu defeated Wan Tianya and became the strongest newcomer in history. This caused an uproar. Countless spectators were discussing fervently. No one noticed the disappearance of the three people. Right now, everyone was discussing two things. Could Yi Xiaoning be like Qin Yu and defeat Wan Tianya? If Yi Xiaoning could win, then between the two newcomers, Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning, who would be able to take first place and step onto the peak of the spiritual state's younger generation. Of course, if Yi Xiaoning's fighting strength was inferior to Wan Tianya, then Qin Yu would be number one without a doubt. Ever since he defeated Wan Tianya, Qin Yu had not been challenged by anyone in his subsequent battles. Ever since Yi Xiaoning defeated Wu Wudi, other than Gu Hanmo who challenged him, the other geniuses he met also gave up. 95th round, Qin Yu versus Yi Xiaoning. Following the Azure Lightning Emperor's announcement, the Sky Chi City, that was filled with over 100 million cultivators, became deathly silent. Yi Xiaoning had yet to meet Wan Tianya, and he was going to have a showdown with Qin Yu. When they saw Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning leaping onto the stage, the originally deathly, silent Sky Chi City was suddenly filled with heated discussions. The showdown between the two newcomers completely ignited the Sky Chi City's cultivators. Begin. When the battle started, Yi Xiaoning, as usual, directly slashed with his sword. Numerous rays of resplendent sword aura were unceasing. They turned into a sword net and enveloped Qin Yu. They were trying to strangle him to death. Qin Yu's cultivation directly rose to rank 7 Martial Emperor, following that dense divine light flickered on his body. Hundreds of divine light clones covered the entire sky. Every clone, from their appearance to their cultivation, were exactly the same. It was impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Yi Xiaoning's gaze focused, and his sword aura swept out. The sword aura that originally formed a sword net all changed direction and explosively slashed towards a certain figure. With a loud explosion, the figure was immediately pulverized. Yi Xiaoning lightly exclaimed and immediately slashed towards the left with the iron sword in his hand. The sound of swords clashing against each other rang out, accompanied by intense sparks. On Yi Xiaoning's left, a long spear made of divine light, carrying with it a destructive power, violently pierced the rusty iron sword. It was Qin Yu. That move just now was a technique of the sealing divine light, phantom displacement. Within a certain range, you can change positions with any of your avatars, but once you change positions, the other avatars will disappear. The power of this move was needless to say. Even Yi Xiaoning, the Samsara traveler, was unable to see through it even though he managed to defend himself in time. Seal. The moment the attack was blocked, sealing divine light spread out from the sky-splitting divine spear, sealing the mysterious sword runes that appeared on the metal sword. Qi La. Yi Xiaoning's wrist shook. Streaks of pale, white sword radiance shot out from the sword, and the sealing divine light was immediately pierced through by the white sword radiance. Qin, you naturally wouldn't let Yi Xiaoning escape just like that. The sky-splitting divine spear suddenly dissipated, turning into 10 chains made of divine light and spirit runes that wrapped around the iron sword. At the same time, Qin Yu suddenly struck out with his left palm, and a dazzling beam of starlight pierced through the void. The corners of Yi Xiaoning's eyes twitched slightly, and he immediately abandoned his sword to dodge the starlight. Yi Xiaoning abandoned his sword. It seems that Shen Feng is still stronger. Indeed, a sword cultivator's strength will be greatly reduced without his sword. Countless spectators who were closely watching the battle began to discuss spiritedly when they saw this scene. Yi Xiaoning had been suppressed to the point that he had even abandoned his sword after just the beginning of the battle. The strength of the two seemed to have already been determined. But then an unexpected scene appeared. The iron sword that was wrapped and sealed by the rune iron sword let out a crisp sword cry. The rusty spots on it automatically fell off, and wisps of destructive sword chi rose like mist. The rune iron chains that Qinyu had condensed with the sealing divine light immediately cracked inch by inch. Qinyu loosened his right hand, and the iron sword automatically returned to Yi Xiaoning's body. A divine artifact? Qinyu looked down, and his eyes flashed slightly. A shallow sword mark appeared in his palm. Even with his dragon god tyrant body's defense, it had actually been broken by the destructive sword chi just now. With such power, that iron sword could only be a divine artifact. To be precise, it was a sealed divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to hide from the eyes of those Emperor Realm Masters. Imperial sword, kill! Yi Xiaoning formed a seal with both hands. The rusty iron sword fell off as if it had been reforged, and mysterious sword runes surrounded it. It immediately turned into a sword light and slashed through the air. It was the Imperial sword technique that had severely injured Wu Wudi. Divine firmament world extinguishing thunder. Qinyu was naturally prepared, and the Thunder Dragon Seal and Nine Nether Dragon Seal both glowed. The two divine abilities of the dragon race merged into the sky-splitting divine spear. The long spear pierced through the air and collided with the iron sword that was as fast as lightning. Qinyu's body shook violently, and cracks appeared on the sky-splitting divine spear. However, it managed to block the Imperial sword technique. Clang! Qinyu's right hand shook, and the iron sword that was slashing at him was immediately sent flying by the sky-splitting divine spear. At this moment, Qinyu became one with his spear and turned into a ray of light that appeared in front of Yi Xiaoning. He was so fast that even the iron sword that was returning at top speed could not catch up. It was the Tao of extreme speed. Space. No, this is the power of space-time. A look of horror flashed in Yi Xiaoning's eyes. The power emanating from Qinyu's long spear contained the power of space-time, and it affected the void around him as if he had fallen into a swamp. Ancient space-time slaughter array. Qinyu stared at Yi Xiaoning. An ancient spirit array appeared at the tip of the cold spear and enveloped Yi Xiaoning. This move not only contained the all-heavens slaughter array and space-time mystic power, but also the power of nine hells purgatory and the divine firmament world-destroying lightning. Its power was more than 100 times stronger than before. After all, not only was Qinyu's cultivation level stronger, but his dragon soul's understanding of space-time mystic power had also deepened. If Yi Xiaoning did not show his true strength, he would definitely not be able to block this move. Even the Azure Lightning Arch, who was acting as the referee, had his lightning Tao art fluctuating slightly, as if he was ready to attack at any time. You do have some skills, but this is the end of it. Yi Xiaoning was shocked, but did not panic. A pitch-black sword shadow floated in the depths of his eyes. A trace of sword intent that seemed to be able to cross the universe spread out. Sky-burying sword intent. Qinyu's entire body turned cold, and his hair stood on end. A sense of deadly danger appeared. However, Qinyu was not surprised at all. Instead, he was excited. Indeed, Yi Xiaoning was sky-burying sword immortal reincarnation. He had finally confirmed it. This aura. Just as Yi Xiaoning was about to attack, he seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, his 2 fingers formed a sword and slashed through the void in front of him. Immediately, a several dozen foot wide spatial crack appeared in the void. An ancient, desolate, and ancient aura soared into the sky from the spatial crack. At this moment, Yi Xiaoning and Qin Yu were immediately swallowed by the spatial crack. However, the azure lightning arch, who was beside them, was sent flying by the vast, desolate aura and was unable to approach the spatial crack. Swoosh! Almost at this moment, a figure flashed through the sky like lightning. It actually passed through the restriction above Sky Chi City and appeared on the battle arena. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the person who had appeared was Xing Luo. Chapter 4:03. That is, it can't be? Mad Dragon Sovereign. Is it really the Mad Dragon Sovereign, who is ranked first on the monarch ranking of the Central State? Why would such a figure come to the spiritual state battle ranking list? Hundreds of millions of martial artists had gathered in Sky Chi City. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Xing Luo, who had just appeared. Even Emperor Qing Lei, Shi Tiangang, and the other top emperors were shocked. The Mad Dragon Emperor Xing Luo was ranked first on the Central Prefecture's emperor ranking. It could even be said that the current Star Luo was like the dragon god sovereign from 1,000 years ago. In front of Xing Luo, even the top sovereigns of the spiritual state felt pressured. Xing Luo's appearance caused everyone's attention to gather on him. No one paid any attention to the spatial crack that had swallowed Qin Yu and Yi Xiaoning, as well as the Blue Lightning Emperor. The primordial ages, power of ancient immortals. Xing Luo didn't pay attention to his surroundings. The other martial artists were all looking at him in surprise. His eyes glittered as he looked at the pitch-black spatial rift in front of him. From the crack, Xing Luo sensed the power of an ancient immortal that only existed in the legends of the primeval age. Compared to the primordial divine power that was born in the primordial era, the primordial divine power truly existed. Since the end of the primordial era, no one had ever grasped the power of an ancient immortal. The warriors of the heaven domain were only seen occasionally in some of the ancient forbidden areas of the heaven domain. Mad Dragon Sovereign, is it really him? The Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty, who originally had ugly expressions because of the disappearance of Zheng Qingtian's evil spirit soul, were now quite excited. The God Emperor of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty had gone to see the Star Luo Sovereign before disappearing. They had wanted to find the Star Luo Emperor countless times and ask him what was going on. However, it was a pity that the Star Luo Emperor had always been in a semi-invisible state, and Shenren's head was nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the fact that the Star Luo race would occasionally appear in the Forbidden Zones and Outer Realms, he would have been dead by now. They were all wondering if the Star Luo Sovereign had already left the Heaven Realm. Now that they saw the Star Luo Sovereign appear, they were naturally excited. Right. Where are Shen Feng and Yi Xiaoning? It seems to have been swallowed by the spatial crack. Don't tell me they ended up in the chaotic void. No, this aura, it's an ancient ruin. Is there an ancient ruin behind this spatial rift? This is Sky Chi City's secret. After recovering from the shock of the Star Luo clan's arrival, Nia Tian slowly returned to his senses. All the warriors in the city immediately looked at the spatial rift in shock. It should be noted that the aura emitted by the spatial crack was enough to send an existence like the Blue Lightning Monarch flying. With such a terrifying power, there must be a heaven-shaking treasure hidden inside. What a powerful pressure! What kind of power is this? It's impossible to get close. The first to react were the Sky Emperor Palace and the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. After all, the people who had disappeared were the top geniuses of their two forces. However, when they tried to approach it, They discovered that the spatial crack was emitting an extremely shocking aura. Even existences like Shi Tiangang were suppressed to the point that they were unable to approach. They looked at Xing Luo, who was standing at the edge of the crack with a calm expression, and their hearts grew more and more shocked. No wonder he was ranked first on the emperor ranking, an existence on par with the dragon god emperor. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure broke through the sky and rushed onto the battle arena. He flew directly into the spatial crack. Although that person's speed was fast, all the warriors present could see him clearly. That was just a martial ancestor of the heavenly spirit dynasty. That person was none other than Jian Hen. Could it be that only the younger generation can enter this ancient ruin? Seeing the martial ancestors, Jian Hen easily enter the spatial crack. After a moment of astonishment, the top forces all came to their senses. They let the younger generation carefully sense it. Sure enough, they discovered that the spatial crack emitted a terrifying pressure on the Emperor realm, but it did not suppress the younger generation of warriors at all. Swish! Swish! After confirming this, many great forces immediately sent many of their younger generation into the spatial crack. With such a great opportunity in front of them, they naturally could not let it go. Even the geniuses who had been eliminated from the battle ranking, as well as the ordinary martial emperors and martial ancestors of the younger generation, flew into the spatial crack. Palace Master Sun Xiu was about to enter the spatial crack when a trace of Tao art power entangled her. Sun Xiu turned around and looked at Shi Tiangang in confusion. There's something strange about this ancient ruin. Don't go in for the time being. Shi Tiangang slowly transmitted his voice as an ancient talisman appeared in his hand. At this moment, the ancient talisman was flickering with red light. The red light was like blood. Sun Xiu's eyes twitched as she understood. That was her father's divination ancient talisman. Since the divination ancient talisman had a bloody light, it meant that it was a bad omen. What about Xinfeng? Sun Xiu looked at the spatial crack with worry in her eyes. Xinfeng is the son of great fortune. He should be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing and come out safely. Shi Tiangang could only think so. After all, Qin Yu had already fallen into it. Therefore, he could not let Sun Xiu fall into it again. At this moment, Qin Yu, who had been swallowed by the spatial crack, appeared in a vast world. A vast and desolate aura filled the entire sky. This ancient ruin is a bit old. The dragon soul in the divine dragon ancient seal spoke. Although it did not sense the existence of the dragon tribe, the dragon soul was still full of curiosity about this ancient ruin. The power that filled this ancient ruin was beyond its understanding. This sky has the power of the ancient immortals. It should be left behind from the primordial era. However, Qin Yu was able to sense it. Qin Yu had come into close contact with the power of the ancient immortals in his previous life in the immortal treasury. However, he had only come into contact with it. That level of immortal power was not something that mortals could touch at all. However, what Qin Yu cared about was not the power of the ancient immortals between heaven and earth. It was the reaction of the celestial creation seal. After coming to this ancient ruin, the celestial creation seal's vibration had obviously become more frequent and intense. It seemed to be a little excited. Qin Yu almost suspected that the celestial creation seal had gained sentience. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu immediately rushed in the direction of the celestial creation seal's vibration. In a void thousands of miles away from Qin Yu, Yi Xiaoning stood in the void and looked up at the sky. In his eyes, there was a deep sword light flickering, as if he could see through heaven and earth. Faintly, the appearance of Xing Luo outside the space crack appeared. I didn't expect him to appear so soon. It seems that he has been in the spiritual state all these years. After a while, Yi Xiaoning withdrew his gaze. Just as Qinyu had guessed, he was the Sky Burier Sword Immortal who had returned from reincarnation. As early as more than 10 years ago, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal had awakened his memories. At that time, Xing Luo had sensed his existence and came across the realm. However, at that time, the Sky Burier Sword Immortal was only a child with a weak cultivation base. He could only seal his memories, and even the Sky Burier Sword Dao was completely sealed. It was only now that his cultivation base had advanced to the Martial Emperor realm that his memories were unsealed again. Previously, when he fought Qinyu, he had no choice but to use the Sky Burier Sword Dao. He did not expect Xing Luo to track him down in an instant. Chapter 404. Sky Burier Sword Immortal looked around and waved his right hand. A spirit compass appeared in his hand. The ancient runes on the spirit compass lit up one after another. Then a rune light soared into the sky and shot in a certain direction. If one were to look down from the sky, the direction that the talisman light was taking Burier Heaven Sword Immortal to was precisely the direction that Qinyu was flying towards. With Qinyu and Sky Burier Sword Immortal's cultivation, it didn't take long for them to discover each other. At this moment, Qinyu, who had already appeared in front of an ancient divine palace, turned his head and looked in the southeast direction. Soon, a figure shot over at an extremely fast speed. It was Sky Burier Sword Immortal. This kid, after the heaven-burying Sword Immortal summoned that talisman light into the compass and put it away, he looked at Qinyu with a somewhat astonished expression. To be honest, there was such a talented genius in the Martial Emperor realm. In both his past life and present life, he had only seen Qinyu. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense the reincarnation aura from Qinyu, Sky Burier Sword Immortal would have suspected that Qinyu was also a reincarnator like him. This isn't a place for you to come. Leave. Sky Burier Sword Immortal said indifferently. He withdrew his gaze and carefully sized up the Divine Palace's restriction. Qinyu smiled and ignored Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Since he had already confirmed Sky Burier Sword Immortal's identity, there was no need for him to have any conflict with Sky Burier Sword Immortal for the time being. There were some things that he could ask slowly in the future. After all, if they really fought, although Qinyu wasn't afraid of Sky Burier Sword Immortal, he definitely couldn't kill him. Didn't you hear what I said? Sky Burier Sword Immortal frowned when he saw that Qinyu hadn't left and was still carefully sensing the Divine Palace's restriction. Do I have to listen to you? Qinyu said indifferently. In terms of seniority, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was considered his senior. However, there was no friendship between them. Qinyu had only met Sky Burier Sword Immortal once, when he was a martial king. Naturally, you didn't need to talk about respecting the old and loving the young. Moreover, in the world of martial artists, the strong were revered. They were all samsara travelers now, and it was hard to tell who was stronger. You didn't think of himself as a junior of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal. How dare you? Sky Burier Sword Immortal's gaze turned several times sharp as a sword. In his eyes, the pitch-black sword shadow appeared once again. A sword intent that seemed capable of slaughtering all living beings in the world swept through the heavens and the earth, scattering the wind and clouds. It was the heaven-burying sword Dao that had completely unleashed its divine might. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Qinyu's eyes flashed. When the heaven-burying sword Immortal reached the peak of the Emperor realm, Qinyu was considered to have officially stepped into the martial Dao. After Qinyu reached the peak of the Emperor realm, the heaven-burying sword Immortal went to the immortal-seeking ancient road with his master. The two of them had reached the peak of the heaven domain one after the other. They had never fought against each other before. Qin Yu only wanted to confirm the heaven-burying sword immortal's identity during the spiritual state battle ranking. But now, Qin Yu's battle intent rose in his heart, and he wanted to have a serious fight. Roar! But at this moment, a deafening beast roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal both felt their bodies become heavy. A terrifying aura as vast as the sea appeared from the divine palace. In the next moment, Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal saw it. A 10-zhang-tall golden lion with golden first stepped out of the palace. It was brimming with vigor. Primordial sacred beast, golden holy lion. Shock flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. In this era, primordial beings were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Of course, although this golden holy lion was a primordial being, it couldn't have lived from the primordial era until now. Otherwise, its cultivation wouldn't only be at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, no being could live from the primordial era until now. Golden holy lion. I was right. This ancient relic was left behind by the heavenly qilin Saint Immortal. Seeing this, the heaven-bearing sword immortal's eyes flashed with joy. As a former peak martial emperor, he was known as the Sword Immortal. Why did he want to fight for the first place of the spiritual state battle ranking? His goal was to enter the ancient relic left behind by the heavenly qilin Saint Immortal. This was a secret that the heaven-bearing sword immortal had learned after going to the immortal-seeking ancient road. The previous champions of the spiritual state battle ranking would have the opportunity to enter this ancient relic. However, the previous geniuses of the spiritual state weren't qualified, so this ancient relic had never appeared. The heaven-bearing sword immortal had wanted to take the first place of the battle ranking and enter this ancient relic openly, but he didn't expect that Qin Yu would appear out of nowhere. More importantly, Xingluo had never left the spiritual state. Therefore, the heaven-bearing sword immortal could only slice open the space with his sword and enter this ancient relic with an external force. The saint has an immortal order. Mediocre people can't enter. You came with an external force and should be killed. The golden holy lion spoke in human language and stepped into the air, directly passing through the restriction of the divine technique. As it stepped forward, golden light flashed on the golden holy lion's body, and an identical golden holy lion appeared. Boom! The 2 golden holy lions immediately turned into 2 beams of golden light and pounced toward Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing sword immortal. An ancient and domineering killing intent exploded in all directions. Qin Yu and the heaven-bearing sword immortal's expressions turned serious. As expected of a primordial being, although it was only at the peak of the martial emperor realm, it made them feel threatened. However, the 2 of them weren't afraid at all and immediately went up to meet it. Slash! The heaven-bearing sword immortal yelled. The iron sword that seemed to have completed its transformation immediately emitted a dazzling sword light. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword turned pitch black, and the sword power that seemed to be able to slaughter the world became even more powerful and terrifying. Space-time annihilation array. Qin Yu's long spear condensed, and the space-time annihilation array surrounded it. The ancient dragon seal appeared and smashed out with a mighty and terrifying divine power. Rumble! Outside the ancient divine palace, an earth-shattering battle erupted. The golden holy lion was a primordial being. Although its cultivation hadn't reached the emperor realm, it could be said to be invincible among the martial emperors. If an ordinary martial emperor encountered it, he would definitely die. However, Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal weren't ordinary martial emperors. In their previous lives, one of them was the dragon god emperor, who ranked first among the emperors in the sky region, and no one could shake his position. The other was a peerless sword immortal who suppressed an era. The two of them unleashed their full battle power and were evenly matched with the golden holy lion. It was difficult to determine the victor. Boom! The two golden holy lions opened their mouths and spat out a 5-foot-long golden light beam, which violently struck Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal. Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal were sent flying several thousand feet away. Swoosh! Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal broke through the air and flew over in an instant. However, to their surprise, the two golden holy lions that were originally split into two had already merged into one. With your talent, you can enter the sage's immortal world. The golden holy lions' words made Qin Yu and the heaven-burying sword immortal come back to their senses. It seemed that the previous battle was just the golden holy lion testing their strength. As soon as it finished speaking, a layer of golden divine light appeared on the golden holy lion's body, and the restrictions around the divine technique disappeared. A surge of immortal might from the primordial era suddenly spread out, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The real, primordial immortal force. Qin Yu's expression froze. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes. The immortal might emitted from the divine palace was the real primordial immortal force. Could this ancient ruin have been left behind by a real immortal? Chapter 4:05. That's great. Sky Burier Sword Immortal was even more excited. The information he had received was indeed true. The primordial heavenly Qilin, Saint Immortal, had stepped onto the true immortal path. In his previous life, he had even stepped onto the immortal-seeking ancient road to pursue the immortal path. I see. Qin Yu glanced at Sky Burier Sword Immortal discreetly. He would be too stupid if he still didn't know that Sky Burier Sword Immortal's goal was to obtain the immortal force from the divine palace. Only the rumored primordial immortal force could make a peerless sword immortal participate in the spiritual state tournament, ranking dutifully. Immortal force. Thinking to this point, a fiery expression flashed through Qin Yu's eyes. If he let go of such a heaven-defying opportunity, he would be struck by lightning. No matter how strong Qin Yu was in his previous life, he was only at the peak of the sovereign realm. He hadn't even stepped onto the peak of the martial Tao, not to mention a glimpse of the immortal path opportunity. Whoosh! Sky Burier Sword Immortal glanced at Qin Yu, then his figure flashed and immediately rushed into the divine palace. Qin Yu's reaction wasn't slow either. He quickly turned into a beam of light, broke through the void, and flashed into the divine palace. After the two of them entered, the golden light on the golden holy lion's body dissipated, and it also entered the divine palace. The restriction outside the divine palace appeared once again. However, at this time, outside the ancient ruins, on the battle arena in the center of Sky Qilin City, Xing Luo, who had been staring at the spatial crack, had a dazzling light in his eyes. The true primordial immortal force is indeed here. Xing Luo was like a hunter who had seen his prey. His gaze was terrifyingly sharp. He took a step forward, and an earth-shaking dragon roar resounded from his body. The shadow of a 1,000-foot-long dragon appeared with an incomparably domineering dragon aura. Heaven and earth changed color. In the next moment, the shadow of the dragon shattered the spatial crack and emitted a terrifying divine aura. Xing Luo flashed and entered the spatial crack. The mad dragon sovereign actually entered. What should we do? Should we join forces to break this restriction? Judging from this power, even if we were to join hands, it would be very difficult for us to break through it. In fact, we might even suffer a backlash from it. Indeed, earlier, The Mad Dragon Sovereign seemed to have used some sort of secret technique to suppress his cultivation in order to pass through the restriction. Strange, isn't there a Bone Age limit? Why did the Berserk Dragon Sovereign suppress his cultivation and enter? After all, he's the strongest on the Emperor leaderboard, so he naturally has many supreme secret techniques. That's not important. What's important is the purpose of the Mad Dragon Sovereign's sudden appearance. Are they here for this ancient relic, or are they here for someone? In Skychi City, there were 7 great forces and 10 Emperor Realm Masters from super great forces. After watching Xing Luo disappear, they gathered and discussed with each other. They planned to break the restriction of Skychi City and enter the spatial crack. Many of their top prodigies had entered the ancient ruins. Now, a venerable emperor had charged into a group of martial emperors. It was like a ferocious tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep. If they were really targeting someone, then they would definitely die. Moreover, the venerable emperor who had entered was the Mad Dragon Sovereign, who had the reputation of being the strongest venerable emperor. Of course, the ones who were most worried were the Heavenly Emperor Palace and the Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty. If the Mad Dragon Sovereign had really come for someone, then it was most likely Qin and the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal. In the Divine Palace, Qin and the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal came to an empty hall. In the main hall, there was only a stone statue that was about 10 feet tall. Its appearance could not be seen clearly as it floated in the air. Qin and the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal stopped when they were 100 feet away from the stone statue. They had no choice but to stop. The stone statue emitted a vast immortal aura, which made them feel an indescribable pressure with every step they took. If they hadn't been peak venerable emperors in their previous lives, they probably wouldn't have been able to step into this hall. Saint, please show us your immortal aura. The golden Saint Lion knelt respectfully in front of the stone statue and spoke in the human language. As the golden Saint Lion spoke, the stone statue trembled slightly, and mysterious immortal inscriptions spread out. In the next moment, a trace of crystal-clear immortal qi, which seemed to be made of gold, appeared from the stone statue. It came to Qin and the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal and slowly flowed around them, as if it was a sentient object. Qin and the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their hair stood on end. The immortal qi emitted a pressure that made them clearly feel that it had the power to kill them. The immortal qi circled around Qin and the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal, and then entered Qin body. How could the Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal's face changed slightly? He had the immortal seal of the Heavenly Qilin Saint Immortal on him. However, he didn't dare to act rashly in the face of that terrifying aura. Qin was delighted when he felt the immortal qi enter his body and gradually merge with the true origin of the battle dragon. His physical body wasn't good at first, but with the creation of the immemorial battle dragon art, it was comparable to an emperor body. Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal's reincarnation body didn't have the potential of an emperor body at all. He had cultivated for more than 10 years with the help of the Heavenly Spirit God Dynasty to reach his current level. Is this the true immortal aura? Even the dragon soul that was born in the body of the immortal ancient Shunran was astounded when it sensed the power of the immortal qi. Even the purple heaven godly lightning dragon and the golden flame heaven-burning dragon in the origin dragon world couldn't help but tremble. However, Qin body suddenly stiffened. The immortal qi that had merged with the true origin of the battle dragon suddenly bounced out of Qin body when Qin was executing the immemorial battle dragon art. What's going on? Qin was startled. The succession has failed. The golden holy lion set upon seeing this. Even though it didn't know what had happened, it was obvious that Qin succession had failed. The Heaven-Burying Sword Immortal couldn't help but smile. Now that Chinyu had failed, it was his chance. Failed. Chinyu seemed to be in a daze. He was indeed in a daze. The reaction of the immortal Qi to the immemorial battle dragon art seemed to be, the immortal Qi seems to be afraid of the immemorial battle dragon art. The dragon soul said with uncertainty. Even the dragon soul didn't believe its own words. However, Chinyu clearly sensed it. The immortal Qi had indeed fled out of his body when the immemorial battle dragon art was activated. It was definitely a sign of fear. Would the immortal Qi of the immemorial battle dragon art be afraid of it? Chinyu had always thought the immemorial battle dragon art was only recorded as an ancient taboo art. It was because it could refine the blood of dragons and steal their mystical abilities to grow stronger. However, it seemed like the immemorial battle dragon art was not as simple as he had imagined. Chinyu couldn't help but recall the blood demon who had obtained the immortal blood soul art from the blood demon continent. He remembered the blood demon mentioning that the immemorial battle dragon art was the most impressive mystical art among the 4 mystical arts. At that time, Chinyu felt that the blood devil knew something. Now that he thought about it, the blood demon did not just know something. He might even know the true secret of the immemorial battle dragon art. Chapter 406. Meanwhile, the golden immortal Qi entered the body of the sky-burying sword immortal after being scared away by the ancient battle dragon art. A magnificent immortal aura burst out from the sky-burying sword immortal's body. Vaguely, the immortal Qi in the palace gathered toward the sky-burying sword immortal. The immortal aura of the sky-burying sword immortal grew stronger. Bang! Suddenly, the ancient ruins shook vigorously as the golden sacred lion raised its head. Someone's invading. The golden sacred lion turned into a ray of golden light and left the palace with a fierce look. They've chased after us. The sky-burying sword immortal's eyes turned cold as he disappeared from the palace with a flicker. This aura, the eyes of the dragon soul in the ancient seal of the mystical dragon, surged with a terrifying, murderous intent. Xing Luo. Chinyu slightly narrowed his eyes. His gaze had turned grave, stern and deep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Chinyu was about to leave the palace, the seal of fortune in his soul vibrated vigorously. Its target seemed to be the stone statue. Chinyu raised his brows slightly as he walked toward the stone statue. As the golden immortal Qi entered the sky-burying sword immortal's body, the immortal aura of the stone statue weakened tremendously. Chinyu walked to the back of the stone statue. He discovered that there was a palm-sized stone case behind the stone statue. Chinyu's eyes flickered. He had no idea who the stone statue was. However, since it had cultivated the immortal force, it was definitely one of the top existences in the ancient immortal realm. The treasures it left behind were definitely ordinary. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Xing Luo and the sky-burying sword immortal's murderous aura, it wouldn't be easy for Chinyu to obtain the stone box. As soon as Chinyu touched the stone box, a layer of golden immortal Qi appeared, as if it was trying to stop Chinyu. Chinyu raised his brows slightly and pondered for a moment. The battle dragon's true force appeared as he executed the ancient battle dragon art. Immediately, the golden celestial aura on the stone box dissipated. Chinyu immediately opened the stone box. There were 2 items inside, a dark red lotus seed and half a scroll. Hellfire Divine, Lotus. When Chinyu saw the dark red lotus seed, his eyes flashed with shock. The Karmic Fire Divine Lotus was a legendary Buddhist treasure that could be refined into karmic fire. Karmic fire could burn away one's sins. It would not be extinguished until all of one's sins had been burned away. In the world of martial artists who had not committed murder, no lives on his hands, it was easy to imagine how powerful the karmic fire was. However, It was not the Hellfire Divine Lotus that caused the Celestial Creation Seal to react violently, but the other half of the scroll. Qinyu took out the remnant scroll and opened it. The ancient scroll was engraved with countless mysterious Tao patterns. Among those mysterious Tao patterns, there were 4 ancient words: Great Fate Art. Qinyu was shocked. He finally knew why the Destiny Immortal Seal had such a strong reaction toward the half-incomplete scroll. According to Qinyu's art of stealing heaven's fortune, the Almighty who created the heaven-stealing good fortune art had once been fortunate enough to observe the Great Fate Art and gain enlightenment. That was how the heaven-stealing good fortune art was born. The heaven-stealing good fortune art was known as a divine art. However, the Great Fate Art was the most powerful immortal art among the 3,000 great Daos. This was a true immortal art. Even though it was only half of the scroll, it was enough to make Qinyu excited. Qinyu immediately put the Hellfire Divine Lotus into the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal with a thought. The half-incomplete scroll of the Great Fate Art was also absorbed by the Destiny Immortal Seal. As the power of providence seeped in, the countless mysterious Tao patterns on the ancient scroll instantly emitted immortal light. It was as if all the mysterious Tao patterns contained supreme immortal arts. However, each of those Tao patterns was like a star in the sky. They were observable but untouchable. Qinyu was confused and could not make sense of them. Of course, now was not the time to delve into this. Qinyu quietly left the divine palace. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the void thousands of miles away from the divine palace, a great battle was taking place. The 2 sides of the battle were Sky Burier Sword Immortal teaming up with the Golden Holy Lion to fight Mad Dragon Emperor Xing Luo. Even if Xing Luo had suppressed his cultivation, Sky Burier Sword Immortal would not have been able to stop him with his current strength. However, with the help of the immemorial sacred beast, the Golden Holy Lion, and the power of the ancient immortal in this ancient ruin, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was able to stop the violent Xing Luo. Is this the immemorial immortal power? After sending Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the Golden Holy Lion flying with both hands, Xing Luo blasted the Golden Holy Lion away. Xing Luo looked at the cloud-like golden immortal chi around Sky Burier Sword Immortal. His eyes were burning with greed. All the emperors in the heaven region were interested in true immortal power. Although there were no reliable ancient records, all the emperors in the heaven region knew about it. The path after the emperors was definitely related to immortal power. Now that there was such an opportunity, Xing Luo naturally would not let it go. Kid, do you think you can deal with me just by calculating the time of my reincarnation? You are still too young. With Sky Burier Sword Immortal seniority, he was indeed qualified to call Xing Luo a junior. For my master's sake, I will call you senior. I will also give you one last chance. Hand over the immemorial immortal power inheritance. Xing Luo said indifferently. You are a bastard who killed your master. How dare you talk about your master? Sky Burier Sword Immortal's voice was bone-chilling. It seems like you still don't know. Master used a secret technique to escape. Xing Luo's eyes were still indifferent. Xian Tian is still alive. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. He should still be alive, but his condition is not good. He might be better off dead. Xing Luo said indifferently. The thing that Xian Tian regretted the most in his life was taking an ingrate like you as his disciple. Sky Burier Sword Immortal sneered. Every man for himself. If Master had agreed to help me, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I just made the most beneficial decision. Xing Luo said. Yes, what a good decision. Sky Burier Sword Immortal's eyes became colder and murderous. It could be said that Xing Luo was the cause of his current situation. If it weren't for some fortuitous encounters that allowed him to reincarnate, his soul would have been completely destroyed. I don't want to say the same thing. Hand over the immemorial, immortal power inheritance. Xing Luo didn't care about Sky Burier Sword Immortal's mockery. He only cared about the immemorial, immortal power inheritance. If you want it, then let's see if you have the ability to take it away. The ancient sword in Sky Burier Sword Immortal's hand let out a crisp sword cry. Strands of golden, immortal power merged with the divine sword. The sky changed color at this moment, and the clouds surged. Roar! The golden holy lion let out a low roar, and its golden fur stood up like golden needles. Golden beast patterns covered its body, and its aura became more ferocious. Do you really think you can deal with me with just a strand of immortal power? Xing Luo's eyes flashed coldly, and a dragon's roar shook the sky. A lifelike dragon that was thousands of feet long condensed in the sky. It was the primordial mad dragon. Boundless dragon aura spread out, suppressing heaven and earth. Chapter 407. 9 Revolution Berserk Dragon. It was Qinyu who had quietly left the divine palace and concealed his aura, looking at the sky in the distance. The domineering primordial berserk dragon immediately dived into the ground. He even used the 9 Revolution Berserk Dragon arts. It seemed that Star Luo was serious. Roar! In the next moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. The 1,000-meter-long dragon suddenly swooped down with a power that could destroy the world. Slash! Sky Burier Sword Immortal roared as the pitch-black divine sword in his hand exuded a towering sword might. Within the sword might, there was also a terrifying immortal might, with the amplification of the 2 sword rays that were dozens of feet long shot out like a hurricane. Roar! Golden divine light flowed within the golden beast patterns on the golden holy lion. It uttered a ferocious roar, firing a golden beam over 10 zhang wide. Rumble! Immediately, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the void. The commotion caused by the great battle caused the ancient remains to tremble intensely. In the void, huge spatial cracks spread out. Countless destructive shockwaves spread out, wreaking havoc in this world, destroying everything. Qinyu, who had entered the ground, watched the battle with rapt attention. Although the battle was intense, the 2 fighters seemed to be evenly matched. However, Qinyu could see that Star Luo was gradually gaining the upper hand. After all, Xing Luo was a peak Emperor Realm Master. Even though Sky Burier Sword Immortal had obtained the primordial immortal force inheritance, his cultivation base was still too weak to deal with Star Luo. If it weren't for the celestial Qilin, holy immortal suppressing Star Luo in the ruins, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The Sky Burier Sword Immortal and the golden holy lion had probably died long ago. Dragon Scale. After battling for close to an hour, the Star Luo race had gained the upper hand, and dragon patterns began to appear all over his body. In the next moment, faint crimson dragon scales appeared among the dragon patterns and covered Xing Luo's entire body. Even Xing Luo's eyes were slowly turning into dragon eyes. Although it was only the appearance of dragon scales, it had yet to truly transform into a dragon. However, Star Luo's aura had already soared by dozens of times. He clapped his hands in the air, and 2 faint crimson dragon claws tore through the air, creating deep ripples in the void. Puchi, the Sky Burier Sword deity, and the golden holy lion were immediately sent flying by the dragon claw. They spat out blood, and their auras became chaotic. Star Luo didn't give them a chance to react. He chased after them with his tyrannical destructive might. Sky, Burier Sword Immortal, and Golden Holy Lion were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Immortal Restriction. The golden holy lion, bathed in golden divine blood, seemed to be executing some kind of secret technique. The golden holy lion continued to crack. Suddenly, a dazzling golden divine light burst forth from its body, like a scorching sun rising into the sky. Ancient immortal restriction, the eyes of Star Luo, who was madly attacking, suddenly twitched. He could clearly sense wisps of mysterious ancient immortal force in the rift. They were like numerous chains that coiled around his limbs and bones, faintly restraining him. Even with the appearance of the star cataclysm dragon scales, it was still difficult to break free. Sword manipulation, heaven burying 3 swords. Sky Burier sword, Immortal seized the opportunity and used his Sky Burier sword Dao. Behind Sky Burier sword Immortal, 3 ancient, pitch-black swords that were several thousand feet long formed. The instant the ancient pitch-black swords formed, they immediately turned into 3 streaks of sword light that tore through the void and slashed at the dragon like lightning. It was so fast that it could be said to be teleportation. It was so fast that it could ignore space and be faster than time. The sword manipulation art was called a divine art because of its extreme speed. Clang, clang, clang. A burst of blinding light appeared. Sky Burier sword Immortal's heaven-burying 3 swords didn't cause any damage to Star Luo. The 1,000-meter-long dragon coiled around Xing Luo's body, forming a natural shield. After the 3 ancient, pitch-black swords pierced through the 1,000-foot-long dragon, they were blocked by the dragon scales that covered Star Luo's body. Qinyu knew that it was Star Luo's mad dragon body. Its defensive power was comparable to Qinyu's dragon god tyrannical body at its peak. Of course, in terms of potential, the dragon god tyrannical body of the 9 esotericas of the battled dragon 9 esotericas was undoubtedly far superior to the mad dragon body. After all, the dragon god tyrannical body's defensive power could continuously increase as Qinyu's cultivation increased. You didn't even see the limits of the 9 esotericas of the ancient era. While defending, Star Luo also used all sorts of mystic arts and abilities. Although he was currently trapped by the ancient immortal power, Star Luo could still sense it. The longer this dragged on, the weaker the immortal aura of the ancient ruin became. The suppression on him also became weaker. The golden holy lion's actions were no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Once the suppression of the immortal aura completely disappeared, his cultivation would no longer be suppressed. Sky Burier sword Immortal and the golden holy lion would definitely die. Heart extinguishing sword. Sky Burier sword Immortal's eyes flashed coldly when he saw this. He suddenly formed a series of sword seals with both hands. A transparent sword mark of light appeared between his eyebrows, and mysterious sword runes spread out. Then a 5-foot-long sword of light quietly formed above Sky Burier sword Immortal's head. The sword of light seemed to be made of light. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. At this moment, bloody wounds appeared on Sky Burier sword Immortal's body. It seemed that his body couldn't withstand the power of the sword mark of light. What terrifying power! They could feel the terrifying sword aura from Sky Burier sword Immortal's body. Even Qinyu, who was extremely far away, felt all the hair on his body stand up. His heart shivered. If Sky Burier sword Immortal had used this move before, then even Star Luo couldn't help but look a lot more serious. He immediately formed a hand seal with both hands, and a vast amount of dragon chi entered the 1,000-foot-long dragon. It made the 1,000-foot-long dragon almost tangible, and its mighty dragon aura became even stronger. Whoosh! In the next instant, Sky Burier sword Immortal's hand seal changed. The transparent sword of light immediately turned into a ray of light and flashed in the air. Poof! Star Luo's eyes widened. Before he could react, his body suddenly stiffened. The Sword of Light actually ignored his defense and directly pierced his heart. This mystic art. Star Luo's eyes widened. Star Luo raised his eyelids and looked at Sky Burier Sword Immortal with a sinister, snake-like gaze. Violent killing intent and fury surged in his eyes. How Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who had used the heart-extinguishing sword, suddenly froze. Star Luo, whose heart had been pierced by the Sword of Light, wasn't weakened at all. It was as if the sword just now hadn't hurt him at all. I see. So that's how it is. When the Sword of Light that pierced Star Luo's heart returned to Sky Burier Sword Immortal's forehead, Sky Burier Sword Immortal's expression changed, and he immediately came back to his senses. Die! Star Luo's eyes became even more sinister. He roared, and the ancient immortal power that wrapped around his body immediately shattered. The dragon scales on Star Luo's right fist glowed. He punched out, and a 1,000-foot-long dragon fist exploded. Whoosh! Sky Burier Sword Immortal didn't know what he had discovered. He slashed with the pitch-black ancient sword in his hand, and a spatial rift immediately appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he and the golden holy lion entered the spatial crack. You want to run? Xing Luo, who had completely broken free of his ancient immortal power, charged into the spatial rift with the giant dragon 10,000 feet around him. Chapter 408. Roar. Qin Yu, who had originally thought that the battle was over and was about to come out from the ground, faintly heard a resounding dragon cry. Oh no! Qin Yu's expression changed. He immediately used the Azure Dragon Battle the Heavens with all his strength. Lightning and speed erupted as he fled. Rumble! Almost at this moment, a tsunami-like dragon aura erupted from the spatial rift. With the spatial rift as the center, the void within hundreds of thousands of miles was annihilated and the earth shattered. It turned into a completely destroyed area. The countless geniuses who had entered the ancient ruins to search for treasures had yet to realize what was going on. Their souls were completely destroyed, and not even a trace of them was left. This continued until the destructive might of the dragon might gradually dissipated. Somewhere in the destroyed area, a figure surrounded by the power of the sky stepped out from a ball of chaotic dragon aura. It was Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu had detected it in time, his current cultivation base was too weak. However, with his current cultivation base, there was no way for him to evade, so he could only hide in the origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul. The origin dragon world of the Dragon Soul was filled with space-time abilities. It reversed time and space to avoid the destructive dragon aura. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Qin Yu immediately ran away with a flash. Judging from the vast dragon aura just now, Xing Luo must have transformed into an ancient dragon after recovering his large cultivation base. Otherwise, the remnant energy from the spatial rift would not have such destructive power. One had to know that behind the spatial rift was not an empty space or an ancient ruin. It was a vast and boundless chaotic void. However, Qin Yu could not figure out why Xing Luo would be enemies with Buried Sky Sword Immortal. Buried Sky Sword Immortal had used the Buried Sky Sword Immortal's 3 swords. It was impossible for Xing Luo not to recognize it. Even so, Xing Luo still tried to kill Buried Sky Sword Immortal. It was obvious that they had a grudge. However, Xing Luo was someone from the same era as him. When Xing Luo became famous, Buried Sky Sword Immortal had already gone to the immortal-seeking ancient road. Xing Luo should not have a grudge with Buried Sky Sword Immortal, although Qin Yu was unable to understand the reason behind it. However, there was one point. Buried Sky Sword Immortal and Xing Luo going against each other was a good thing for Qin Yu. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the future, When dealing with the Star Luo and the 12 ancient emperors, he might be able to rope in the burying Heaven Sword Immortal. Of course, the precondition was that Heaven's Burier Sword Immortal could escape from Star Luo. After flying away from the destroyed void, Qin was about to leave the ancient ruins. Within the divine dragon ancient seal, the dragon soul let out a soft cry of surprise and directly appeared. There are fluctuations of chaos chi. After the dragon's soul sensed carefully, it looked in a certain direction, and a glint flashed in its eyes. What he cultivated was the chaotic dragon chi. He was extremely sensitive to the chaotic chi. Let's go and take a look. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately changed his direction and flew away with the dragon's soul. 2 hours later, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul appeared in front of an ancient stone pillar. There were a total of several hundred stone pillars. Looking from the sky, they vaguely formed a mysterious array. Spirit vein? No, this is an acquired immortal meridian. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although this spirit vein was only a top spirit vein, it was sealed by this array. However, he had been sealed here by the stone pillar formation and nurtured by the immortal chi for countless years. The spirit chi had completely changed and had immortal chi. Needless to say, Qin Yu could also guess. This acquired immortal meridian must have been set up by the ancient immortals of this ancient ruin. Immortal chi only appeared in the early stage of the primordial era. Later on, immortal chi disappeared and was replaced by spirit chi. Therefore, if the ancient immortals of the primordial era wanted to continue their cultivation, they had to cultivate immortal chi. This was the same as the ancient gods, who used the power of faith to condense divine power. In this way, it was convenient for Qin Yu and the dragon soul, because in the acquired immortal meridian, there was also innate chaos chi. This was a great tonic for the dragon soul. Qin Yu circled around the ancient stone pillar array. After circling around, the spirit array disc appeared in his hand. Mysterious array patterns spread out and seeped into the stone pillar array. However, the speed at which the array patterns seeped in was quite slow. After all, this was an array left behind by an ancient immortal of the primordial era. Even with Qin Yu's attainments, he had to be careful. Otherwise, this acquired immortal meridian would very likely explode. At that time, Qin Yu would be in big trouble. Just in case, the dragon soul was 100 feet away from Qin Yu and spread its space-time divine ability. It did not hinder Qin Yu and faintly enveloped the entire stone pillar array. Crack! After a full hour, Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. A slight crack appeared on one of the stone pillars. After the crack appeared, it immediately spread out and covered the entire stone pillar. As if a chain reaction had occurred, all the stone pillars that suppressed the acquired immortal meridian began to crack. In the next moment, with a slight explosion, all the stone pillars immediately disappeared without a trace. Boom! Almost at the same time that the stone pillars exploded, the ground exploded. A pure spirit chi that was a few hundred feet tall immediately soared into the sky with a terrifying might, as if it was about to fly away. It actually gained sentience. Seal. Qin Yu was shocked and immediately reacted. His left hand filled the sky with array patterns to seal the world, while his right hand covered the sky with a seal to suppress the pure spirit chi that soared into the sky. With a loud bang, the divine light array patterns trembled violently, and Qin Yu's face turned slightly pale. The acquired immortal meridian contained too much power. Even with the enhancement of the divine light, it was difficult to suppress it. Seal. Qin Yu immediately used the green dragon battle the heavens to increase the power of the array patterns and the divine light. At the same time, the dragon soul's space-time divine ability appeared and merged with Qin Yu's divine light array patterns. Immediately, The world was affected by the power of space and immediately became distorted and turbulent, firmly suppressing the acquired immortal meridian. "Hurry up and refine it," Qin Yu said to the dragon soul, and stepped into the acquired immortal meridian. The pores all over his body were like black holes, crazily devouring all the spirit qi. Qin Yu was originally worried that the acquired immortal meridian would counterattack, so he kept his guard up while refining the spirit qi. But soon, Qin Yu noticed that when he was using the primordial battle dragon art, the acquired immortal meridian, which had gained sentience, was like a frightened rabbit, constantly struggling to stay away from Qin Yu. It did not dare to counterattack like before. After noticing this, Qin Yu immediately used all his strength to refine the spirit qi. A spirit qi vortex vaguely appeared around him, and his cultivation level rose rapidly. The dragon soul was not slow either. Chaotic dragon qi appeared on its body, and its hands moved, forming an ancient and mysterious dragon seal. Immediately, strands of chaotic qi were extracted from the acquired immortal meridian and merged into the dragon soul's body. The purple lightning divine firmament dragon and the golden flame heavenly dragon, who were cultivating in the chaotic dragon realm, immediately discovered the chaotic dragon realm. It became more and more condensed, and it vaguely began to transform. Unknowingly, a month's time had passed. Ever since Xing Luo's destructive attack had affected countless prodigies, the remaining survivors had been scared witless. The rest of the remaining Sky Prides didn't dare to stay any longer. They had already left the ancient ruins. Chapter 4:09. As the surviving geniuses left, the news of what had happened in the ancient ruins spread like wildfire. Knowing that countless geniuses had died, the major forces of the spiritual state were heartbroken. However, they didn't know the details of what had happened. The battle between Yi Xiaoning and Xing Luo was witnessed by the surviving geniuses. After hearing the news, the hearts of everyone in the heavenly spirit dynasty sank. Xing Luo had come for Yi Xiaoning? How could Yi Xiaoning survive after being targeted by the strongest Emperor Realm Master? The people of the Heavenly Emperor Palace were also anxious. There was still no news of Qin Yu. The spatial crack had completely blocked their senses. The uneasiness in their hearts was getting stronger. If it weren't for the ancient immortal force surrounding the spatial crack, they would have broken in long ago. More than a month later, Qin Yu, who was crazily absorbing heaven and earth spirit qi, emitted a terrifying emperor aura. The celestial spiritual energy that had gathered in the surroundings exploded under the pressure. Third-grade martial emperor realm. After crazily absorbing immortal spirit qi for more than 2 months, Qin Yu's cultivation had finally broken through. The dragon soul next to him was still concentrating on extracting the natural chaotic qi. Even so, the immortal spirit qi contained in the acquired immortal vein was still boundless. Qin Yu and the dragon soul had only absorbed 1/3 of it in 2 months. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Yu and the dragon soul's expressions changed slightly. They opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the divine palace. Then, a beam of immortal light shot up into the sky and disappeared from the destroyed area. Qin Yu and the dragon soul saw clearly that the immortal light was the stone statue. It seems that we have to leave this place. The dragon soul looked at Qin Yu. Since the stone statue had flown away, Heaven Burier Sword Deity should have escaped the disaster. If he found that the treasure in the stone box had disappeared, he might come back to the ancient ruins. Indeed, it's better to leave. Although his cultivation had broken through and his strength had skyrocketed, he had seen the battle between Heaven Burier Sword Deity and Xing Luo. Qin Yu didn't have absolute confidence that he could deal with Heaven Burier Sword Deity. It was safer to return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Immediately, Qin Yu stood up and quickly formed a seal with his hands. The divine light that sealed this world immediately shrank to 1,000 feet and completely sealed the celestial vein. With a thought, Qin Yu stored the sealed acquired immortal vein into the ancient seal of the dragon god and immediately flew away. Because of the appearance of the Star Luo Empire and the ancient ruins, more and more experts gathered in Skychi City. Even the forces from the other 8 prefectures had crossed over. It's been more than 2 months among the people from the Sky Emperor Palace. Shi Tiangang, Sun Xiu, and the others could not hide the worry on their faces. Qin Yu had not come out for such a long time. He was afraid that the odds were against him. But suddenly, Shi Tiangong's expression changed. He immediately focused his gaze on the spatial crack. Could it be? Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Shi Tiangong's face, the faces of Sun Xiu and the others lit up. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure flashed out from the spatial crack. He's finally out. Seeing that Qin Yu had returned safely, the people from the Sky Emperor Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Rank 3 Martial Emperor. We don't know whether Yi Xiaoning is dead or alive, but Shunfeng actually obtained an opportunity. This kid's luck is extraordinary. Qin Yu's return alive was a joyous occasion for the Sky Emperor Palace. But for the other forces in the spiritual state that had lost countless geniuses, it was not a joyous occasion. When they saw that Qin Yu had not come out for such a long time, they thought that something had happened to him, like Yi Xiaoning. He's the new genius from the Sky Emperor Palace. Can he really suppress Wu Wudi of the 10,000 martial sect with such cultivation? Countless forces in the spiritual state saw it with their own eyes. How could it be fake? The spiritual state has a peerless genius this time. With such talent, he might be comparable to the 5 Taoists of the middle state. It's hard to say in the future, but at the very least, none of the geniuses of the 9 states this time can be a match for the 5 Taoists. In addition to the major forces in the spiritual state, spies from the other 8 states were also curiously sizing up Qin Yu and discussing him. Let's go back to the palace. Relieved, Shi Tiangang did not hesitate and immediately led Qin Yu, Sun Xiu, and the others back. Palace Master, what's the ranking of the spiritual state battle ranking this time? On the way back, Qin Yu curiously asked about the spiritual state battle ranking. After such a big incident, the battle ranking would definitely not be carried out this time. However, the top 12 of the battle ranking were related to the number of participants in the 9 states battle ranking, so there had to be a result. The specific ranking of the battle ranking probably needs to be discussed in detail. But don't worry, whether Yi Xiaoning comes back or not, you'll be first, Shi Tiangang said with a big smile. After all, Qin Yu had defeated Wan Tianya, the strongest of the older generation of geniuses, and he was definitely first. This time, the Sky Emperor Palace only had 2 people on the spiritual state battle ranking. One was first on the battle ranking, and the other was in the top 20. This time, the Sky Emperor Palace would surpass the 10,000 martial sect. 3 days later, in the Sky Emperor Palace, Qin Yu, who was absorbing the chaotic immortal qi in the ancient dragon seal, slightly changed his expression and came out of the ancient seal space. After dispelling the restriction outside the palace, a voice transmission talisman appeared in front of Qin Yu. Come to the Holy Palace. Shi Tiangong's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Has the ranking of the battle ranking been decided? Qin Yu murmured, left the palace, and came to the Holy Palace of the Sky Emperor Palace. But the moment he stepped into the Holy Palace, Qin Yu's body stiffened, and his eyes became confused and lifeless. Qin Yu, come here. At this moment, Shi Tiangong's calm voice sounded, and Qin Yu walked over. In the Holy Palace, in addition to Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, and other sovereigns who were descendants of the 3 sovereigns, there were also 7 sovereigns and elders who were descendants of battle generals. Qin Yu, Where did you get the secret technique you used on the spiritual state battle ranking? Shi Tiangang asked. I got it from the three sovereigns' Dao space. Qinyu replied in a dull voice. What kind of secret technique is that? What are the conditions for cultivating it? Shi Tiangang and the other sovereigns, as well as the descendants of the battle generals, were all surprised. The three sovereigns' 9 spirits technique can only be passed down in the Tao law space if one learns the divine abilities of the three sovereigns at the same time. It is not easy to pass it down, and it will consume a lot of vitality to use it. In serious cases, it will even damage one's foundation. Qinyu replied in a dull voice, the divine abilities of the three sovereigns. Hearing Qinyu's words, the descendants of the battle generals were disappointed. It seemed that they could not cultivate this secret technique. Damage one's foundation? Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns frowned. They looked at each other. It seemed that they would have to restrict Qinyu from using it in the future. After asking about the amplification secret technique and the Dragon Clan's secret technique, Shi Tiangang looked at the descendants of the battle generals. Those sovereigns stood up and disappeared in an instant, leaving only Shi Tiangang there. Shi Tiangang moved his finger slightly, and Qinyu immediately woke up. This is the ranking of the battle ranking this time, as well as the geniuses of the 9 states who participated in the heaven ranking. Shi Tiangang handed over the 2 pieces of information to Qinyu. Many thanks, Palace Master. Qinyu took the information, and Shi Tiangang did not say anything more, letting Qinyu leave. It's actually the mind-bewitching technique. Fortunately, my Emperor soul has already recovered, or else I might have fallen for it. After leaving the palace, a smile appeared on Qinyu's face. Chapter 410. The mind-bewitching technique was a powerful illusion technique that could control one's mind unknowingly. With Shi Tiangang and the others at the Emperor realm, its power was naturally even more terrifying. Unfortunately, not only was Qinyu an Emperor reincarnation, but he had also recovered his Emperor soul. As long as it was not a direct soul search, outsiders could not control him with illusion techniques. Just now, Qinyu was just acting. Could it be that Sky Emperor Palace is suspecting your identity? The Dragon Soul asked. It was the first time that Sky Emperor Palace had directly tested Qinyu. It shouldn't be. Qinyu shook his head slightly. From Shi Tiangang's question, it was most likely that he was just curious about the origin of his secret technique. Perhaps the 12 generals were adding fuel to the fire in this matter. In fact, it was Qinyu who did it. Although Qin, you had shown great power and won honor for Sky Emperor Palace in the spiritual state battle ranking this time. However, Qinyu's performance was too shocking, which naturally made Shi Tiangang and the others curious. In addition, the descendants of the generals were greedy for Qinyu's secret technique. That was why the mind-bewitching technique happened this time. After returning to the palace, Qinyu casually looked at the 2 reports. The appearance of the ancient ruins in Skychi City this time caused more than half of the top 100 prodigies of the spiritual state to die. Among the top 20, Zhou Jianian, Kong Bitao, Jin Wushuang, Qi Huanmei, and others were also killed in the ancient ruins. As for the top 30, 17 of them died. For the top 100 of the spiritual state battle ranking this time, the top forces of the spiritual state had to reselect people with good battle records from the eliminated prodigies to make up the numbers. All the major forces were more or less perfunctory about the battle ranking. Their focus was still on the ancient ruins in Skychi City. According to the observation of the past few days, the restriction emitted by the ancient ruins seemed to be gradually weakening. This made the forces that had sensed it a little restless and sent many powerhouses to Skychi City. After looking at the battle ranking, Qin Yu sized up the prodigies of the 9 states who participated in the heaven ranking. After looking for a while, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Judging from the invitations, the 20 geniuses from the Central Plains had the strength to crush the geniuses from the other 9 states. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, there were 5 Taoists in this generation of Zhongzhou. Only sky prides who were born in supreme Taoism orthodoxies could become Taoists. Their status was similar to that of saints and princes of dynasties. However, the combat strength of these 5 Taoists was comparable to the peak of the martial emperor realm. Their talent was so strong that it was shocking. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before entering the ancient seal of the divine dragon, borrowing the dragon soul's space-time divine ability to cultivate. The 9 states heaven leaderboard would be released in 3 months. This period of time was enough for him to increase his strength by a lot. More than half of the power of fortune in the Fortune Immortal Seal had been consumed after he obtained the remaining half of the Great Destiny Art. Even his Providence star seemed to be having trouble maintaining itself. Therefore, Qin Yu had to think of a way to seize the power of Zhongzhou's Meridian of Providence during the Heaven List battle. Before that, he naturally had to win in the Heaven Leaderboard. Within the ancient seal of space-time, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul cultivated for 6 months before finally completely refining the Primal Chaos Immortal Vein. Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the peak of rank 3 Martial Emperor Realm. There were 9 ranks of Martial Emperor Realm. Every rank required a vast amount of spiritual energy to break through. Even 2/3 of the spiritual energy in the postnatal immortal vein was not enough for Qin Yu to break through to rank 4 Martial Emperor. After refining the Primal Chaos Immortal Vein, it would be difficult for Qin Yu's cultivation to have a large breakthrough in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to put effort into other methods. Currently, Qin Yu could still increase his strength in 2 aspects. One was spirit artifacts, and the other was spirit array discs. Although the 9 Nether Dragon Spear was already a divine rank spirit artifact, it was still being refined. It was not suitable for him to use it. Therefore, the only aspect that Qin Yu could increase his strength in was the spirit array discs. Speaking of which, it was indeed time for the spirit array discs to be upgraded. Qin Yu's current cultivation had already reached the Martial Emperor realm. The spirit array discs had to at least reach the divine rank. Only then could the spirit arrays contained within them be considered as killing moves. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately began to act. With his attainments in crafting, it could be said that it was extremely easy for him to refine divine artifacts. Very smoothly, he upgraded the spirit array discs. After that, Qin Yu began to set up various killing formations. The 4 great dragon clans' divine abilities, the Dragon Soul's space-time divine ability, the Heaven Punishing Formation, the God Punishing Formation, and so on were all integrated into the killing formations. When Qin Yu was inscribing the formation runes, the Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon took away the Hellfire Divine Lotus. In the end, it brought a pleasant surprise. The Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Dragon's cultivation had increased explosively. It had reached rank 4 Martial Emperor. The Golden Flame Heaven Incinerating Flame had also undergone a metamorphosis. The flame seed had actually given birth to Hellfire. When the 2 spiritual flames were overlaid, the power of the increase could be said to be 10 times stronger. As the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking approached, the geniuses of the 9 prefectures were all making preparations to challenge the heavenly ranking. In the dark, there were also some powers that were itching to make a move because the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking was about to arrive. 3 months' time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qin Yu was meditating in the cultivation room when Shi Tiangong's sound transmission talisman appeared again. Qin Yu went to the sacred palace. Sun Xiu was already there. In addition to Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the other younger generation were also there. They would also follow to watch the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking. This time, in addition to Shi Tiangang, the heavenly imperial palace had also sent 5 powerful sovereigns to accompany them. The foundation of the spiritual state's top forces was undoubtedly displayed after leaving the northern region by teleportation. The heavenly imperial palace and the others came to the spiritual state's state crossing platform. There, many of the top 20 geniuses participating in the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking had already gathered. The state crossing platform was one of the few places in the spiritual state that could directly teleport between the 9 prefectures. The 9 prefectures of the Qian domain were incomparably vast. If one wanted to go back and forth between the 9 prefectures, they would have to use the state crossing teleportation formation. As for the state crossing teleportation formation, the probability of being able to set it up was extremely low, even for a sovereign Great Array rune master. The state crossing teleportation formations of the Qian domain were basically left behind from the ancient era. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When all the forces had gathered, Shi Tiangang and the other top sovereigns opened the state crossing teleportation formation. In an instant, thousands of people in the spiritual state disappeared through the teleportation formation. Qian domain, middle prefecture, Sagely Sky Peak. The Sagely Sky Peak was 99,000 feet high, reaching straight into the clouds. The flowers, plants, and trees on the peak were overflowing with spiritual qi. They were green all year round and never withered. It was rumored that in the ancient era, a deity had once attained Tao at the Sagely Sky Peak and ascended in broad daylight. In the ancient era, there were also emperors and saint kings who had comprehended here and attained enlightenment in a day. There were countless rumors about the Sagely Sky Peak. Every rumor was bound to be accompanied by a top powerhouse in history. After countless rumors spread, even though this mountain looked ordinary, there was nothing special about it. In the hearts of the martial artists of Middle Prefecture, it naturally became a sacred place. Therefore, the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking and Qian domain's sovereign ranking were held at the Sagely Sky Peak. Today, it was the 9 prefectures' heavenly ranking that was held every 3 years. The top geniuses of the 9 prefectures in the Qian domain gathered at the Sagely Sky Peak one after another. The top forces of the 9 prefectures, ancient demon clans, mysterious alien clans, and so on all showed up. At the top of the Sagely Sky Peak, there was an ancient city that was thousands of miles wide. Countless martial artists had already gathered in the city. Although this ancient city was usually regarded as a sacred place, it was quite deserted. However, it couldn't help but become lively.